Okay, why don't you talk a little louder at the very beginning of the show? What the hell are you guys doing? What do you got cooking? Your headphones didn't work?
No, my head. Now I have to wear the wireless ones.
Oh, yeah, instead of those cheap ones that you bought that don't work.
I hate these.
They're headphones.
Yeah.
That's fine. My face will be like this the whole time.
Why do you hate them?
Because I can hear a little echo.
There's no echo.
Yeah, there is.
What?
And they're-
Did you say.
Burn the building down, Brittany.
They're whispering to you.
Yeah.
Well, AJ and Tevin and Tom are still in it. Burn the building to the ground. That's nice.
Work
It's really
from
nice.
home tomorrow, Brittany, and burn the building down.
That's what you're going to be working from home tomorrow. So why'd you come in today? I figured when it's pouring, you wouldn't come in today.
I thought so. I'm
Yeah.
meeting for friends for lunch near here. So
So it's not about the job. It's
No.
about
That's
your
why I look
lunch.
cute.
It's just convenient.
That's why
That's why
I look cute.
I put on makeup. Look, I look nice.
Why
I
did
don't
you
care
stick
about
your
you
tongue
guys.
out?
Oh,
What
sorry.
did
I was just concentrating.
Oh,
It's not like I was trying to. No.
Did you powder your tongue today? Is that what you're...
Honest to God. Oh, now here he comes to pull your shit out of the water.
I don't know what's happening.
AJ has to do everything around here.
We
You
can
guys
wait
are a
till the break,
disaster.
AJ.
No, we're doing it right now. We're going to burn up at least.
Tomorrow.
You guys can keep talking.
No, that's right. Everybody's
I
talking.
know.
That's I told you. As soon as they start talking, they start talking. It's unbelievable.
That's it.
Did you get her?
We'll check out the break.
Yeah, check it.
Oh, you're going to check it at the break. We're not
Thanks,
gonna-
AJ.
What if we don't take a break? What about that?
You're such a monster.
What? I'm just saying, what if we don't take a break?
You're such a like.
She came in dressed like Dolly Madison or whatever that cupcake woman's name is.
I don't know who that is.
It wasn't Dolly
Dolly
Madison. It was a cupcake brand.
It sounds-
Dolly, I think it was Dolly Madison. Are you looking it up?
Yep.
Tell me what you found.
It looks like, yes, it was a cupcake brand.
Yep, touchdown.
But I'm not seeing a picture of Dolly anywhere.
Dolly might have been fake. I'm not sure, but there's a possibility. They were good. They were not as good as what are they? Who makes the other ones? Hostess?
Hostess.
Those are
Ooh,
good.
yeah,
Little
those are
Debbie?
good.
Little Debbie, that's another good one.
No,
Hostess, Little Debbie. You got
Betty Crocker?
Betty. Does Betty Crocker have cupcakes?
They probably like make your own, yeah.
They have
Yeah, good luck to me.
They had a commercial growing up that they go, Betty Crocker knows what a guy wants.
I know.
And I like have that in my head
Hey,
40% of my life.
I know how to seduce a man. Just gives him some Betty
I'm
Crocker.
like, I also want that, Betty Crocker. Am I confused?
Also, the most famous Dolly Madison that pops up is Dolly Todd Madison, who was the wife of James Madison, the
correct.
fourth president. So,
And who was she related to? Who's her mother and father?
Mm,
Come on.
Come on, Tevin, let's go.
Let's go, Tevin.
She was Thomas Jefferson. I don't know. James Madison.
they're all banging each
Martha
other.
Washington, it looks like, is in here. I don't know. These are just people search for it. But she looks nothing like Brittany, is the point. And that's a very big compliment to Brittany.
Thank you.
Is it?
Oh, yeah.
Not a looker?
Well, I mean, all of her photos are paintings, but
So then it's not actually a compliment to her because you don't look hideous. That's what he just said to you.
I'm fine with that. That's probably the best thing I'll get all day.
That'll work for you. I'm glad to hear it. Okay, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to read you the forecast, but do not think because it's 55 degrees that it's warm out because it's colder than a witch's tit. Great line by J.D. Salinger. Cloudy with occasional showers. A thunderstorm is possible. The high of 58. Showery, windy, and colder late, low of 40. Then tomorrow, here it comes, ladies and gentlemen. Colder and windy with morning showers, a high of 44 tomorrow. Saturday, clouds increase, blustery and cold. So it's going to be windy, snow showers likely, and a high of 36.
Hot take. I don't think it feels that cold out.
You don't?
No.
I think it's freezing.
yeah, I'm going to decide with Brittany. It doesn't feel that cold out
Oh, ugh.
compared to what is coming.
Well, that's compared. Yeah, you're right. Compared to what's coming, you're right about that. So, yeah, basically, I'll just go with the highs. A high of 58 today, a high of 44 tomorrow, a high of 36 on Saturday, high of 35 on Sunday, 36 on Monday, 37 on Tuesday. It ain't warming up anytime soon. Let me just tell you that. So, if you find the 55 to 58 today toasty, you better suck it all in because it's going away. I'm sure it'll come back in a couple of days. You know, you'll get back in the 50s, don't you? I think.
Yeah, like April, May.
Yeah, there you go. Rain and 55 right now. And and this basically is just us being really wonderful people to you. Leave for work or wherever you're going early today because you ain't going to get there on time.
It's terrible.
And if you haven't left yet and you needed to, too bad.
You're in big trouble because I was behind a guy doing 33 on the freeway.
Yeah.
33.
I panic text AJ, like, I don't think I'm going to make it. And he's like, take your time. And that's what you need. You need someone to tell you, just take your time.
That's not what he said. I was here when he said it. He said F off. That's what he said. I heard him.
Locks are changed.
We changed the locks. Don't even come in. Everything's good. Yeah. So did it feel cold to you?
I'll sit in the middle here because it definitely felt cooler than it has been.
Oh God!
But
yes.
it wasn't like freezing, I'm shivering type cold. Like I had a jacket on, so I think that helped.
Oh yeah, see, I didn't have a jacket. That's true.
Pick a side, AJ. It's either cold.
I picked the middle side.
Two sides of this.
The
That's
lukewarm
very smart.
side.
Very smart. Pick the middle. That's not. I wish we would start picking the middle of America. That'd be nice. Don't you
I
think?
know it.
Why don't we just kind of move to the middle? What do you say? Maybe we could all get along and stop with this crazy BS that's going on. God, people are. I watched it. Did you watch yesterday after they elected the new speaker and all that stuff?
No, what they do?
They were all just chirping about their own needs, of course.
Yeah.
More me now. That's what it was all about. Well, the one thing I don't know if he did it on purpose or not because it'll piss some people off. He got up and talked about God for about 10 minutes. So I'm sure some of those.
Was it like a like I want to thank God for, giving me this opportunity, or was it more of like a
This is a great country because of
Okay.
our belief in God and that kind of
there
thing.
we go.
I feel like that's weird.
Yes.
And not because I care. I love that people have God.
Yeah,
I
it's
love
fine, yeah.
I
I
love that
understand.
people have religion. There's so many religious people in my life, and I feel whenever I need something, I'll be like, can you give me some extra love? I feel like he talks to you. But if I got promoted at work, and the first thing I did was let me just tell you how God was involved. You guys would be like, ma'am, calm down.
Get off the box.
Well, let's do a comparison. So on the far right, he talked about God for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And if you're on the far left, he'd have been talking about killing Jews the whole time.
What?
Which would have been better?
God?
Haven't been watching the news lately, have you?
No, but I mean,
Holy crap. Every college in America is anti-Jew now.
that's not the one we want.
No, it is not the one we want because although can I call Gelfand my friend or should I just admit it and he's a pain in the ass? What should I do?
He can be both. Trust me. As I look at you.
How could you hate Gelfand? Look, I understand how Gelfand could drive somebody nuts. There's no question. But you couldn't hate Gelfand.
I love Gelfand.
Nice
No.
Jewish boy.
Right. He's not. There's nothing that screams I should not like Gelfand.
Tevin, you think part of that is because I grew up in the neighborhood I grew up in, blacks, Jews, Catholics. So I've always loved Jews. I always have, honest to God. And I've been stabbed in the back by them just like every other race, color, and creed. But,
Right. Yeah. Everybody, no matter, you give any type of person a chance, you're going to find, or a group of people a chance, you're going to find somebody in that group that'll do something negative towards you. But if you grow up where in a melting pot where you have everybody is represented, you're, I think, more likely to be accepting and at least understanding of other people.
Where did this all come from? Because I had never heard, kill the Jews before in America. I said, what?
Yeah.
Where did this come from?
No, I don't know if there was one event that kind of sparked it, but yeah, it does seem to come out of nowhere because there's nothing that Jews didn't do anything that I'm aware of that made people hate them.
Then it's because of the professors. The professors are puking this stuff out.
Probably.
That's why I lasted in
colleges,
college for one day.
Well, colleges, they're essentially, it's a bunch of kids that are still very impressionable. So if you get a professor that preaches one way or the other, you're likely to, shift some minds for sure.
Is this a tough place to be for me? Because I'm not anti-Jew or anti-Palestinian. It's none of my goddamn business, first of all. Secondly, there are good people in both areas and there are bad people in both areas. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Calm down, everybody. Right?
Yeah.
Isn't it time to calm down? Calm down.
Calm down.
That's all I'm saying. And I still love the fact that Kinky Friedman and the Texas Jew boys, Baruch Atah Adonai, what's the matter with you, boy?
It's beautiful. It's perfect.
It's
Snaps.
Yeah. Can we?
It's the one you want.
Kinky Friedman was funny as hell, man. You know who's with us now is Kinky Judd.
Yeah.
So there you go.
More nicknames.
More nicknames.
More nicknames.
Oh boy,
Artisan and Kinky Judd.
He goes, oh boy.
I'm a lot of things. I don't know if kinky meets the threshold, especially at almost 54.
You don't think kinky is part of your deal?
I got a lot going on here. I'm not gonna lie about that. A lot of things, a lot of faults, but I don't know that kinky meets the.
Hey, you know what, Judd? Lack of kink might be a kink. You never
Lack
know.
of kink. We should
Ooh,
change
boy.
it. We should change the name of a town in northern Minnesota to Lack of Kink.
Lack of kink.
Lack of Kink, Minnesota.
Oh no.
That actually does work. That sounds
That's phenomenal,
really
isn't it? Lack of Kink, Minnesota.
Because you would be like, yeah, it's the tribe of Ojibwe, whatever branch, and it works. Yeah.
That's
It's
really
all
good.
true. So Judd, and how many times when you were a little boy? Oh no, maybe you're not old enough for this. But if you were my age, your entire childhood, from the time you were 11 till you're about 21, you'd have been called Judd for the defense. I guarantee it. It was a huge TV show.
Oh yeah, with Carl Betts.
Yeah,
no,
absolutely.
Yep, because and I know that because I was a fan when they reran it years ago on Nickelodeon of the Donna Reed show.
I love Donna Reed.
They reran that show. I think somebody still does. But you know what I do get a lot of and got a lot of was Jughead.
Jughead.
Archies.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
I love Jughead.
From the Archies.
Nice hat. Had a really nice hat, I thought.
I got a lot of that. So I did. So the name did lend itself to being I don't know if mock's the right word, but adopted to a character.
No, I understand it because I was Barnard, so I was Barney. So of course I was Fred Flintstone's neighbor, Barney Rubble.
Barney Rubble.
Hey Rubble, what's up? What's going on, Rubble?
I thought they would have went like the purple dinosaur route with Barney.
That's true. That was later on in life. There's no question about
I
it.
sort of like that though, because the Flintstones is one of the great all-time shows.
Oh my God, that show's great. That
primetime cartoon before the Simpsons, the only primetime cartoon.
Very good, sir. How did you know that? You're not old enough to know that.
I'm not, but I loved it growing up in reruns as a kid, and I have read up on it, and because it was a direct descendant and in some ways ripoff of the Honeymooners.
Yeah.
I was I read that it was actually a primetime cartoon because it was brilliantly aimed at kids and adults.
I swear to God, and I'm not making this up, I swear to God that Kath and I ended up together because of the Flintstones. Because I am about as Fred Flintstone as they get, and she's about as
Wilma.
Wilma.
There we go.
Wilma.
I mean, ask God, I would guess about 5 Halloweens we went as Fred and Wilma.
That makes sense.
Perfect.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, actually,
that perfect
lands.
fit.
Yeah.
I do like Fred a lot too.
Oh, I do too.
I really do like Fred. Like if to me that's a compliment if you get called Fred Flintstone.
When I was a little boy, I asked my mother, Mom, what size do you think Fred's shoe is? Because remember he had those feet that were like huge.
But they were like almost squares.
They were
because they were so like also wide.
He had big square feet.
Had to push
My
his
feet
car
have been-
around, so.
Yeah, that's right.
My feet have been compared to Fred's feet by my
Me
wife.
too.
So
Me too.
the
Brutal.
Flintstone feet, and you know she's not entirely wrong. I'm not going to lie here.
I understand completely. Do you mind if we take our break early so we can have you on with a straight shot?
No,
What time do you have to be off?
like 8:35 or so. I'm fine.
Oh, wonderful. Well, let's take a break and be right back in a couple of minutes because then we can talk for 20 straight minutes because we've got a lot to talk about. Obviously, a lot coming up, the World Series and all the rest of it. Talk about the Vikings, talk about all kinds of stuff with Judd right after this, ladies and gentlemen. Tom here, and I just read a success story from mnfatloss.com. Client Elizabeth, who just completed the program. Elizabeth writes, I'm a 54-year-old woman who has struggled with losing weight. I had constant heartburn, trouble sleeping, and brain fog. I tried counting calories, eating bars and shakes, and several other programs in which I would lose 5 to 10 pounds after months of struggling, only to gain it right back. After 60 days of the MN Fat Loss program, I was down 25 pounds. MN Fat Loss had really empowered me to believe that I can control my eating, my weight, without having to sacrifice foods that I like. Let me assure you that the short 60 days is totally worth it. If you're thinking about finally committing to improving your health, this is the time to start. You won't regret your investment in yourself. Matter of fact, I want to mention right in the middle here, I think it's a good time for it. Anyway, is that I'm going to take another 30 days because I've been, in that middle between period, I guess is a good thing to call it. where I lost about 30 pounds, somewhere in there. And in 30 days, right after, well, not even 30 days, I guess it'd be about 3 weeks, something like that. 3 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever it's going to be. I'm going to lose another 20 some pounds because I'm going to get down to 215 or under for the first time since I was in 10th grade. What do you think of that challenge?
Yeah, baby.
Ah,
I feel like it's also calm down, sir.
what?
It's a fun challenge, but like, don't be so hard on yourself. You're doing really well.
Oh, so I should carry extra weight so my heart gives out. Is that what you're saying?
Whoa, you think I'm trying to kill you?
See?
What are you in his will?
What would I even gain? Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
no, it's going to be great. I'm just going to do it because
all right.
as you move on in years, it's better to, get a little lighter. It's a good thing. Right?
I think it's a good thing. I think, yes. But I just don't. Yes.
Okay. Back to MN Fat Loss. Great job, Elizabeth. I'm so happy to hear about your success. Are you ready to lose weight and feel better? Go to mnfatloss.com and schedule a free phone consultation. It's so easy to see if MN Fat Loss is a good fit for you. They offer a free phone consultation to learn about the program. You do not have to take time off of work. This is my favorite part. You don't have to take time off of work or get a babysitter for the kids. It's as easy as getting on a quick call with the expert staff. You can share your goals, learn about the program, and see if it is a good fit to help you lose weight and feel better. They also have virtual options to help you if you live far away. To schedule that free phone consultation, go to mnfatloss.com. The only thing you have to lose is that unwanted weight. That's www.mnfatloss.com. I cannot wait to hear about your success story, and please let them know that Tom sent you.
This is the Tom Barnard Morning Show.
This is Bob Sansevier, and I want to tell you about Dave Bialke from Bialke Law. Dave represented my wife, Mary, when she had a significant workplace injury. She was very happy with the job Dave did. If you have a work-related injury and have Dave represent you, I'm betting you'll be happy too. Dave is a down-to-earth guy. He grew up in northern Minnesota, rides a Harley, and worked various jobs doing concrete, electrical, plumbing, roofing, and carpentry work. Dave works for people with work-related injuries. If you work construction, or anywhere for that matter, and you're hurt or even just hurting, you should talk to Dave. Let's face it, our bodies wear out. If your body is worn out from work, if your knees or back or shoulders hurt from things you do at work, do what Mary did. Call Dave and talk to him about it at Bialke Law to set up a free initial consultation. The number to call is 763-571-2410. That's 763-571-2410. Or visit bialkelaw.com. That's BIALKE law.com.
Hello, I'm Brad Huckle, President and Chief Lending Officer at North American Banking Company.
And I'm Michael Bilski, CEO at North American Banking Company.
As a locally owned and operated community bank, we work with many multi-generational businesses.
Take Personal Care Dentistry of Roseville, for example. Dr. Walter Hunt, also known as Painless to me, has been a longtime customer of the bank since we opened the bank in 1998.
When his son Kyle was ready to join the practice, they wanted to expand quickly.
With their additional space and equipment, they now are able to see more patients each day while providing the same level of care and service.
Okay, guys, I'll take it from here. If you run a family business or any kind of business for that matter, you should be banking with Brad and Mike over at North American Banking Company. Every time I deal with them or their team, I know I'm working with experienced professional bankers. So why not bank with my banker? North American Banking Company, a better banking experience, member FDIC, equal housing lender. Stop saying the F-bomb on the air, Kevin. What are you doing?
That's my bad. I get carried away during breaks sometimes.
I love the fact that his mic wasn't even on and it was very obvious. Right. Whatever. I didn't know we were going back yet, so I was giving it the, yeah, well, he can go F himself. Only I didn't say F himself. You need to know a guy for your auto repairs, legal issues, banking, and more. The same goes for investment advice. You need a guy to help you be successful, someone you can trust who gets results. Well, I got a guy for you, Josh Arnold. Josh gives you straight talk, not sugar-coated advice about your financial situation. Josh has seen it all when it comes to economic and market conditions, and Josh can make sure that your retirement objectives match your investments. Very smart idea. Do yourself a favor, call Josh now for a no-obligation 48-minute evaluation. You've got nothing to lose, and you'll get a different point of view for your investments, which is a good thing. Call Josh at 952-925-5608. That's 952-925-5608. You'll be glad that you did, and tell him his guy, Tom, sent you. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Judd's on the air with us. We got a lot of baseball to talk about, some basketball to talk about. Of course, the Wild opened their season. Lots to talk about in the sports arena.
Including the fact that the Timberwolves, I don't know who watched it. I'm guessing Tevin might have, AJ might have, but man, was that a poor performance. It's only one game, but it would help to shoot a little bit better than that. And that's it's funny because it's one game, but when it's the Timberwolves, you always think to yourself, is this a sign of things to come? Unfortunately.
Yeah, no, I know. No, you're absolutely right. It's just, I have not watched the NBA in a long time. I was a big Celtics fan back when McHale was with the team, and Larry Bird, he was part of the reason I watched too. I just want you to know that.
Oh, just a very small one, I'm sure.
Small part. Robert Parrish, cared a little bit about him too. What a great team that was. But I tried watching the Timberwolves over the years, and Al Jefferson was a neighbor of mine one time. What a nice guy he was.
Was he?
Yeah, Al Jefferson was a really nice guy.
Okay. Good.
But matter of fact, whose house he bought was Johan Santana. Santana was my neighbor, and he moved out, and then Al Jefferson moved in Golden Valley.
I guess it's good to be rich, Tom. That's the.
Oh
key,
no,
right?
they actually, to tell you the truth, the house that they both lived in, it was a very nice house, but it was not
Right.
a mansion or anything like that.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, it was very
I
nice.
once went to do a story when I was at the Strib covering the Vikings on Steve Hutchinson, and he had a house out in Maple Grove, which was by the late Flip Saunders' house.
Oh, sure.
Carlos Silva lived out there, and I remember going into his house, and it's the first time I saw this, and I've seen it since with guys. He didn't have just a basement, but had like a viewing room, which was like a huge TV, like not just a big screen,
Right.
but an enormous TV.
Mhm.
And then the best part was there was another room off the basement that went down even further, in which there was a basically half-court basketball gym.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I thought you were going to say wine cellar.
It could have been, but it was a basketball. So you had like a basketball court below that. So that's when I said to myself, boy, it must be good to make the money that these guys make.
I could tell you my quick basketball story if you don't mind. It's about 2 seconds. I was over at the Southdale YMCA one time, many, many years ago. This is a long time ago, right? And they're playing basketball, and I signed in to, jump in the game, listen. And I decided I was going to stop playing basketball forever when a young kid about 5'5" dunked over me.
Dang.
His feet were like about this far from the top of my head. I'm like, Jesus, pal. I mean, he got literally 5 feet in the damn air, 6 feet maybe. I know that sounds impossible, and maybe it is, but I don't know how the hell. And he could palm a basketball, and he was only 5'5". It's not fair.
Were you playing Spud Webb?
It looked a lot like Spud Webb's kind of play. That's exactly right. That's a very good comparison.
Jeez, yeah. No,
Dunked over me.
That would make me quit too. That would definitely make me quit too.
Well, wait. So this was just a pickup game, though, right?
Yeah.
Just a fun. That guy probably belonged in a different pickup game.
Yeah.
Like if he's that you're trying to have fun out there. That's my point. Is you're trying to have fun, and you're doing your thing. And that guy probably needed to go to a different pickup game and join it where the competition was, more his speed, right?
One great line from that whole deal is we're playing and we're going on and on. And there was a guy who, I guess, sneaked in with a 6-pack of beer in his duffel bag. So he'd go over and take a pull off this beer once in a while. And he decided Spud Webb 2 or whatever this kid's name was. The other guy who was Schwelen decided to criticize Spud Webb. He goes, man, you don't know how to play basketball. And Spud looks at him and goes, yeah, I know you know how to drink, though.
Dang.
Well, one of them was right.
Right.
Exactly.
Was the guy that was drinking, he was also playing
Yeah.
basketball?
Oh, yes.
There is nothing I would want to do less with a stomach full of beer than play any type of sport.
Kevin, it's like
Are you kidding me?
It's a whole thing. So like this happens at because I play tennis. people will go to like the tennis club
Mhm.
and drink while they play, like secretly. Like they're hardcore alcoholics, but they do this. It's
Really?
yeah, like that's
No.
a big one is people playing things like these activities drunk, but they're like such hardcore alcoholics and they like drink while they play. It's
Like,
crazy.
and I could understand like, oh, we were having a couple drinks and we're like,
Yeah.
should we go shoot around on the court a little bit?
Right,
Yeah, whatever.
right.
Even
But
that's
like,
kind of weird because it's like
Oh, no.
a second
Yeah.
location.
well, no, if it's like if you're sitting at the tennis club or like your tennis club and you're like, oh, should we like just hit the ball around? Okay, that makes sense. You're a little drunk and you're like, let's go play tennis. But not like, you know what, water, Gatorade? No. Let me get some wine, maybe a little vodka, beer. No, I don't want that in my stomach. No.
Beer though, beer's the one I don't get.
No.
Like I can see tennis in like a Sunday morning tennis match, right? With a mimosa. I'm not saying a bunch of them, but I'm just saying, as far as your point, Tevin, it's the beer that would. I mean, I can't imagine running a basketball court.
Right. No, you're right.
And I'm assuming that guy didn't sneak in like some high quality beers, probably
No.
like some Colt 45s or some
I think
Miller
that's probably
Lights,
right.
something
Yeah.
like that. Yeah.
I think you're up. I think it was cold. I think it was cold 45. Get the bigger cans, right?
I don't want to lean into
Yes.
the stereotype, but yeah, probably a Colt 45 in that gym bag.
Yeah, they had they weren't just 12-ounce beers. They were like 20-ounce beers. Yeah, those cold 45. I remember that. Mo, definitely. So we're talking a little sports here. We got a little basketball going on now. We got a lot of baseball going on now. We got hockey going on now. Went to the game on Saturday night. Not a lot of winning going on right now, though, with the Minnesota teams.
No, the Wild came back and beat Edmonton a couple of nights ago. But
Good.
yeah, the Wolves lost last night. The Twins are done. Now the Vikings have won 2 consecutive
Yeah.
games. And I will say this about the Vikings. There is now, right or wrong, the win against San Francisco on Monday has a lot of people excited now. Because if they beat the Packers this Sunday,
Yeah.
they're going to be 4-4 at that point.
Mhm.
So this game against the Packers is actually huge, because if they lose, you talk about whining and moaning, right? Bitching and moaning. But if they win, now it's 3 in a row. And now people are, if they're not back on the bandwagon right now, it feels like they're set to jump. So be prepared for there to be a lot of excitement about the Vikings, right or wrong, if they win on Sunday in Green Bay.
Yeah, and especially because Green Bay's missing a ton of people. They're very banged up. Their quarterback they don't have Aaron Rodgers, or Brett Favre isn't running out of that tunnel for them. So we have a legitimate opportunity to beat a team where feels like we're playing the way that we should have been playing all year. So if we can continue to do this, we can. I'm not saying we're going to make a run and all of a sudden win the Super Bowl, but we should at least be able to turn the season around and be respectable the rest of the way.
I think that's true. I still can't believe the season's almost half over already. I mean, in a week and a half, the season's going to be half over. I was like, what? Man, that went by fast.
November 1st is right around the corner.
It is. Indeed, it is.
So, yeah.
I used to have a birthday in November until my grandson, Ethan, took it from me. So I don't have a birthday anymore.
Yep.
November 7th, I used to have a birthday. Nope, that's Ethan's birthday now. It's not yours. Okay, so thank you.
So what? They just ignore you completely?
Well, same thing with JB's son, John Blackshear Jr. He was born November 7th, and every time I see him, he goes, I stole your birthday.
That's a good line, actually.
It is a good line. So, so the Vikings are looking much better than we thought they would, because they absolutely sucked at the beginning of the season. They've come back, though. That's a nice thing to see them come. I did not think they were going to beat San Francisco any way, shape, or form. No way I thought they'd beat San Francisco.
No one did. And that's the thing I'm interested in now, though, is if they continue to be hot. What I'm interested in is, the one thing that the San Francisco game that the Vikings had going for them is exactly what you just said. Nobody expected a thing.
Yeah.
So there was really no pressure. Like they had, because no one expected a damn thing, right? Everyone, including the Vikings, were like, well, if they win, it's going to be a huge upset. It's going to be great. And they did. So here's my question. If they get hot now and they beat Green Bay, and I think there's an expectation, at least among their own fans, that they're going to beat the Packers on Sunday.
Yes.
How do they play then? I will say the quarterback has a tendency to play very well when nobody expects much from him.
Right. That's true.
And when they do, like, let's say, for instance, the Giants playoff game where he did actually statistically play well, but then of course he checked the ball down at the end. So like this is the next step for me is when the pressure ignites now, how do you handle that?
Yeah, that's going to be interesting because that the pressure is totally when you're what were they 0-4 or what the hell ever they were. The pressure's totally off because you suck and nobody expects you to do anything. So in my mind, mentally, it's easier to play that game, isn't it?
It's 100%. It's 100%. And I'll go back to your club, the 87 Twins. You think about that though, and like Herbeck and Viola and Gaetti, you think about how they handled pressure. Like they just laughed at it.
No doubt about it.
And that's my question. A lot of guys, and look, I'm sure it's tough, but a lot of guys can't. Like when the pressure mounts, a lot of guys feel it. And I always thought that was the most special thing about that Twins club was, Ken Herbeck went hunting the morning of Game 7.
He did.
Which by the way, the anniversary of that was yesterday. But Kent Herbeck was 2 hours from the Twin Cities on the morning of Game 7 hunting. That is being able to handle pressure in a very special way.
Yeah. That would be Herbeck, 100%.
Do we know, did he shoot anything that morning?
Ask him next time he's on.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
That'd be great to ask.
That is so wonderful. There's no question. By the way, before you go, I have to point something out that we got very, very lucky because I was going to wear a blue hoodie to work this morning, which means you and I would have both been wearing green hats and blue hoodies. Ooh, teammates.
Ooh, go fight win.
Yeah, who called whom last night? That's the question, right?
Yeah,
so did you guys coordinate? You know what? Personally, I would have thought it was great.
Well, we got the same hat. We got team hats, so that's
good. I got my Park Tavern hat back on.
Oh yeah, I love Park Tavern.
I say, how was your lunch there the other day?
Oh, it was great. It was great. I love that place.
I do too.
That place is fantastic.
So who'd you go with?
I actually went with our sales guy Rob O'Brien to meet with
Rob's a great kid.
Cheryl and Phil. And Phil's the greatest at Park Tavern.
Sure. Yep.
He is fantastic.
No, really, really nice people. And yeah, Rob does a hell of a job. You know what's funny about Rob is whenever we go to meet a client or whatever, Rob sits there and just kind of stares at me like, is he going to go off the deep end while we're here? Rob's a great guy.
He's like, oh God, I hope not. I hope. Yeah,
we're hoping not. All right, Pally, we'll talk. Well, I guess we won't talk to you tomorrow. It's Friday tomorrow.
You'll talk to Mackie tomorrow, and you'll talk to me Tuesday.
Looking forward to it, pal. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care, you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, Judd Zolgad, Score North. Those guys are good guys. Well, not Chris. He's okay, I guess. Yeah.
What? Hi.
News brought to you by Mr. Money Talk. Josh Arnold. Call Josh for your free 48-minute financial evaluation. Chris, I'm getting a little worn out waking up about 2-3 times a month where a guy just shot and killed about 15, 20 people.
Yeah, I know. I was, yep. But I mean, we can't be surprised anymore.
No.
That doesn't make it, I think it's, unfortunately, it's become such an occurrence that people don't react the same.
You're right.
And I don't know what to say. What are we going to say? They still haven't found the guy. It's woods, it's countryside. It's, it may be a while. We haven't heard any kind of update this morning. So we're just sort of waiting to find out. But
they know who the guy is. They absolutely have him on camera. They know who he is. It was in Maine, by the way. So they got some trees in Maine.
Yeah, lots of Lewiston, Maine, lots of trees, it's nowhere. I'd heard reported a couple places this morning that like he could make a run for the border. Like it's like 4 hours away from the Canadian border. So I mean that
you better start running, brother.
I mean, theoretically, yes, but
yeah.
I would say a jog might actually behoove you quite a bit more at that point. A full run, you're going to be exhausted.
Not going to make it.
No.
4 hours. Well, that'd be how many hours of running? About 40.
Yeah, maybe intervals. Maybe do run, walk kind of vibe. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Suggesting an interval run to a mass shooter to get to the border.
Who's still got a rifle with him, by the way.
Yeah.
He's probably a very reasonable person. I'm sure he would accept that.
Physically fit.
Who was he shooting? I was watching your news this morning, and it made me very, very sad. And I kind of, whenever I get sad about that stuff, I kind of tune out because didn't he kill kids and everything?
Everybody does. It was a bowling alley. He went into a bowling alley and he went into a bar. And the bowling alley, I mean, it was early enough. There very well could have been children in there. So I don't think we haven't heard much about any of the victims. My guess is with that many people who've been killed there, I don't even think we haven't even heard a definitive number as to how many people were killed.
That's right. Yeah,
that number has been varying throughout the morning too. So I suppose as they get in there and kind of get their arms around what happened, I don't know, when something like this happens to me, I'm always thinking like of all the, like they were at the bowling alley.
Right.
Yeah.
So what can we do aside from never leave our houses?
Hey, tell Hannah to pipe down. I can hear her talking in the background.
Oh.
No, she doesn't have to pipe down. No. I'm just kidding.
I can't really say anything to her given I'm in her office every day.
We love Hannah. She knows.
Like the one who's being loud and obnoxious.
Did this guy have a manifesto? I didn't see that part.
I haven't heard anything about that yet. Although I did read something about some kind of Facebook post and that he had a known mental health issue that had come up maybe earlier in the summer, and as it always seems to be when these things happen, there's going to be like a very glaring like past where it's like, well, this is a person who should have been able to get some kind of help. There seems like there could have been points where he could have been intersected and, could this have been prevented? You're going to hear that same thing coming up.
Well, we don't do that anymore. You do that. Not kill 16 people, but you commit pretty major crimes. And why don't you just go home and wait for us there? Nobody goes to jail anymore, for Christ's sake.
Well, and if it's a mental health thing, it's not as, I'll say this and not to be too, I have a relative who has some ongoing mental health stuff. And when that person's in trouble, you can't just take that person and put them somewhere.
No.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't want to be there. It does not work that way.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't work that way in any way, shape, or form. And so I know there's always the idea like, well, why can't we just do something with that person if they didn't break a law, but yet had been, there's really the way things are set up right now that it's, I don't know. I almost think when we have these conversations after these things more about like, well, gun laws, no gun laws, this, that, or whatever, it all seems to come back to mental health and a lack of resources for people who are going through mental health crisis.
Do you think, and I'm not talking about local news, and I've made this very, very clear in the past when I'm talking about the news, I am not talking about local news. You guys very even keel. But when you got, CNN going after Fox and Fox going after CNN, and then you got big business supporting both of them on different sides, all the rest of it, these people create a lot of problems. The national news people and our politicians create more problems than I can believe. They puke this stuff out. People believe them. They get all pissed off and start bullying the hell out of each other.
I mean, I do think there's something to be said for and we've talked about this before, like the overall population of people just being more triggered, angry, anxiety fueled, whatever it might be. I think there's a number of different reasons that you could look into that and find, is what's on TV one of those things? Probably.
You know what I would do if I were them? This is what I do. Whenever I'm getting stressed out, I sit down and watch The Nun 2 with Catherine.
Is that one of those horror movies?
Yes, and the reason I watch it with Catherine is she does not like horror movies. Well, neither one of us like slasher movies. You don't like that slasher stuff, the scary stuff. But here's what I don't know if I can even do it. But here's Catherine watching a scary movie. Ready? So somebody will jump out and she goes,
all limbs in the air.
She's all of her limbs are in the air.
She does the full on.
She does the full on deal, and then pulls the blanket up over her face so she can't see what's going on.
When I get really scared in a movie theater, you do your covering the eyes, and then you just go like every bone in your body goes, I wish I wasn't here. Why am I here right now? I don't like this. Like the waiting for the jump scare is what I hate. Like I hate that.
It was a pretty good movie. I mean, it wasn't a great movie, but it was a pretty good movie.
Aren't there like 10 different Nun movies?
I think so, yes.
Like, didn't the like Nun 10 come out this?
No, that was. It was
or
10.
It Saw 10. One of them has like 10 different versions of it.
Yeah.
Well, the 10 just came up, but I can't remember what it's for. It's something 10. Yeah, you're right, but I can't remember what it is.
I can't watch scary movies anymore. I don't like it.
I don't like the slasher stuff. The spooky stuff I don't mind, but the slasher is like
suspense is fine.
Yep. No
Kevin,
problem.
I was laughing earlier about your guys' comments about trying to do sports when you're drinking. And Brittany, you were talking about the drunk tennis ladies. There was one time, so I played basketball in college, and like I was, very dedicated to that sport at one point in my life. Well, the year I stopped playing, we still had an intramural team, so I played intramurals that year, which was very fun.
Yep.
And the night prior, we'd had a keg, and there happened to be some beer that was left over from the keg, and we didn't have a game until like 9:00 that night. And so the keg was just there and it needed to be
right. It was going to expire
off.
It was looking at you funny,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're like, let's have a couple, whatever.
All done it.
Go to the intramural game. I'm not kidding you. I took 3 steps to go just warm up and like just fell at the free throw line. And I'm like, yep. Now I know why people don't drink and try to play basketball, because that is not the
only sport that you can play while a little bit drunk is like your beer league softball game.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
Everybody else is drunk anyway.
Yep.
Yeah.
But like, you can tell the people that kind of like they secretly drink, like they'll have a drink, but they're taking it very seriously, you know? Like, but it's one of those things, Chris, like in league, like tennis league, nobody would ever drink. Like it is very intense.
Yeah.
Like there's no drink. But the afternoon people, there's like casual players. There's like certain women where you go, oh, that woman drinks while she plays. It just blows my mind. Like I don't drink anymore. I also don't understand drinking in a movie theater when I was a drink.
I'm a big fan of that. Sorry.
But the problem, Chris, this is why I don't drink, is like I need to move and groove when I drink. So it's like the problem is I am a troublemaker. Like I don't want to sit, like I'm going to start talking or wanting to get up or like it's not my vibe.
Yeah,
to be honest, when I was a kid, Roy Matson's father and mother had a cabin up in Siren, Wisconsin. And all of the boys used to head up there on the weekends, deep as hell snow, 3-4 feet of snow on the ground. And we would play drinking touch football in 3 feet of snow.
Now that's different because you're moving in.
God, it was a ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No question. Actually, I was once tagged out by Greg Lundeen, who was also drinking from a can while tagging me out. So that was kind of embarrassing. I got to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's probably worse than getting dunked on by a 5'5" guy.
It's multitasking.
You're probably right. That is worse. Oh, you got to go, Pally.
Yeah, I'm out. You guys have a good rest of your day.
Bye,
Thank you,
Chris.
sir. Chris Egert, ladies and gentlemen. News brought to you by Mr. Money Talk. Josh Arnold. Call Josh for your free 48-minute financial evaluation. How about that for a start to the show? You got you 3 Hunyucks. You got Judd. You got Chris. What more could any listener ask for?
I don't know. I don't think anything. We could probably shut it down.
Okay, we'll see you tomorrow. 8:45 right now.
Show is shorter than my commute.
I
Your watch just yelled at me.
Just my watch just yelled at her.
Sorry,
That's
I
hilarious.
don't understand.
I keep telling you not to talk so loud. You have to talk really loud to get somebody 5 feet away's watch to start talking back to you.
It definitely started because you talked and it was talking while
No. As soon as you went, Well, here's what I think.
Are you blaming your watch going off on me?
It did respond to you. As a matter of fact, I looked at it and said, "Shut up, Brittany." It says right now.
Hey Siri, set an appointment for.
Yeah. Okay.
See, it's working.
Yeah, of course. That's what I told you. It's working.
We gotta turn your Siri off on your watch, sir.
Leave me alone.
I'll do it. Do you want me to?
I don't. Not now.
I know.
But yeah, I don't ever use it. So
I know.
That's
Neither
fine.
do I.
All right, we have to take a break. Be right back in a couple of minutes. So my watch will swear at Brittany again. It'll be phenomenal. She tried to say it was talking about me. I said, look what it says.
Hey Siri, set an appointment to text Brittany that I love her.
There it is. I'll send it. Shut up over there, Brittany. Oh, now we got people calling in on top of it.
Oh my God.
Ah, Jesus. Okay.
This is a disaster.
Our listeners are just wonderful people. Don't you
Yeah.
think?
Out of control.
We do have great listeners, by the way. I ran into a bunch. Why won't you mute?
I just got a text from you.
You did.
What did he say?
It says appointment.
Oh, so you wanted your appointment. Well, my watch sent you your appointment time
Appointment.
because you're talking to my watch.
We gotta start sending things through your watch to
This
people.
is amazing.
Oh, that's gonna crack me up. Oh, that might be a bit.
Good God. All right, we got to take a break and get away from this psychosis of talking to watches.
Yeah.
I'm so happy to welcome back our longtime friends, Sabre Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning to the show. I've known Steve and his lovely wife for many, many years. Steve's the owner. Known them for many years. I completely trust Sabre to keep my house comfortable, which is what we're all looking for, right? Why? Sabre does everything the right way, and they always put the customer first. I love the team at Sabre because their service experts are experienced NATE certified technicians. They're not salespeople. Their pricing is completely upfront, and they fix only what needs to be fixed, nothing more. Sabre has decided to look, they're absolutely flat out dedicated to delivering what you need. Correct. Now my watch will not stop talking to me. Shut up over there.
I'm not doing anything.
You started it. That's what I'm saying.
Quietly.
And now back to keeping your family safe and comfortable without breaking the bank. Give Sabre Heating and Air Conditioning a try. I know they'll take care of you just like they've taken care of me and my whole family, because they have. Whether you need a new Bryant furnace or air conditioner replaced, or just simply need a service call to get you going again, go to saberheating.com. That is SABRE heating.com. Sabre and Bryant, whatever it takes.
This is the Tom Barnard Morning Show. Listen live on the Tom Barnard Show app or at tombernardshow.com.
In a world that's racing a mile a minute, a split-second distraction can change everything. I'm Mike Bryant from Bradshaw & Bryant. Every day we see too many people, heads buried in their phones, unaware of the dangers they're in. Texting and driving isn't just reckless, it's playing Russian roulette with your life and the lives of others. In just 4 seconds of distraction, you've driven the length of a football field. Is there any text message that's worth your life, that's worth the lives of others? I've been fighting for the rights of the injured for over 30 years, but I'd rather you never meet me in a courtroom. So hear me now. Stop texting and driving. Pay attention. Value your lives and the lives around you. And if you won't, know this. At Bradshaw & Bryant, we're relentless. We won't back down. We bring justice to those that need it.
Find Bradshaw & Bryant, personal injury attorneys at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
With Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw & Bryant.
You all have helped support MyPillow and their employees in these tough economic times. And by the way, that's the number one thing you're talking about here. The employees who work there deserve everything that we deserve, correct? Mike Lindell knows this and continues to give back to listeners with deals on his most popular products. You've heard me recently speak about my slippers, the Giza sheets, MyPillow 2.0, and more. Great news, the MyPillow 6-pack bath towel sets are back in stock. The proprietary technology makes them extremely absorbent, yet still provides that soft feel that you look for in a towel. The set comes with 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, 2 washcloths. Regular price is $79.98. For a limited time, you can get the 6-pack towel set for only $39.99 with promo code TOM. That is a 50% savings. So go to MyPillow.com, use promo code TOM to save 50% on the MyPillow 6-pack towel sets. That is just $39.99 for a set. This deal will not last long. Enter promo code TOM for this special and many more.
Finally won a tie break in tennis. News alert.
How drunk were you in the tie break?
Thank God she was a little, no. She was a really hard match. If I look exhausted, that's why. I really want to talk about this because I am enthralled with everything McDonald's and ice cream.
Okay.
I don't know who posted this. McDonald's is getting rid of their McFlurry spoons. So,
as in like the clear plastic one with like the square opening at the end.
The one that we've all mistaken as a straw before.
Yes. Oh, 1,000%.
Oh, mortifying. Social suicide.
And then like, and then once you realize it's not a straw, you instead of stopping, you like quick look to make sure nobody's looking at you, and then you stop.
And then before you like realize, okay, I need to clean off the top, you grab the part that you just put your mouth over, and it's just
You know that like they made those spoons so it stirs it.
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so the reason they're like that is so they attach it to the machine, and the machine stirs the McFlurry.
Okay.
The McFlurry spoon, which sparked confusion among its fans for being hollow.
You've never done that with? Have you had a McFlurry before?
No, I don't even know what that is.
Like it's like the Blizzard for McDonald's. You've definitely had it.
No, I have never had that.
Do you hate fun?
It's a McFlurry. It's for
They're
little
delicious.
kids.
It's ice cream.
For
It's not
babies.
just for little kids.
For
Whoa,
babies.
that's a bold
Oh my
statement you're making right now,
gosh.
sir.
You're gonna get destroyed by our listeners.
Well, they're pulling it off the market.
No, they're pulling the spoon off the market.
That's what I'm saying. What good is it without the spoon?
They're gonna give you a normal spoon, but they had this like iconic spoon that they use.
An iconic spoon. You guys have to have pretty interesting.
You need to get
life.
out more, Tom.
You need to get out, maybe read once in a while some set of, oh, I adore a spoon. What?
I don't even know if I can continue to do this show.
You gotta be going home now.
So what they're gonna do instead, because normally the spoon does the stirring, like they attach it to the machine and the spoon breaks up and you take the spoon with you. What they're gonna do now is use a reusable spindle that's swapped out and clean after each McFlurry is made. So like that's what Dairy Queen does. They have like a little like thing that you go vroom, 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 vroom.
Right.
That
And
just
then
sounds
you
like the
clean it.
ice cream machine is going to be broken even more often than it already is.
I got to be honest with you about something because I got to do full disclosure here.
Yeah.
Fast food. I've been to a fast food place, I think, once in the last 15 years.
Oh, yeah. I haven't gone to a fast food place in forever.
Forever.
Tom used to, when he'd come into the studio, and this was when I was an intern, and I loved my job.
Aren't you still an intern?
Pretty much.
I thought so.
I loved being an intern. It was awesome because there was
Absolutely.
like barely any responsibilities. It was the best.
That did fit your personality.
Thank you. One of my favorite things, and people would always like, you had to give people coffee. And I'd be like, the best was when Tom would come in because he'd give me $100 and he'd say, you can buy everybody breakfast. So go around and get everyone's breakfast order. And it was amazing because I'd get to leave work in my car. Like there was something.
Didn't want to be at work. That was the key.
Well,
not the fact that she gets free breakfast.
She also left out the part where she only bought like 3 people breakfast and then just made a quick $75.
Sure. I would give Tom not only his receipt, but every penny because I was like, so weird that somebody would give you me 100. You know, it's like all
right. Well, as you should.
As you should. So, but everyone always gives me a hard time when I say I love doing the coffee runs because they're like, oh, it's so people would make you get coffee. I was like, I loved it.
Nobody made you get coffee.
But like that's why I get so confused. Like there was so many times I've told the story about like, and my favorite thing that Tom would do is he'd go, I don't know what's there. Can you just get me something fun? And it would be like, all right, like he'd want like a coffee drink. So I'd get you like a mocha pumpkin.
Was good.
Yeah, he'd get this
It was
big drink. And what I'd always do is this is fine because this is not gross.
Would you spit in it?
No, I would take a straw and do that thing where you
Like
just
the straw test.
the straw test because I'd want to taste yours so bad. So I'd take a straw, clean straw. Listen, sir, a clean straw. I put it in there and I close the top. And so I just get to take a sample of yours.
That's what bartenders do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That time I sent you out to get me a 3-pack of underwear. Did you try those on too?
Only one pair.
Only one.
But she put them on over.
Yeah, I put on over
That's right.
mine.
It wasn't.
And I just danced
weird.
around a little bit. But it was so fun because I would never
Do that
order.
dance again. That's a good dance.
I would never order the things I was buying you, but I was like, I've always wanted to try what this is like. And it was so.
And I didn't even know what you were getting me, so it didn't really matter.
Yeah, it was just still, yeah.
Did you have people that like when you asked them if they wanted anything, normally they would say no, but then oh well, Tom's buying, and they're like, well, actually, I'll take 3 of everything.
Yeah, and it's not a surprise. Lastman is the type that's like, no, I don't need anything. And I was like, Tom's buying. He's like, I'll take 3. I was like, do they sell bread there? Do like a loaf of bread?
He pulls like the Harry Potter in the first, like, I'll take the lot.
I know, right?
I'll have it
I'll
all.
have the lot. I love that.
Yeah.
Monty Python. I'll have the lot. Those were the days back. We should get that cooking here. Why don't we have like an assistant on this show?
I can run out.
Well, you're not an assistant though.
Yeah, but I like that's what's so funny. It's like,
Didn't you just hear? I think you could pay her less and she'll have more fun.
There's aspects of the job I miss, and being able to leave work is like such a weird
You can
feeling.
leave anytime you want. Who cares? It's a podcast.
Like, but don't.
Like I didn't show up on time for the beginning of this segment.
Yeah, we missed.
Kevin's leaving right now.
Kevin's out. I gotta grab my coffee at some point.
Well, go get your coffee. Like I said, this is not that big a deal. First of all, I've listened to radio all over the United States.
Yeah.
Radio right now sucks. It's not good at all. So if they're trying real hard to fit the formats and all the rest of it, they're not doing a very good job. I mean, there are some good. I will tell you this, and I'm very serious about this. What TV news and radio, Minneapolis, St. Paul is one of the best markets in America. Chicago, I think, is right there as well. Chicago and Minneapolis are my two favorite markets for radio and television. No question. I don't know why that is either. Why is it so much better here in Chicago?
I don't know. Like it's not like we're not. Is there a good broadcasting school here?
Well,
St. Cloud State.
St. Cloud State.
St. Cloud State, babe. Yeah, they're for being St.
You
Cloud
went
State.
to St. Cloud State. That's why you're saying St. Cloud State.
But they win awards every year.
Yeah.
I do hear a lot of people coming from St. Cloud.
Yeah, there are a lot of like newscasters locally that pretty much all of them, it feels like, come from
Really?
Or I shouldn't say all, but a large number of them come from St. Cloud State.
I did not know that.
Husky up.
We used to go up there and do appearances with
Husky
it.
up.
At the beginning of the KQ Morning Show, we used to go up and do shows up at St. Cloud State.
Yeah.
But that was like back in the late 80s, something like that. They were very nice people, though.
Fantastic.
They were very nice people.
Yeah.
No, not so
Oh,
much.
I'm just kidding. No, they're lovely.
He's got beef with the people of St. Cloud.
You got beef with me then.
Yeah, husky up.
God.
Husky up.
Why me?
I'll see you outside.
I love the fact that I skip a little bit just so I can go for a little stroll. I come back and you talk about the McFlurry spoon.
Yeah.
Because okay, Tom. So it was this like square, so it's a clear spoon, but the top of it was hollow, so it looked like a straw. So everybody would always get it, and they'd like try to suck on the straw, but it's not a straw, and so you look like an dumbass.
Idiot. You look like an
you look
idiot.
at the bottom.
No, because the
in
bottom's
there.
in the McFlurry.
Oh, it comes with. Oh, I
But
thought
so
you
it was
just gave
hollow
to you.
because the machine that they would use, rather than having
yeah.
it would hook to it and stir it. So rather than having to wash a part of the machine every time you used it, it was much more efficient. But as Brittany was saying, it sounds like it's gone. But the point of the story is, how have you never had a McFlurry?
That really is. That
Never
did end
have.
up taking
Like,
over.
do you have Dairy Queen Blizzards ever?
Nope. I'm not a.
Do you not like ice cream?
No. The large chocolate cone of Dairy Queen is phenomenal. I'm talking about the one they dip. The actual chocolate ice cream.
Yeah.
Oh, you like the chocolate shell?
No,
I don't
not
like
the
the
dip.
chocolate shell. You don't-
I mean,
Okay.
I don't dislike the chocolate shell, but I don't like it as much as just the regular
Yeah,
chocolate
Gotcha.
ice cream.
Okay.
It's really good. I like that. But I haven't had one of those in a long time now either.
Because like an Oreo Blizzard or like a cookie dough Blizzard, that's my jam.
I like
Let's go.
the
The brownie
praline.
ones, yeah.
I like the pecan one. It's so good.
So anything with 2,000 calories, you guys are in?
Oh, it's so
Absolutely. Yeah,
I'm
that's
not
the
going
best-
to.
That's the best stuff.
I'm not going to get diet ice cream.
Well, that's true.
They
That's a good
have
point.
they have like they're trying to be more calorie conscious, and they have
Are they really? I didn't know that.
So they have one that's the mini. And
yeah,
I was
okay.
like, all right, like it's 150 or it's like 200 calories or something like that. I was like, I'll take a mini, thinking it was a shot glass of Blizzard. That is,
Like, I'll take
I'll
4
take
minis.
a couple more minis to go.
Would you
Couple
just like
minis.
do you want a medium then? No, I want to feel better about myself, but give me 4 of them.
I want,
that's fine.
yeah, I want a large, but can you put it in a bunch of little mini cups?
I'm an alcoholic and I don't get to take shots often. I would like a lot of minis.
Do you guys have that one Blizzard? And I know, Tom, if you don't have them, maybe that you
Yeah, I
don't,
don't,
but
yeah.
like the one that is no longer on the menu that you need it to come back, because I do.
Well, they have them on some. So there's 2 items at Dairy Queen that I feel this way about.
Okay.
One is when they do the dip with the crunch. They won't do that everywhere. It's the butterscotch dip
Yeah.
and the crunch combined.
Mhm.
It's amazing. It contaminates all the dip, and that's why they don't do it. And then the second one is the banana split Blizzard. And they don't often make it because it becomes like liquid because there's so many. What's yours?
The Hawaiian Blizzard, because not every place has coconut, but it's coconut and cherries and pineapple. It's so good. It's the best. And like for a little while, there were some places where you can ask, like, can you do this? And they will. But I I've gone like 6 years now. I just can't get it anymore. It's a nightmare.
So we may have ruined some people's mornings.
Yeah.
Alan said, well, Brittany, you're a menace to society because you yelling, hey Siri, just shut down his feed and on the iPad that he's watching.
Way to go.
Not a problem.
Way to go.
And then Darren said that his young niece is now crying because Tom said the McFlurry is for babies.
Well, since she started crying like a baby.
Oh, jeez.
It made my point.
It
made my point.
Here we go. Oh my gosh.
That's very funny.
It's called having an impact, ladies and gentlemen.
Called making change.
Making something. Now, I've just never been. I'll have a molt about one every 2 years. It's not my deal. I like ice cream sandwiches. That's what I like.
My husband is a man who takes care of us, a man
among men,
a king among men. And he would stop his car dead in the streets to get a Royal Oreo Blizzard. And he's a man. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't wear a diaper like a baby. So just like your niece, they're grown-ups. They're big kids, and they like blizzards.
Yes, and I like
Any
chocolate.
idea what the hell she's talking about? I have no clue.
No, she just kind of started saying words.
I'm too distracted by Eric writes in. He says Oreo Blizzard's the absolute worst, but he's got try this: cherry, chocolate, and banana Blizzard.
Eric just hears me say that I enjoy something, and then he goes, "Yeah, screw you, Tevin. That sucks."
What was the guy's name with the little girl crying?
Darren.
Tell her to call in. 651-600-2575. Call in right now. I want to hear you crying.
He feeds off of tears.
I feed off of children's tears. That's what it is.
This is not a safe space.
This is not.
No, I want to convince her that Uncle Tom will steer her right from a distance on the microphone. You know,
there's nothing better than ice cream. Like a chocolate shake and then dipping your fries into it. 10 out of 10.
Not that into that. Like
No,
I know
no,
everyone.
no.
Yeah, that
10 out of 10.
frosty like thing that people do with the frosty.
Mhm.
I'm not that into that.
okay,
But
if you go to the store. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. And
No.
No,
No, just cutting her off all the time.
That's what I'm saying. I let her finish though, not like you on yuck.
No, go. I'm done. I'm literally
I
mean it.
forgot what I was going to say.
Yeah, when I go to the store, we're gonna ask what I get.
Yeah.
When I go to the store, me and AJ have a lot of similar taste profiles. I love coconut so much.
Coconut is phenomenal.
It's so good. So like
It
ever
is.
since he mentioned this coconut blizzard that doesn't exist, now I've never wanted something more. You've incepted me.
I could see I might, if it's coconut, I might even try it. I love coconut.
Same.
Have you ever had a guy crawl up a coconut tree, get a coconut, crack it open, and shave it for you?
No.
It is
Tom,
unbelievable.
We live wildly different
Yes.
lives, Tom.
The guy was just doing it. I didn't hire him or anything.
I've never even been in like spitting distance of a coconut tree, let alone a
Well,
man
you're
who's
very
willing
young.
to. Yeah,
Right.
that's true.
I don't think I've been on the same landmass as a coconut tree.
You've been to Florida.
No, I haven't.
Well,
No, I haven't been to Florida.
Coconut trees are not that.
I don't know. I
they're
assume
not
they're
widespread in
tropical island somewhere.
Yeah, that was the least relatable thing I've ever heard anybody say in my life.
What?
And
Eating
then did you-
coconut?
Yeah, having a man climb up a tree.
I didn't have him do it. He was doing it for everybody.
But like, did you pay him?
I offered to pay him and he wouldn't take any money. He says, I love doing this. And he said, I need the exercise when climbing up the tree is good exercise.
This is my life's passion.
To become a coconut cutter.
Like I love
Good
being.
for him.
I love coming and doing the show. I laugh. I have a great time. I actually love being around you guys.
I have a bizarre life, don't I?
But I do not do this for free. So the fact that this man is climbing a tree, going, "This is for my health." Can I get
Getting a
you
workout.
Was
wrong
it
with that?
delicious or was it weird?
No, it was really delicious. Very, very fresh coconut. Oh God, it was good.
Yeah. And also, I don't think I love something so much where if I was doing it for free and somebody happened to walk by and offer me some money for doing it, that I would turn it down. I'd be like, yeah, you can give me that money.
Don't give me money.
I might start working that in my like vernacular. It's just like if I do like the smallest favor for somebody, like, oh, here, let me get the door for you. They're like, oh, you didn't need to do that. I did that for my health.
Exactly. Me pulling the door open.
Don't worry about it.
I will tell you one thing though. In the group, and again, we were not all together. There was kind of a group on it. It was on a beach, and he was going up the tree and getting the coconuts all right. What?
I can't. This is just so much of a funny story.
It's a true story.
I 1,000% believe. Trust me, I believe you. You don't lie, and this is a crazy story. But like, I'm listening. So he goes.
I don't remember what the hell I was going to say.
I didn't interrupt you. I was laughing that time.
No, I understand that. Hey, look.
So you're in the big group, and he was grabbing this. Can I ask you a question about this?
Yes.
I've never drank from a coconut, but I love coconut milk, and I love coconut water. Does it taste more like coconut water?
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Absolutely, it does.
And do you drink from it?
He wanted me to, but I said no.
So what did you put it in a second container?
Touching that shell and stuff. I don't want you touching it on my lips.
So wait, did you put it in another container?
No. Yes, I put it in a glass. Yeah, I did.
And how much does it make? Like how much does one?
About what, 3 ounces maybe? Maybe
That's
two, 3 ounces. Maybe it's more than that. I don't know.
That's only like that much.
I do not know. But I will tell you this. There was a teenage boy that was on the beach with us.
Yeah.
Guess what he did with his coconut?
Tried to have sex with it.
Nope. He took the 2 halves and put them under his shirt. So he had huge breasts.
Yeah.
I was saying that was gonna be my next question.
Was it really?
Did he have a machete that he like sliced the top off, or did he like do a little drill?
No, he did. I don't know how he cracked them with a blade. I don't know how he did it, but he was really good at that too. It was like what, and it would just crack. I tried that, didn't work.
You know that coconut bra kind of vibe. I was at a charity golf thing, and we were hosting one of the holes, and we were like saying, you do this, whatever, closer to the pin kind of vibe. Anyways, me and my friend Ricka decided if you pick up like the grass shavings, they get from divots and put it to your crotch, it's like a funny, like
I understand.
Thing, yeah.
And we were laughing so hard because we try to find the weirdest ones. That stuff will
they're
make
about this long.
That will make you laugh so hard. So like that kid with the coconut, I get it.
You'll get no argument from me on that one.
No, that's funny.
So look at all we've learned this morning about one another.
Yeah.
That I've had coconut water and you haven't.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
That you've had coconut water fresh out of a coconut, but you haven't had a McFlurry.
That's correct.
Wild.
That is like actually the epitome of Tom Barnard right there.
Yeah.
I got to tell you something too. I was the voice of McDonald's for about 10 years.
And you still haven't, like, I would have made them pay me in McFlurry.
What was the saying back then?
Was it I'm loving it?
Was it I'm loving it or my way or whatever?
Okay, let me tell you one thing now. Okay, you ready for this one? Mm-hmm. Sally Bell was the little girl's name, and I will never forget her name. She was taking part in the Olympics. This is 30 years ago.
Love this story.
Oh, you love the story. Yeah.
Well, I should say I love it, but I'm sorry. I
go to Chicago and I cut like 10 TV commercials for the Olympics. This is 1984, I believe. I think it was either 80 or 84, one of those two, right? So we go and I cut the commercials and all the rest of it. Oh, and matter of fact, I know it was 84 because Kath and I were coming back from our what do they call it when you get married? Honeymoon. There you go. So we land at the airport in Utah because you didn't be able to used to fly directly to Calgary. You'd have to go way to hell over to Salt Lake City and then go up to Calgary. It was a pain in the ass. So Catherine and I are walking through the airport. And like I said, I cut 10 commercials for McDonald's for the Olympics in 1984. We're walking through, and that's back when they used to line the newspaper boxes up on the hallways. You remember that? Mm-hmm. Paper box after paper box. And I kept looking going, what did that say? Because it's like the 5th time I didn't read it, but it just stuck in my brain. That was the day after the guy killed 28 people at a McDonald's in San Diego, and they yanked every one of my spots.
You love this story.
Isn't that terrible?
Yeah, like that's an incredible story. Not like, oh yay, that's so happy.
No, I'm not happy that he killed all the people.
I mean, like,
that's not the issue.
That's an incredible story.
The timing is what we're talking about.
Yeah, like I just cut 10 commercials to be on the Olympics where everybody is going to be watching. I'm going to make a lot of money. And there's a mass shooting at a McDonald's. Like, what are the odds? Like, that's an incredible story.
It's incredibly That's terrible.
Well, I know it's terrible. Yeah. That's the whole point.
Right. But it's still
it's not more me. No, that cost me a lot of money. That's not what I'm saying.
No, I know. That's why I was like surprised that Tevin was all like, gather around, kids.
Okay, guys, good stories don't always have to be happy and upbeat. That's like
you literally smiled like a child.
Because I like the
go
story.
Back to the YouTube page. You were like, I love this story. It's great. Brittany,
I'm sorry
this is the story.
I'm sorry
Tom, that is a haunting story.
We will. Okay, there's another great one. There comes in a twosome. You remember Kevin Meaney, the commercial, the comic? I mean, Kevin Meaney. He ended up killing himself. Unfortunately, he's the nicest guy in the world. Funny as a son of a bitch.
Kevin Meaney.
Kevin Meaney. Yep. He was a really, really good guy. Killed himself probably about 15 years ago, something like that. But he was in studio the day they arrested Jeffrey Dahmer, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he's on the show. And he used to kind of talk like, hey, Tom, how you doing? He had this kind of voice.
Yeah.
So national news breaks. Jeffrey Dahmer has been arrested, and they start talking about they finding heads in the refrigerator.
That's
and
so crazy. You're on air during
it
this.
was on the air during this. They found a heart boiling on the stove. They found all this stuff, right? And Kevin Meaney goes, how'd you like to be the custodian in that building? He was like, because it was an apartment building that was happening. He goes, yeah, I gotta believe if you're the owner, or you send the guy in, you open the door, you look around, and all that blood and everything, you go, all this carpet's gotta go. See, now that's funny to you.
Yeah, it's right.
Just
but,
as many murders.
Right. But when Tevin wants to say something was great, they're like, okay.
It blew my mind. I kept thinking, Tevin loves this story. I'm really excited to hear it. And I just didn't expect it to be that downer. I don't know.
Did you find Kevin? Kevin's
I saw. Yeah, I found his picture. He
this is
very sweaty looking human being.
Was he sweaty looking?
Well,
He's the nicest guy in the world.
They had a picture of him on stage. He had a blue shirt, and then there was just darker blue patches.
Let's just say it was a Navy shirt that did not start Navy.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, let me put it this way, because you could tell, and I really like Kevin Meaney. He was just, first thing he ever said to me is, Tom, I just got here. I was in Kansas City, and my heart's broken. I said, why? What's the matter? So I was all excited. I was at the Fox Theater. The Fox Theater in Kansas City is one of the most famous theaters in the country. It's a great place. I think it's still there. I assume it is. But he said, I drove into town, this legendary theater. I'm going to make my first appearance at the theater. And I drive up, and there it is on the docket. Coming today, Kelly Mealy.
Oh, no.
Kelly Mealy. Kevin Meaney, Kelly Mealy. What's the difference?
Rough
That's
one.
that's really rough, because comedians, especially obviously once you get to the I'm Bill Burr, Kevin Hart, I'm selling out arenas, that's different. But on your way up, you're doing dive bars, and then you get your first theater, and they put your name wrong on there, and I'd be devastated.
And it's the intentionalness of it. I mean, when somebody back in the day, you'd put those letters up, so it's not like digital where you can fix it or whatever. That's going to be that way.
Where did you go to high school?
Henry Sibley, but no.
Oh, did you?
Three Rivers.
Well, the reason I'm asking is because intentionalness, is that the only place you can find it in the dictionary?
Probably. They have really old dictionaries in it. A lot of times we had to write in our own words.
Yes.
Yeah, it was just notebooks lying around.
It was just a blank book that they just wrote their favorite words in. Yeah.
Indeed. Something like that. And I was going to read the story about listed 28 places women refuse to go on a first date. Has the internet divided? I do want to get to it, but we've got to go to a break first. I haven't seen Austin yet, right?
Nope, I don't know what's going on. I'll try to contact him, but we'll figure it out.
Whatever he's got to do, he's got to do. He's got a job to do. He's got a job to do. I can't worry about it. And neither can you, right?
Nope.
All right, we shall take a break right now, and hopefully we'll get to that. But definitely getting to the list of 28 places women refuse. Is there a place you would refuse to go on a date?
Your first date.
Okay.
Yeah, first date. You're absolutely right. It has to be a first date.
In full disclosure, I will not go to a place where we have the most I will do is one drink of something. I will not do a full meal with somebody on a first date.
Really?
No.
It's probably a good idea.
Because it's a lot of time wasted when you first have to get the initial meet and see if you even vibe at all.
Yeah, that's true.
And to sit down for 2 hours. No. So I used to do dog walks or coffee. That's it.
Catherine and my first dinner was what convinced her that she needed to hang out with me.
Yeah.
Is that an old, it's not around anymore, so I need to say the name of it, but it was a fish place over on 13th and Nicollet up in a Hyatt?
Yeah.
Hyatt
I think
Hotel.
so, yeah.
I'm eating my food, and I ordered fish, even though I don't eat fish. I ordered just to impress a young woman. She'll think I like fish.
She thinks I'm high class.
Exactly. So I take my first bite, reach in, pull a hair out of my mouth, right? I look down, there's a second hair in the food, so I dig that one out. I take a bite off the sides. Now, I'm not eating the middle, I'm eating the sides. Find another hair, and I go, Jesus Christ. Catherine goes, what's the matter? I said, there's a wig in my food. And she started laughing so hard, I thought she was going to pass out.
Oh, that's so funny.
She said, that joke, she said, I knew you and I would click because of that joke.
See, isn't that funny how something that you go, okay, I'm not going to say anything because I don't want to look high maintenance or this way.
No, absolutely.
And then it ended up being the thing that you guys connect over is
it was
just a ridiculous comment.
It is Tom Barnard for Flagship Ford in Baldwin, Wisconsin. I'm happy to say I purchased a new EV Mustang, which I do love. I've said that many times, I know, but I do love that car. I got it from Flagship, and I have friends and coworkers who bought new vehicles and used ones from this family-run dealership that's just 20 minutes east of the metro in Baldwin, Wisconsin. Whether you want to compare their used car specials, claim Ford financing options, or simply book an oil change or tire rotation, they have you covered at Flagship Ford. New vehicles like the Ford Escape, the Edge, or F-150 pickups with special engine options. Flagship Ford can answer all your questions on your next new vehicle. The month of October is Tire Month at Flagship Ford. Fit your tires for your specific vehicle, any model, car, truck, or SUV, and get your tires before the snow flies, just $5 over cost. That's a purchase of 4 new tires with a $70 rebate gift card on top of the $5 over cost on most brands of tires. Flagship Ford, east of the metro in Baldwin, Wisconsin, online at flagshipford.com. That is flagshipford.com.
This is the Tom Barnard Morning Show. Listen live at tombernardshow.com or on the Tom Barnard Show app.
Tom here, and I just read a success story from MN Fat Loss client Elizabeth, who just completed the program. Elizabeth writes, I'm a 54-year-old woman who has struggled with losing weight. I had almost constant heartburn, trouble sleeping, brain fog. I tried counting calories, eating bars and shakes, and several other programs in which I would lose 5 to 10 pounds after months of struggling. After 60 days of the MN Fat Loss program, I was down 25 pounds. MN Fat Loss had really empowered me to believe that I can control my eating and my weight without having to sacrifice foods that I like. If you're thinking about finally committing to improving your health, this is the time to start. You won't regret your investment in yourself. It's so easy to see if MN Fat Loss is a good fit for you. They offer a free phone consultation to learn about the program. They also have virtual options to help you if you live far away, which I think is a brilliant idea. To schedule that free phone consultation, go to mnfatloss.com. The only thing you have to lose is that unwanted weight. That's www.mnfatloss.com. I cannot wait to hear about your success story. And please let them know that Tom sent you.
In a world that's racing a mile a minute, a split-second distraction can change everything. I'm Mike Bryant from Bradshaw & Bryant. Every day we see too many people, heads buried in their phones, unaware of the dangers they're in. Texting and driving isn't just reckless, it's playing Russian roulette with your life and the lives of others. In just 4 seconds of distraction, you've driven the length of a football field. Is there any text message that's worth your life, that's worth the lives of others? I've been fighting for the rights of the injured for over 30 years, but I'd rather you never meet me in a courtroom. So hear me now, stop texting and driving. Pay attention. Value your lives and the lives around you. And if you won't, know this. At Bradshaw & Bryant, we're relentless. We won't back down. We bring justice to those that need it.
Find Bradshaw & Bryant, personal injury attorneys at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
With Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw & Bryant.
The new Tom Barnard Morning Show is proud to have partners like Bradshaw & Bryant, MyPillow, and North American Banking Company founder, chairman, and president, Mike Bilski.
I've advertised on Tom's show for years, and the reason is simple. My business is recognized because of the ads, and that recognition has created growth. What business doesn't want to grow? I highly recommend the Tom Barnard Morning Show for your advertising.
Grow results for your business by partnering with the Tom Barnard Morning Show. Visit tombernardshow.com, keyword partner.
We're back.
We are back, baby. Look at that timing, huh?
Look at that timing.
Now we're talking.
Dave Bialke? No, Bob Sansfer? Are you here?
Bob No, he was.
Hey, Tommy, let me ask you a question. Wait a minute, that wasn't loud enough. Hey, Tommy, let me ask you a question.
Here's the thing about Dave Bialke you gotta know.
He goes to work for you.
Sandy does like to talk loud, doesn't he?
He sure does.
All right, list of 28 places women refuse to go on a first date. Has the internet divided, so some good, some bad. We're going to find out what the hell this is all about. I was trying to think of if there was a place I would not want to go on a first date.
I just always say take it slow because literally you'll know, like you don't know via text when you're on these dating apps if they're your vibe, but you know almost immediately if you don't want to be with them.
Yeah,
when you hang out.
I can see that. This is a first date list that has been circulating the internet and causing major rifts as people argue over its substance. The viral first date list is a semi-anonymous list of 28 places that women absolutely refuse to go to on a first date. After taking social media by storm, it jumped to radio DJs. Radio DJs, man.
Embarrassing group to be a part of.
Well, What the hell is a disc jockey now? There aren't any discs anymore. How can you be a DJ when they don't have discs anymore?
Yeah, technically, it's just a different form. Now it's a digital disc.
How about an AJ? Huh? An air jockey. AJ the air jockey.
That is not the A I thought you were going to go with.
Yeah. Asshole?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's real nice.
An ass jockey.
Ass jockey. Oh, well.
Hey, now.
Get the guy back on from yesterday. Anyway. Moving on.
Oh, my gosh. I think we have to shut the show down.
All right. Hey, it's been fun today, everybody. Have a great show.
What?
So back to the list.
Good for him. I'm happy for the guy.
Back to the list of places we don't go on dates.
But here's what I love. You make a reference like that, it's not harmful in the damn least.
Oh,
but you could say, "Boy, look at the titties on that woman."
No, I don't think you can say that either. I don't think we can say that either.
I've heard you both say it. You say it like every day.
Yeah, you constantly talk about each other's titties.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
What the hell is happening today?
You know what? We'll get to the story later because I do want to talk about this. I just love the fact that because you joke around a little bit, you're all of a sudden a very hateful, racist, horrible human being. No, you're not. No. Calm down.
Yeah.
Jesus, this condemning people because they have a sense of humor.
That.
Oh, are you nuts?
No, I'm just saying not here.
No.
Like,
not here.
Fine.
No.
But in general, you're right. Like people will think that. And I think that people that hear something that's a joke and go, oh, you're racist, you're sexist, you're whatever. I think you should be required to expose your group chat messages because I promise everybody's got something in their group chat that they've said as a joke amongst their friends where they know they're not going to be taken seriously. That would be a little bit questionable if it came out.
You just calm down. The hatred it enters in, particularly in the state of Minnesota, by the way. They love going after people and destroying them.
Yeah.
Minnesotans just love doing it. Not everybody in Minnesota, but half the people are nice.
Don't you think it ebb and wane? Like it goes
about half.
It goes back and forth. So like we'll have like a really like let's get them phase to whoa, we got a lot of people phase. Like people
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, like it's all of a sudden there's like a weird, it's almost ritualistic in the way that we used to put people in volcanoes. It's almost like, okay, we have to sacrifice a certain amount of people. Oh wait, we've sacrificed too many people.
Yeah.
It's almost like it's very odd when you realize
disgusting.
Where the line is or where the line isn't or who can say what. Like if you're a comedian, you're allowed to say anything you want. But how about if you're a comedy podcast or where does the line, you know what I mean? It's blurred lines. And then you're right. Knowing people's true intentions is so important. And it's like, sometimes I'll make a joke and I'll be like, oh man, if somebody just took a clip of that, I would sound like a monster.
Yeah.
How about if the intentions are none of their damn business? How about that?
But I want people to know my intentions. Me personally, like I walk around hoping people know I am trying to get through my day without offending anybody or hurting anyone's feelings.
You're trying to get through your day by avoiding work. That's how you get through.
You can do two things at once.
You got a couple of things cooking, do you? Yes. No, I'll give you an example about not being uncomfortable with any of the things other people are, because I grew up around a lot of people who joked constantly. Again, Catholics, Jews, and Black people can tell a lot of jokes. They just are, right?
Can confirm.
Yeah,
at least can confirm. At least 1/3 of those.
Weirdest way.
I don't know.
It's true.
He looked at me like, I don't know. I got a cosign for the Black community. Like, yes, we do.
You don't have to.
We make fun of a lot of people.
No, we joke around with a lot of people.
It's a tomato.
No. Here's a perfect example. I'm at Arthur Bryant's in Kansas City. I ordered the big rack of ribs. I go over. This is 30 years ago. And I bring the empty tray back. And as I'm setting it on the counter, he's where you are, and the other guy's where you are, Brittany.
Yeah.
And I'm standing here putting my empty tray back on the deal. Guy on the left turns the guy on the right and goes, I told you that big N could eat. Now, I was honored by that.
Yeah.
The fact that when you call me the big N meant he understands that I would not be upset by that. Right?
Yeah.
He could just tell, because I laughed my ass off. I thought it was hilarious. Right? Yeah. Can we ever get back there?
I mean, the thing is, it's who you surround yourself with, right? Like,
yeah, I suppose.
Yesterday, I was playing tennis with this wonderful woman named Jessica, and I was saying, she's like, well, what do you do? I mentioned like, oh, I hang out with a lot of guys. It's fun to be around a bunch of women. And I may have gone, just to clear up, I'm not a prostitute. And then we both laughed. Not? That I know of. I mean, side hustles. But like we laughed so hard. It was like one of those things. It was like a friendship test of like, will this be funny to her? And like, especially like at the kind of the club vibe of like, what's good at whatever. So it's like, okay, she's somebody like if she would have just been like, how dare you mention prostitution? Like I would have been testing the waters and we would have been done. But like, you know what I mean? Like there's that like, all right, can you laugh at yourself? You have to be able, if you're gonna make jokes at other people, you have to be able to laugh at yourself.
And
like,
they can't laugh at themselves. They're way too serious.
Yeah.
And Brittany, like kind of what you're talking about, it's a lot like starting a new job where you're like, nobody goes in day one and kicks down the door and is there who they are as a normal person. Like I have to feel everybody out, figure out, okay, who can take a joke, who can once you figure it out, like now we can roast each other and have fun and laugh a little bit.
And you know who you're not like, who will be fine professionally, but like, like I'm not going to jump in there and start making like you just feel out who you trust and who but it's like it's funny too because people, you wake up in the morning and everybody's dealing with their own stuff, right? And so you never know what anyone's dealing with,
right?
And so there is that aspect. And I think the main thing that going forward that I hope that you guys do is if I ever do offend you, if you tell me, I will immediately apologize.
Let me get my list out that I have.
Oh,
how would you ever offend me?
You want me to try?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just kidding.
I
literally hate this game. And as I was saying it,
well, you get reminded me of growing up around people who played the dozens. You guys probably know the dozens, right?
I know what it is because we've talked about it.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: I know how to hurt you. I know how to make you angry.
No, you mess with my family.
I was just going to say all I'd have to do.
Right. Yep.
I'm not going to acknowledge Andy's birthday today. I'm going to literally.
That's right.
She just
forget
the
Andy.
Cupcakes on the ground.
The cupcakes are right. Did you go in there and get a cupcake?
No, I would never do that.
Zags leaning the wrong way.
Leaning the wrong way. Sounds like another. Am I leaning the wrong way today?
Can we ever get back to a point where we can joke around? You can insult me. I can insult. That's how I grew up. Everybody insulted everyone else. That's how it was.
Yeah.
And it was wonderful.
And I'm the type of person where I have to like remind myself because like growing up, me and my friends, it was brutal. Like that. It was brutal. Like
brutal.
And but we all just took jokes and it was fine. We were all fine. But like now today, like there'll be some people like they'll go like try to start that with me now. And I'll be like, okay, I have to remember dial it back like 3 notches because I don't want to make this person cry.
Oh, when I got back from my deployment.
No, good. That's good.
When I got back from my deployment, I was like, I would literally say some things where I'd go, oh no, like I'm never going to see that person again because of the joke I pulled out because I was so used to knowing some people so well and making terrible jokes. Like, and so you just go, oh God. Like the dialing it back was real for me. Yeah. Like if I ever want to work in a corporate world, I can't just say the F word every 2 seconds.
Why not?
I guess you're not supposed to.
Do you have a moment that sticks with you from like your childhood that was one where you're like, oh wait, I can't treat everybody the same? Because I do.
No, tell us me yours.
So I was working at a Perkins restaurant and bakery in Arden Hills off the corner of 394 in Lexington. I don't even know if it's still there. But anyway, I was like probably 15, 16 years old. And there was this girl that like we would go back and forth all the time. And she was sitting there eating a muffin in the kitchen. And she had eaten something like an hour before.
Oh, no.
And I was walking by and just in passing was like, oh, eating again, are we? And she immediately stops chewing the muffin and sets it down and just like bawls.
Oh my God.
And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm the world's biggest asshole. Like, I'm so sorry. Like, I didn't mean like anything. And I just was like, I gotta quit this job immediately. No, I was an asshole. I was an asshole.
I was an asshole. He didn't know her well enough. That food could be a thing for her. And like, she could be every day being like, people are dealing with eating disorder, all the things. He didn't know her well enough. If you did that to me, I would laugh and continue eating because you and I know each other. Like we know each other. I know, but like, you can't throw that one out.
Like
that was a lesson
monster.
learned.
I was like, well, note to self, Tevin, we gotta not say the first thing that comes to your mind every time.
It's funny. You almost did it again. Why get upset over that stuff? Okay, what's worse? Telling a joke that offends people or you as an entire party going after somebody and ruining their life? Which is worse?
What is it?
Because that's what they do. Why do you have to vomit on the show?
Why does it have to be one of the two?
Because that's what they do. When they don't like a joke, they will go after you full bore. That's why that's what they do.
Like, I just feel like 90% of people do fall in the middle of like yeah, your joke wasn't funny to me, but I don't feel the need to take you down.
I think that's true.
Yeah.
But there are people that cannot wait to harm other people.
Well, it depends
It's
on
disgusting.
It depends on what it is too. I think like if it's a joke that, like essentially me accusing this girl of being a fat person, I guess.
I didn't hear that reference.
I don't know. But, you know, like that, she could have went to the manager and been like, Tevin called me fat or something, and I could have like got in trouble, but she didn't. Like we were friendly. We haven't talked since, but that's fine.
That's the way it's gonna go.
But yeah, so I don't know. Like I don't think people hear a joke necessarily and always go over the top.
Kevin, what you don't realize, and you don't realize all the time, you are a very attractive guy, and I mean this in like I hope you know, like mother sister kind of vibe.
Right.
I know I'm not old enough to be your mother, but like that's kind of our dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
Is like I hope you know when I say. So you are a hot guy that walked into the room and it like verbally told her that she's eating too much. Like I just go, oh, cringe.
Yeah, there's a lot of moments like that in my life, unfortunately, that I'm like foot in mouth. Like, yeah. You remember the movie Elf when like they yell, "Buddy, hey, have a nice day. I hope you find your dad."
Yeah.
So that was like something that people would just say anytime people left. And I was working at a job, and one of the servers was leaving, and she's saying bye to everybody. And so I yelled down the hallway, "Goodbye, Erica. I hope you find your dad." And the whole room goes silent. She leaves. She didn't like say anything. She just leaves. And Rick goes like, "Tevin, Erica's dad died like 2 years." I was like, "Oh my gosh!" I immediately called her and was like, "Hey, I'm so right." And I didn't know. And I immediately called her like, "Hey, I'm so sorry." She's like, "Oh no, I thought it was funny. You're quoting Elf." Like, like whatever. So
it was other people's stuff.
Yeah, but I was like, yes, people are always.
But you have to cover your bases because otherwise that would live in your head forever.
Oh, it still does.
So that dial-up call laughter is so important. That's where I go, I have to do that. Like if I think I offended one of you guys, actually offended. Like you and I bicker all the time.
On a daily basis.
Pretty much. And so like, I don't worry about that. But like, if I said something and I'm like, oh, I'm really sorry. Like I didn't want to hurt. Like you and I've had that recently where I think I stepped out of line and said, hey, I wasn't trying to convey that. And you were like, good, because this is that, whatever. And we figured it out immediately.
Yeah, it's not a problem. No.
But like that follow-up call is where the difference is between like being a person who's going through life, not thinking of other people, and then going through life covering yourself saying, I can't think about this for the next 30 years of my life, so I need to call that person.
Okay. 1963 or 4, somewhere in there. West Broadway and Lyndale Avenue. There used to be a furniture barn store right there on the corner.
Okay.
And this was a very well-dressed African-American guy that was the manager at that time. And this woman came in and started complaining about everything. And she would not stop complaining. He would go, yes, ma'am, I'll handle that for you in just 1 second. She would, no, I got to handle it right now. He goes, I actually promised this person I'd do something. I'll get back to you. She said, nope, I want it right now. You got to talk to me right now. And he said, I will be right back. As he turns around, and I happen to be where you are. She's behind him, and he's walking this way. And he goes, goddamn 2 tons of fun.
That's like a very Al Bundy moment.
That is a very Al Bundy moment. You're saying, goddamn 2 tons of fun.
And from being in like a managerial role, like he says that loud enough for you to hear because he's like, I know that you see how rude and ruthless this person's being. I need somebody else to just accept my frustration.
I laughed my ass off. And she was looking at me like, what the hell are you laughing about?
I don't know. I thought of something funny from earlier today.
Something just popped into my head. I don't know what it was. 2 tons of fun.
And if you work in a service industry, like you need those moments of like levity because sometimes people can treat you like trash.
Can you imagine me working in the service industry?
No, you
I'd
literally
be horrible.
Be the worst.
I would. I'd be terrible. I could not take people barking at me all day. No way.
I'm really good at it.
Public service.
I'm good at people telling me what to do. I don't care.
You just don't listen. You don't pay any attention.
I'm like, I don't know. Like, it doesn't bug me if someone's like, get this, get that. Like, I'm fine with it. But like, maybe that's the military where I just don't.
No, that's probably true. It is probably a military thing.
And now I would say like it's kind of shifted since COVID, where when you get rude customers, like whether it was when I was working at Walzer or working at Union, you'd get people that would kind of be rude. And as long as you're professional about it, and you're like, hey, if you're gonna talk like that, like you can go somewhere else. Like I'm not entertaining this, and people will like, oh, you're right. Like I should calm down a little bit. Well, you do get the other end of it too, but people are more calm now.
Yeah, and especially with supply chains and everything that's going on, it really has the like supply and demand has kind of turned on its head. Where like especially getting a car at that time.
Oh,
You have to be like, who do you know to get a car? Like,
Right.
it's not like you're running out looking for customers. Customers are, looking for cars. So when that flips, yeah, you better mind your P's and Q's.
mhm.
What are you looking at me for?
I don't know. I just need to look at somebody.
Typical backstab. That's all I'm saying.
Right in the front, though.
All right, let me get to this. Apparently, our guest's not coming in today, but such is
No,
life.
well, yeah, we'll figure it out.
Whatever works. There's a first date list that has been circulating the internet and causing major rifts as people argue over substance. The viral first date list is a semi-anonymous list of 28 places that women absolutely refuse to go to on a first date. After taking social media by storm, it jumped to radio DJs and celebrities discussing it. Before we get deep into how the internet is talking about this first date, let's take a look at the actual list itself. So these are first date places that. Should I start at the bottom and go to one, or one that doesn't matter?
No, it's not in any specific order. It's just a
Okay.
list of all the places.
Cheesecake Factory.
No, I don't want to go there for first date.
I don't want to go there, period.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever been to the Cheesecake
I haven't
Factory.
either. Never
You
have.
guys definitely should go because their menus are like novels.
Yeah, I heard.
They're
They're
you can have anything. You know, a restaurant that does everything does nothing good.
Yeah, that's
That's
the
kind of the vibe.
Oh.
But good cheesecake, I will say that.
I must be a woman
Yeah,
because I'm looking at the top 5. I don't go to any of these restaurants.
I agree. The first one, no, thank you.
Okay, Cheesecake Factory. Number 2 is Applebee's.
Nope, I don't want to go there.
If you're a high schooler, that one makes sense. But
Yeah,
a grown
true.
adult,
Mm.
absolutely not.
Chili's.
It's the same as Applebee's.
Yeah.
Same as Applebee's.
But-
Okay.
Chips on the table change things, but I probably shouldn't go there for a first date because I will become. rah, 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 rah.
How about Chipotle?
Yeah, no. Fast
No.
food, no.
That's
No,
fast
okay.
cash. No,
Olive Garden.
More acceptable, but only if you're like younger.
I feel like you have to wait until like if you find out they secretly like Olive Garden, and then you go as more of like a we or know each other well at like 5th, 6th date. Like that's not a first date vibe.
No, I wouldn't.
And I
think
guess,
so.
are we saying like first date, this is the first time you've met the person?
That's the difference, right? Because I won't even go to a restaurant with somebody on a first date. Like
Man, that's a good move. I
if
think.
I don't know them. If I'd
Yeah.
met, like how you and Catherine had met and obviously like knew that there was some attraction, I can understand a meal. But otherwise, I'm only doing liquids. Thank you.
Okay.
So far, I don't go to any of these. It's
No.
kind of weird. And by the way, my father-in-law, who just died last year, told me he loved to go to Olive Garden because it was all little kids and old people.
Yeah.
Yeah, that does
Dude.
sum it up.
My cousins and I will go to Olive Garden, and it's kind of
That's
fun.
funny.
It's good.
It's good.
Yeah, breadsticks.
The movies. Going to movies on a first date?
Hell no.
Yeah, I agree. That's
So-
not a good choice.
You're not even get to know the person. You're just gonna sit quietly and watch a movie with them. Like I'd be so anxious. I'd be like,
Yeah.
what are they thinking? Do
What if
they-
they're trying to impress you by laughing at things that aren't funny?
that would be
Right.
super
Or if it's a
weird.
scary
Horrible.
movie and no, I'm more scared than Brittany is, and that's just a whole mess.
Me being scary. Then we got Your House. No,
Yeah,
no, that's
not-
no. Any fast food chain. Buffalo Wild Wings.
Do like
Correct.
the trivia.
Wingstop.
No,
Red Lobster. I'd probably go on a first date to Red Lobster. I wouldn't mind that.
I'm not mad at Red Lobster.
No, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, Catherine and I went to that place, whatever. Then you got a buffet.
No, that's so weird.
Yeah, that would be
Yeah.
weird to go on a first date to a buffet.
When I unbuckle my pants
Right, because we're gonna find out a lot about both of us.
because I need to make more room,
True.
like not in a sexy way.
IHOP. That's International House of Pancakes, right?
I've only
Yep.
been there absolutely hungover, absolutely wasted. There
Yep.
is no in between for me and
Right.
IHOP. I don't actually know what that place looks like. I've only been blackout.
Denny's.
Same for
Same,
Denny's.
same for
Denny's.
Denny's.
Same story.
Hard truth.
The gym.
What type of monster suggests the gym for a first
the
date?
gym?
Even if like you met at the gym and you're like, oh hey, you want to like what? You shouldn't be like, hey, let's just come back here and like get a set in or something like
Yeah,
that.
that's so weird.
Not unless you're the biggest guy at the gym.
Yeah, that's true.
It's just weird to do a physical activity before you know somebody. Like you're gonna watch me do a deep squat?
I don't know. I do like laser tag.
I would do laser tag.
Oh, for Christ's
Second
sake.
date,
What are you
though.
both, 14?
Let's know each other
Yeah.
more before we spend money on each other.
Okay, this one would be a little tough to handle. Brittany, would you like to go on a date with me? Let's go to church.
I think actually for the sake of getting you in a church, I'll go.
Oh, just to drag me in the door. Starbucks. That Starbucks would be okay.
I have a problem with that one.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Being on the list.
I do love
because
Starbucks.
Coffee, I think, would be great.
That'd be the good place.
You're not committing to like a huge bill on anything. It's good conversation. There's no like, you don't have to wait for the food to come. It's like as soon as you have your drink, you can really take it to go if stuff goes bad or you're just not clicking.
That. No, I think Cup of Java on Bryn Mawr, the place you love, was always my go-to. Starbucks would be fine too. AJ, I'm so with you. I love the on-the-go thing. Let's go for a walk. Oh, we're kind of vibing. Let's go for like a 2-block walk. There's this very limited investment, even if like awkwardly I like to get there first, so I buy my own and then they're on their own. But if they do buy mine, it's like what, $2-3, so it's not like I'm beholden to them. So total vibe. I love Starbucks as an option.
Yeah, I would not have a problem with Starbucks at all. That would make sense to me. Coffee dates, that's the same thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Same story.
I love that.
Ice cream dates, no. Nope, I don't want to eat ice cream. We'll watch you eat ice cream.
No. I could be talked into this.
Oh, you could? Okay.
Yeah, like because it's a minimal, again, investment. Yeah. It's whatever. But like, honestly, like there's no way I'm eating a cone in front of you and trying to talk.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's
exactly.
weird.
You know,
like there are weird things like that. Like mine was always chicken wings. Like I have to know you for a while before I eat chicken wings because you can't look sexy and eat a chicken wing.
I still barely do in front of Justin, and he watched me birth a child, and I still would rather not eat a chicken wing in front of him because I'm disgusting.
If it's out in public, it's got to be the boneless because it's just so much cleaner.
But then I feel like a child because all it is a chicken nugget dipped in sauce.
Chicken nugget that they call a boneless wing.
I make
they
that
really
sacrifice.
Chicken tendies, please,
right.
to go.
I might save the next one for last because it's the most ridiculous idea I've ever heard in my entire life. How many are there total?
28.
Well, they're 28, and that one is number 20. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it now.
Okay.
First date, a family function. No way.
Is this some crappy like rom-com? Like why are you bringing a first date to like a family reunion?
What are you?
I would be mortified.
Hey, Uncle Jim, this is Jessica. Oh,
Could you imagine meeting your cousin's girlfriend that you find out that this is their first date?
Not even a girlfriend.
Yeah, you can.
This is the first date. You're not.
You can't call me. This is my human I met.
Yeah.
That you know now officially as well as I do. You just met.
Jesus.
Did you know Jessica works at so and so? No, that's great news though. Like,
I'm glad you asked that because I literally nothing about
that
her.
was on my list to find out.
Oh my God.
This next one's just as bad.
Okay.
Movie night watching Netflix or Hulu at your house. Nope.
No.
Not gonna happen.
No.
Somewhere that requires a long drive. Nope. Not gonna happen.
No.
Time and money investment. No. It's got to be within like 10 miles.
Because if you know it's a nightmare and you have like an hour drive back, that's just terrible.
Yep.
Oh, it's literally the worst. I would not.
Indeed.
And like, why do we have to drive an hour and a half somewhere? You can find something that's closer.
Yeah.
Like, what's
Listen,
out there that you
that's
need
like
me to be out there
a
for?
long distance relationship to me. Like that, it's not gonna happen.
Right.
Then you got bowling.
I don't hate bowling.
I don't hate bowling. Again, I would never do if I had not met them. Commit that much time because bowling is a long time with somebody you don't want to hang out with.
Nightclubs.
What is wrong with people?
I
of
wouldn't-
course, if somebody
First date, no.
let's meet at the nightclub because what are you going to drive together? We're both paying for parking. This is insane.
A bar just for drinks.
I don't think that's bad.
That'd be fine. I agree.
That's like my vibe. I mean, like drinks minimal.
Waffle House.
Again,
Nope.
That's another drunk or hungover place.
I cannot tell you what a
That's
Waffle
true.
House looks like for the life of me.
Sports events. Nope.
Not on a first date.
Not on a
Too
first
much
date,
money
no.
commitment.
Too much, so much money, so much time.
Yes.
And then
and if it's my team, and
Yeah,
now
what
you're
am I
gonna
gonna-
watch me scream at
So,
the
like,
Vikings.
Tevin, do you have any siblings?
Get off the field.
Get the ball out of your hands, Kirk.
Tevin, are you close with your mom?
Nope.
Look me in the eye when you talk to me, you
That is
monster.
not my vibe.
Okay, I did skip number 25 because it might be the worst of them all.
Oh no, is it a strip club?
No, God, that'd be terrible. That'd be even worse. No, number 25, the last one, because I'm going back to it. A hookah bar.
That's so weird.
I've never even been to a hookah bar in my life.
I think that it'd be really hard to be cool in a situation that first off is very foreign to me, and then like casually like sucking on that thing, I would be so awkward. Oh, I'd be a wreck.
I
We
would
need
as
to
well.
cut that timestamp. Whatever she just said that.
Just casually
sucking on that thing.
Like,
There you go.
could anything that's first time you've ever done anything around someone, and you're like, so wouldn't? I'd be a sweaty mess.
No, I would always recommend like a comedy show type vibe
For
for a
first
first date. Hell yeah, like because here's why. Here's why. Here's no. Here's why. Here's why. You can meet the person at the bar and have a drink beforehand, and you can feel it out, right? The comedy show tickets usually aren't that expensive. I'm talking about like going to like Acme House of Comedy on like a Thursday night chill show. The people on stage are going to be funny, so she's going to be like, you guys are going to be laughing, so you're going to have naturally feel like a good time, and then afterwards it's like, forget it's. I would say it's a very low risk.
Tevin, no, okay.
Let me throw out a nightmare scenario for you. You click at the bar.
Click at the bar. Click it. We're vibing. We're loving life.
She says, "Let's go get a table." You are like right off the stage. You're spitting distance from Joey's stand up. He gets into his set. Blah blah blah. There's one thing that just strikes a nerve. All of a sudden, you can't say that. That's and then he starts at the bar.
No. Let's everybody calm down. I worked at a comedy club for almost 10 years. That almost never happens.
But this happens.
The clips you see online are cherry picked. There's that almost nobody's standing up in the middle of a comedy show on a regular basis. Go ahead, Brittany.
Thank you. Can I have the floor?
Did you just raise your hand?
Yes. Here's what happens a lot though. If people don't go to comedy shows a lot and they just met each other, she might talk during it to him. She might try to talk to you during the comedy show.
Well, that's what you do.
I would never.
You never shut up. What are you talking about?
The anxiety I would have to talk during somebody's stand-up.
Yeah, that would be tough.
But like you may throw this idea because you go to a lot of comedy shows. She might not. She's like, oh my God, are we going to get drinks after? She's talking during the set.
Right. Okay. But that's very easy to like, once you're in the show, people can understand that like, hey, okay, this isn't the spot where we're having a full blown conversation.
Yeah.
No question. Okay.
Terrible idea.
Moving on. Stephen A. Smith. You guys know who Stephen A. Smith is, right?
Yes. Yeah. Stephen A.
Okay. Ask a question that is on everyone's mind after seeing the list. Stephen A. tweeted, well, damn, where can we go? Ladies, what is the acceptable first date location? So what do you have?
Yeah, Brittany.
My favorite first dates and what my common first dates were when I was single, ready to mingle, hot on the town, looking fine. My favorite first dates were going on dog walks. Because you meet the person.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, you see if they're
terrible idea.
Okay.
Terrible idea.
Let me finish my sentence, sir.
Yeah, shut your cake hole.
Thank you, Thomas. So you meet, you know that they are like, because I want to be with somebody who's active and like can keep up. So if you have nothing to talk about, also, you can always talk about the dogs. When else fails, if a dog is around, like, oh my gosh, look at, robot just got to stop and pee. Let me, like, there's stuff to talk about.
That's so exhilarating.
Have you ever been on a first date where you would be very thankful for anything else to be happening? Also, I get a chore done. I have to walk my dogs anyways. So like, even if it's a terrible date, I don't waste my time. Secondly, if you can't
have a terrible date, that was a waste of your time.
No, because I still get a walk in with the dogs. I still get exercise in. I still get steps in. Thank you, Tom.
I was thinking.
Also, here's the thing is, I forgot what my thing was.
No.
Also, they don't like dogs. Like there's so many things you find out on a dog walk. And also, if you can't have fun on a dog walk, you're boring.
Are you bad at like interacting with people?
I don't know.
Because I feel like any of these.
Does this ring tell you I'm bad at interacting?
Yes.
Got that bag.
Because like realistically, any of the places on the list, I could go on a first date and do just fine.
Yeah. Again, hot guy bubble over here.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's the deal.
What's your first date? Like, what would be your go-to?
I have no idea. Because Catherine and I didn't really have a first date.
Yeah.
She was in journalism school when she was working for my attorney. I walked in and met her there. So she asked if she could interview me for her class.
Yeah.
So the first time we went out to dinner, she was interviewing me the whole time.
You think that was, I got to ask her, was that her intention?
Was she teeing me up?
Yeah.
I don't think she'd work that hard.
So what was your guys' then second date? Did you go out to dinner again or what?
Yeah, we went to dinner again, had a good time. She thought it was hilarious when I said there's a wig in my food. She laughed. She said that kind of kicked things off because I had a sense of humor. Instead of getting pissed off about it, I joked about it.
And so if you would have went for a dog walk, you never would have had hair in your food and she never would have laughed.
That would have been it for us.
It would have been so much hair. It's a dog. Tom, I got a question. So like at that point, the vibe was when it started off, the vibe was school. It was scholarly endeavors.
Yeah, yep.
How did you feel it out where you go, I'm going to ask for a date? Like after the date, after the scholarly hang, did you find yourself going, let's make this a date? Was that the question? Or did you call her? Like, I want to know deets.
Yeah, I don't remember. That was 40 some years ago. It was 43 years ago.
I want to ask her.
Yeah, you could ask her. She wouldn't remember it either, though.
I think is she coming in today? I will ask her.
She is not coming in today. It's Thursday. As a matter of fact, AJ, could you grab the other two guys and come in here?
Yeah,
1 second.
Of course.
Magnificent, because we got to go to break in a second. But
I was like, there's two guys out there. Yeah. So for those of the people that don't know, it is Andy's 37th birthday today.
Andy Barnard. Hey.
And nope. There's Gelfand.
Gentlemen.
Happy
birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Andy. Happy birthday to you.
Oh,
look at that.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, thank you.
Andy, how old are you?
I am 37.
That's disgusting.
How you feeling?
That's
A little bit better, I think.
Just a little?
I think this thing is unplugged.
Yeah, I tried to fix it.
We went through a whole thing.
I'll figure it out
We
later.
wanted you to have a win for your birthday, so we
win-win on the
something.
birthday.
Yeah. No, it's fine.
Win on the birthday. So, what have you done so far? Got up and drove here.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's it for your birthday. Oh, you're headed in there, are you?
Yeah.
Okay. Andy's never been big on the praise.
No, I was gonna say let's get Gelfand some headphones.
Yeah, good point.
Oh, yeah.
Here.
Oh, they're not right there.
These might work. We'll see.
Should work.
She just took my headphones. No, she didn't. I got mine.
You are, sir. You do not wear.
I was trying to see if you guys could fall for that.
You do not wear rose-colored glasses with our friendship.
No, hell no. Why would I? Gelfand, you all set now?
Oh yeah.
What are you looking for, Andy?
I had like my quarterly cortisone shot the other day.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a lot of fun because you go about 60 hours without sleep after that.
Oh God!
But I'm starting to wake up now. So
you're gonna be crabby?
Well, I had a lot of nightmares last night. I mean, I dreamed of all these horrible things happening.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
That's been my life since I was 9 years old.
Yeah.
I have a nightmare every night of my life. Why is that?
You may have a few things left to be resolved.
Little trauma?
But who knows? It's probably just in the DNA.
I honestly, God, I have a nightmare, at least a brief one, every night.
Yeah.
And I still do, which is weird.
Mine are actually usually like really boring. You know
what's amazing about that? You bring that up because I tried taking some medication to, like sleep medication stuff to alleviate it.
Yeah.
Some of them made it even worse.
Oh yeah. It's like I take trazodone.
Yeah.
Which I think for me, it's a miracle drug.
That's a good one. Yeah. Trazodone's a good drug.
Yeah. And I very rarely have interesting dreams because I like really boring dreams.
Nothing wrong with that.
No, because, they're not going to like jolt you awake or anything. And you don't remember much of them anyway. But yeah, so I like the trazodone. But the thing is, of course, I mean, the reason I finally retired from the other morning show was because I'd gone about 25 years without sleep.
Yeah.
But if I take the trazodone at 2 a.m., I go right to sleep.
Nice.
But if I take it at midnight, I can't get to sleep.
Well, and again, when you left it, you left out a part of that. When he finally left, he said, "I can't work for this shit company." You left that part out.
Well, the good thing was I never worked for the shit company.
No, you didn't. That's right. You left just in time.
It was like
didn't
a
you?
revolving door. They came in and I went out at the same time.
At the same time. That was a very smart move on your part.
Well, it really wasn't planned that way, but it worked out. It was one thing that did work out pretty well.
Same with you. You bailed on them too.
I quit so many times. That's why you could have started calling me Quitney. I quit.
Quitney.
I quit for every company that was owned. I at one point quit. So they're like, we're
Not
not
Disney. You didn't quit with Disney.
I wasn't there for Disney. I wish.
Oh, you weren't there. They were there for like 20 years.
Yeah, I'm so young and
Oh, God.
vivacious.
Young and vivacious. Oh, well.
Also
Pardon
37.
me. All right.
Yeah.
We got to do a quick break here, and we'll be right back in just a couple of seconds. Continuing with the birthday for Andy.
Yeah.
With quitting another. Just probably quit. What are you taking your coat off and you go home?
No, I just picked it up because it was on the ground.
That's what I'm saying. So you're headed home? Is that the plan?
Probably.
Going on a dog walk.
Yeah, probably.
Hoping to meet maybe someone interesting.
Ooh.
Maybe.
What do you think of that?
Well, add a little spice to the marriage.
Why
So,
not?
yeah.
Why wouldn't you, as they used to say? All right, we got to read this right now, ladies and gentlemen. Tommy B here to invite you to a bucket list event to hang out and meet and party with two of the premier quarterbacks in Minnesota Vikings history, Jim Super Shuffle McMahon and 2-Minute Tommy Kramer. Just saw Tommy last Saturday. Great guy. This event is, what's so great about that is I talk about really liking Tommy, just a great, very even kill guy. They said, you used to rip the shit out of him. I said, I know, but he didn't care. So it was a good thing.
He probably wasn't aware of it at the time.
Maybe not. This event is happening this Friday night, tomorrow night at Route 47 Pub and Grub in Fridley on University Avenue. It's presented by Buddy Becker, RES Realty, and Tailgate Spices, the taste of victory. So here's the deal. Go to TommyKramer9.com. Get your tickets starting at just $15 and plan on fun with you and your friends this Friday night at Route 47 in Fridley. The best Tom Petty tribute band, Free Fallin', is providing the musical entertainment. Big game champ Jim McMahon and Vikings legend Tommy Kramer. I have to do that at least once for Sid. Every time that's a salute to Sydney. There's no question about it. Vikings legend Tommy Kramer will provide all the stories of when the Vikings were actually good. That's in the copy. I did not say that. So that's actually in the copy. It's a memory of a lifetime to meet and hang out this Friday night at Route 47 in Fridley with the two best number 9 quarterbacks in NFL history. Our thanks to Buddy Becker, RES Realty, and Tailgate Spices for presenting this event. See Jim McMahon and Tommy Kramer live. Just go to TommyKramer9.com and they'll see you there.
This is the Tom Barnard Morning Show.
It's Tom Barnard for Flagship Ford in Baldwin, Wisconsin. I'm happy to say I purchased an EV Mustang from Flagship and have friends and coworkers who bought new vehicles and used ones from this family-run dealership that's just 20 minutes west of the metro in Baldwin. Whether you want to compare their used car specials, claim Ford financing options, or simply book an oil change or tire rotation, they have you covered at Flagship Ford. New vehicles like the Ford Escape, the Edge, or F-150 pickups with special engine options. Flagship Ford can answer all your questions on your next new vehicle. The month of October is Tire Month at Flagship Ford. Fit your tires for your specific vehicle, any model car, truck, or SUV, and get your tires before the snow flies, just $5 over cost. That's a purchase of 4 new tires with a $70 rebate gift card on top of the $5 over cost on most brands of tires. Flagship Ford, east of the metro in Baldwin, Wisconsin, and online at flagshipford.com. That's flagshipford.com. You need to know a guy for your auto repairs, legal issues, banking, and more. The same goes for investment advice. You need a guy to help you be successful, someone you can trust who gets results. Well, I got a guy for you. Josh Arnold. Josh gives you straight talk, not sugar-coated advice about your financial situation. Josh has seen it all when it comes to economic and market conditions, and Josh can make sure that your retirement objectives match your investments. Do yourself a favor and call Josh now for a no-obligation, 48-minute evaluation. You've got nothing to lose, and you'll get a different point of view for your investments. Call Josh at 952-925-5608. That is 952-925-5608. You'll be glad that you did. And tell him his guy, Tom, sent you.
Investment services offered by Josh Arnold Investment Consultant, LLC, a security investment advisor. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. All investments involve risk. All comments and opinions are Josh Arnold's and do not constitute investment advice. Tom Barnard is a paid endorser.
Tom Barnard is back. Every weekday, you'll hear Tommy B Brittany Arneson. Yes, that Brittany Arneson. Along with Tom's pals Kent Herbeck on Fridays, Bob Sansevier, Mike Stretch Gelfand, Tim Lammers, and from Channel 5 Eyewitness News, Chris Egert and Kristen Burt on entertainment and pop culture. It's Tom and the crew with opinions on news, opinions on life, opinions on entertainment, and of course, opinions on other people's stupid opinions. The Tom Barnard Show is a podcast, so you can listen when you want to listen. In the car, on the way to or from work, at home, on the job site, or wherever you need your Tommy B Show fix. Hear the show on the Tom Barnard Show app in your app store, as a podcast on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you get your podcasts, or see it on YouTube on the Tom Barnard Show channel.
Now we're talking. Do not shoot the messenger, ladies and gentlemen. The weather, cloudy with occasional showers. A thunderstorm is possible, a high of 58 today. Tonight, showery, windy and colder, a low of 40. On Friday, colder and windy. So the wind's going to be blowing. It's going to be a high of 44. On Saturday, clouds increase, blustery and cold with snow showers likely. So snow is likely on Saturday.
Yeah.
High of 36. On Sunday, a high of 35. On Monday, a high of 36. On Tuesday next week, 37. That's Halloween night. It's going to be 37 on Halloween night.
That's about right, though, isn't it?
Oh, a lot of times there could be 75 degrees, or it could be
it could be anything.
25 degrees.
There's no normal in October.
I mostly remember Halloween being pretty cold.
Well, yeah, because of 1991, you're 4 years old and it snowed 3 feet.
You mean the Ninja Turtle was? That
The
wasn't
Ninja
Andy
Turtle.
at
It
the
wasn't
time.
Andy. It was a Ninja Turtle. You're right.
I once again this year I was unable to obtain Biddle honey.
What?
Biddle honey.
Why can't you find Biddle honey?
I can't find them in the grocery stores or anywhere.
What's the candy store down there by Jordan, Minnesota?
Oh yeah, the Minnesota's largest.
The one that was open during COVID that everybody complained about.
I think it's literally called Minnesota's largest candy store.
Oh yeah,
it is.
Biddle honey is perfect because there's no way in the world I would ever want to eat one of those.
Yeah.
A bit of honey?
Yeah. So I like to buy stuff I'm not going to eat.
You could stay alive that way.
Yeah. It's I just put it in the freezer. Like and the word's around the neighborhood, like so every year some kids who just moved into the neighborhood unknowingly will come to my house. They'll get the bit of honey. They'll never come back.
All right. If you asked a bunch of people to RSV for a rooftop Halloween party, expect some no-shows.
RSVP.
RSVP.
You forgot the P.
Yeah,
I did?
Yeah, you just want everyone to get a really bad cold.
Because I was putting my glasses on.
Probably a Freudian thing.
RSV.
I could have RSV. You never know.
Really stupid vampire.
Really stupid vampire.
We're having a really stupid vampire party.
That's what the P stands for, is party.
And immediately you said rooftop party. I'm envisioning all these people on my roof. It's not going to work.
No, it's too slanted.
Yeah.
It's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
Here's the deal. A new survey on America's top phobias found the top two are fear of heights and fear of other people. Well, particularly today, because people are the worst they've ever been.
Mm-hmm.
In my lifetime, anyway, people right now are the worst they have ever been. Nobody's happy. Everybody's a victim. You suck, and I'm wonderful. What is that?
That's politics.
It is politics. That's exactly what it is. So here's the deal. They polled all 50 states. The top phobias overall. What would you think the top phobias would be in America?
Spiders, probably.
All right.
I go with snakes.
Possibly heights.
Snakes or heights. Heights is a big one.
In Minnesota, you'd have to be, I don't know. Well, we have like one type of snake, and it's the lamest snake there is. So, I mean.
I still hate snakes.
Garter snakes? Garter snakes are like, they're nothing.
You would pick one up, no problem.
Yeah, they have one tooth, and it's like tiny.
I'm not getting close enough to figure out how many teeth it has.
Andy, there's a lot of times where I go, like, I'm manlier than everyone in this room. You saying you'd casually pick a snake, you win this round.
Not any snake, but a garter snake, sure.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, not a big deal. What was that again, Johnny Carson? Triskaidekaphobia? A fear of backing into a doorknob?
Oh. Triskaidekaphobia is the fear of the number 13.
Oh, so he must have a different title.
I'm guessing.
Which I'm sure is on the list.
A fear of backing into a doorknob.
Who isn't scared of that?
Whatever you say, Johnny. You got claustrophobia, a fear of tight spaces. It only ranked first in one state, and that was in Mississippi. Claustrophobia. You got tryphobia, having feelings of disgust or fear when you see patterns with lots of holes.
Oh, trypophobia or whatever.
Trypophobia.
Yeah. Yeah, that was like a big fad on Reddit for a while.
Oh, it was because basically in honeycombs or sponges, they fear the holes in sponges.
What?
Why?
They say it reminds them of like a parasitic infection or something.
A sponge?
Apparently.
Okay. Get out of the house once in a while. How about that?
Yeah. Well, I did say Reddit.
How about glossophobia, the fear of public speaking?
Yeah.
There are a lot of people that are afraid of public speaking.
Yeah.
I can't, like 20 years ago, if you told me this would be my job, I would have said, there's no way in hell I could ever do this.
I suppose that's true.
But does this feel different than talking in front of a crowd?
It does.
I'll say crazy things on this show and live my life and not think about it. But like, I would not say that in front of a crowd.
You know where these like the Toastmasters clubs where they're really popular is in prisons.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
It's like, so next time you have your shit together and you'll say something like very smooth, like, I'd like you to give me all the money in a plastic bag, please.
Hand it over.
Perfect.
No question. One tip off, by the way, if you have fear of public speaking, there is a tip that I guess most people don't know about. But if you're speaking to a crowd, look at a person in the center of the room, look above their head, because it still looks like you're looking at them.
Oh, that's a really good tip.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, imagine everybody in their underwear.
No, I think
some people do that too.
I think that's the worst advice.
Right.
I would be
People
a
in
wreck.
their underwear?
Yeah. Like they're
Wait, you
confident.
would be a what?
I'd be a wreck.
Oh,
If
I thought you said something else.
if they're confidently sitting there in your underwear, I'd be like, wow, they've got something figured out. I don't.
That would be going back to one of my nightmares.
Yeah.
Underwearing it up.
What
what you're saying?
So this was state by state?
Yeah.
I want to know what Minnesota's is.
We will track that down for you. You got the atechophobia, I think is how you pronounce that. Aticophobia, I guess is how you pronounce it. Aticophobia, an intense fear of failure. We're in podcasting. How could you fear failure in podcasting?
We're already there.
I mean, you fail your way into podcasting.
Exactly. Absolutely. Ophidiophobia, the fear of snakes. So there you go. You got trypanophobia, a fear of needles, trypanophobia. Thanatophobia.
Fear of death.
Fear of death. Thanatophobia. So you know that one.
Thanatos, the god of death.
Thanatos. There you go.
Yep.
Oh, we know this one. Arachnophobia.
There it is.
Spiders. Social phobia.
That's lazy.
That is
social phobia.
Yeah, a fear of social situations. That is lazy. You're absolutely right. The number one fear, though, I guess number one overall was acrophobia, the fear of heights.
Yep.
Yeah. Yes. Number one in 20 different states. Now, do they give the states?
Yeah, they do.
Oh, here's a map. Yep, we got it right here. I got to click on that.
I bet Minnesota's is fear of heights because I have heard that taller people are more likely to be afraid of heights.
Interesting.
Is that
and
true?
It does
I
make
didn't know
sense
that.
because if you think about it, it's like, if you're 5'2" and you get on a foot tall ladder, now you're 5 foot, or now you're 6'2". If you're 6'2", you get on a foot tall ladder. Now you're 7'2", and 7 feet off the ground, you fall, you can get pretty badly hurt.
Yeah.
I always assumed that like fear of heights was like, I don't like roller coasters, or I don't like being like 100 feet up.
No, I literally like 4 rungs up on a ladder. I'm like
shaky,
not happy.
Minnesota's number one is not a surprise to me at all. We were just kind of talking about it in a way about a half an hour ago. Minnesotans' number one fear is social phobia.
Yeah, I suppose that makes sense.
That doesn't surprise me at all because that's why Minnesotans have such an easy time harming other people because they're afraid of them. If you cause me to be afraid, it doesn't bother me to hurt you at all, even though I'm not making you afraid.
That is true.
Social phobia, social phobia causes a lot of problems in Minnesota.
Fear leads to hate. Hate leads to anger.
Yeah.
Anger
Kristyn-
leads to suffering.
See?
Kristyn talked about this too because she was living in Minnesota for a little while, and she said that we're very cliquey, and we are.
We are very cliquey.
And I think that comes from that fear of like branching out or inviting people over. Is oh God, this we have that anxiety around there, and I think because of that, we kind of grab onto people who we already know and are predictable situations.
Is that a combination of a German Scandinavian thing? Is that
I
what
think
that
so.
is?
Yes,
I think it is.
Sure, I have no idea on that.
I think it all started with civilization.
You think just civilization kicked it into high gear?
I think that's where we just kind of started going downhill.
I have a hard time arguing the point with you, Michael. But that does not surprise me that social phobia is number one in Minnesota, because a lot of Minnesotans are really, really uncomfortable in social situations.
Yeah.
And it had to come from somewhere. It has to be from a culture. It's got to be Scandinavian and German, isn't it?
I don't know. Germans seem pretty social.
Oh, do they?
Yeah,
You got
I'd
the
have to
beer
argue with
halls and
that
sort
one,
of thing?
but I'm just thinking about history, though. So.
Well,
You know,
social with your own group.
Just the other
Yeah.
day, I went over to a college in the state of Minnesota, and they were all chanting "Kill the Jews," and I said, "Except for Gelfand."
So what are you doing at Harvard?
Mike, can you believe that's Harvard? Can you even believe that's happening?
It's always something. That's all I can say.
But what did the Jews do that pisses everybody off in America?
Or especially at Harvard.
Especially at Harvard.
I mean, I thought they were the ones funding Harvard.
That's what I
But
thought.
that's probably why they're all so angry.
Because they're being funded
Well,
by...
you always hurt the one you love.
You always hurt the one you love. I can't believe it, Mike. It just, the first time I heard these people chanting at these colleges,
Well,
why all of a sudden are we anti-Semitic in
I do
America?
believe it's a small segment, but it
doesn't matter.
It doesn't really matter. You're right, because it's just like, it doesn't take much, because these are things we never would have heard before. And we like to
No.
think that anyway. Certainly not right after World War II.
Well, let me ask you a question. We've been talking for you, not we. I wasn't involved in this bullshit at all, because it is all bullshit. We talked since 1967, 68. We've been talking about we're all going to come together and we're going to form in the middle. Sure, there'll be people on the right edge and the left edge, but it'll be mostly toward the middle. Bullshit. It's gotten much worse than it's
It
ever
got better, and it got worse, and it got better, it got worse.
I suppose you're probably right about that. It comes and goes. But when I first saw, because it surprised me. The first time I walk in on TV and I look up, and there are a bunch of college students talking about genocide and Judaism. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
I mean, did they not know what happened in World War II to 13 million people?
Yeah, and I mean, colleges of all places, where the thing about colleges is you're supposed to learn when you go to college how to interact intellectually, socially with other people. That's basically
Correct.
the reason
Correct.
you go to college.
Yep.
Now, I will admit, I never went into a classroom when I was in college, so I missed
Sure.
that part.
I don't blame you. Why would you?
No, there's nothing for me there.
There's nothing for you there. You're absolutely right about that. All I have to do, Mike, instead of watching these people act like complete flaming assholes, why don't you read the Diary of Anne Frank again? See how that worked for her. See how her life was as being a Jew in Germany.
According to Bobby Jr., she had a great life.
Oh, is that right?
That was one of the bizarre things he said. That's why he said getting a COVID shot, I think he said was like worse than being Anne Frank, because at least she could have sort of hang out in the closet and then maybe head over to Switzerland.
She had probably had like a PlayStation up there.
Yeah,
you
I'm
know.
sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, typical liberal,
Yeah.
you know.
I mean, she was so desperate she started writing. Imagine,
Yeah, that's how desperate she was.
and
You're
that's
absolutely right.
that's a state of desperation that probably can't ever happen again.
How are they? Because I've not been watching a lot of it. How are they handling this whole anti-Semitic thing on the national news?
I haven't really seen much.
I haven't either. I can't watch it. But how the hell did we get here? That's what I don't understand.
Well, because there are a lot of people who wanted us to get here, and unfortunately, it's it's a situation where, especially with social media, where people tend to gravitate to the actual worst things.
They do. You're right about that. The only thing that bothers me about it is until this settles down, you can't come to my house anymore.
Yeah, well, of course. Don't worry, I got the fake. I used to wear the fake mustache. Now it's the fake nose.
The fake nose is good.
I just go with the clown nose. you know.
Sure. No question about it. Did you ever think we'd get to a situation where the very people who were talking about getting us all together, stop hating one another, they are more hateful than any generation I've ever seen? They hate everyone.
Well, it doesn't surprise me because,
Yeah.
as you probably recall, my dad did grow up in Tulsa.
Yeah, he did.
And Tulsa, by the way, is one of the leading. They've never really led anything that I know of in the U.S., but now it's like murder deaths are like soaring in Tulsa.
Why?
Well, because I think they're finally recording them.
They're finally writing them
Remember,
down.
in 1921, they didn't record those deaths.
I was trying to think of how old I was when I found out that there were 3 black men hanged in Duluth. I never knew about that.
Yeah.
Until many, many years later.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, people for for hundreds of years, for 100 years, have grown up in Tulsa without knowing about the worst race riot ever in the country, which was in 1921. My dad was born in 1922 in Tulsa. I never heard him mention it. I don't think his parents ever told him about it.
And the hanging up in Duluth was in 1909, I think.
Something like that.
Something
yeah.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you didn't hear about that stuff. So I'm glad we're getting to it. But yeah, I just, again, I don't understand how you can pretend to be educated and have an opinion that all people of a certain group are bad. How can you be that stupid to think that's true?
Well, there are years when I thought that about the Vikings.
No, you're not talking about the one on the ship. No, you're talking about the
no,
football
right. It's a good distinction.
Yeah, it's a big distinction. We have to take a break, and we'll rest on our laurels. Are they laurels? Probably not.
I think laurels aren't in season right now.
They're probably not. We will be right back in a couple of minutes. Kristyn Burt will join us right after this. Tommy B here to invite you to a bucket list event to hang out and meet and party with two of the premier quarterbacks in Minnesota Vikings history, Jim Super Shuffle McMahon and 2-Minute Tommy Kramer. This event is happening this Friday night at Route 47 Pub and Grub in Fridley on University Avenue, and it's presented by Buddy Becker, RES Realty, and Tailgate Spices. The taste of victory. I said the taste of victory. So here's the deal. Go to TommyKramer9.com. Get your tickets starting at just $15 and plan on fun with you and your friends this Friday night. That's tomorrow night at Route 47 in Fridley. The best Tom Petty tribute band, Free Fallin', is providing the musical entertainment. Big game champ Jim McMahon and Vikings legend Tommy Kramer will provide all the stories of when the Vikings were actually good. I just love the fact they put that in there. It's a memory of a lifetime to meet and hang out this Friday night at Route 47 Fridley with the two best number 9 quarterbacks in NFL history. Our thanks to Buddy Becker, RES Realty, and Tailgate Spices for presenting this event. See Jim McMahon and Tommy Kramer live. Just go to TommyKramer9.com and they will see you there.
This is the Tom Barnard Morning Show.
In a world that's racing a mile a minute, a split-second distraction can change everything. I'm Mike Bryant from Bradshaw & Bryant. Every day we see too many people, heads buried in their phones, unaware of the dangers they're in. Texting and driving isn't just reckless, it's playing Russian roulette with your life and the lives of others. In just 4 seconds of distraction, you've driven the length of a football field. Is there any text message that's worth your life, that's worth the lives of others? I've been fighting for the rights of the injured for over 30 years, but I'd rather you never meet me in a courtroom. So hear me now. Stop texting and driving. Pay attention. Value your lives and the lives around you. And if you won't, know this. At Bradshaw & Bryant, we're relentless. We won't back down. We bring justice to those that need it.
Find Bradshaw & Bryant, personal injury attorneys at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
With Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw & Bryant.
You need to know a guy for your auto repairs, legal issues, banking, and more. The same goes for investment advice. You need a guy to help you be successful, someone you can trust who gets results. Well, I got a guy for you, Josh Arnold. Josh gives you straight talk, not sugar-coated advice about your financial situation. Josh has seen it all when it comes to economic and market conditions, and Josh can make sure that your retirement objectives match your investments. Do yourself a favor and call Josh now for a no-obligation 48-minute evaluation. You've got nothing to lose, and you'll get a different point of view for your investments. Call Josh at 952-925-5608. That is 952-925-5608. You'll be glad that you did. And tell him his guy, Tom, sent you.
Investment services offered by Josh Arnold Investment Consultant, LLC, a security investment advisor. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. All investments involve risk. All comments and opinions are Josh Arnold's and do not constitute investment advice. Tom Barnard is a paid endorser.
Recently, Jim Paul of Valley Buick GMC was contacted by a company that does on-site sales. Jim was confused.
Wait, they don't know anything about us, our staff, our reputation, most importantly, our customers.
Hey, pal, no problem. We do them all over the country. You know, get the manager off the roof sale, inflatable gorilla sale, and our favorite, the 13-hour sale with a giant clock that goes to 13. Urgency, baby. We bring our crew because, well, your people are, let's just say, a little laid back.
And the pricing?
Nothing special, sport.
But Jim thought we price competitively every day. Our prices are special. We definitely don't need these guys. But sale does convey some urgency, so we made a bold decision for his fine dealerships.
Announcing The Valley Buick GMC 365-day sale. And we can even extend it a couple years or so.
I got the air dancer guy, scratch offs, plastic keys, bubble machine box.
Valley Buick GMC in Apple Valley or Hastings or valleycardealers.com. Hurry.
The new Tom Barnard Morning Show is proud to have partners like Bradshaw and Bryant, MyPillow, and North American Banking Company founder, chairman, and president, Mike Bilski.
I've advertised on Tom's show for years, and the reason is simple. My business is recognized because of the ads, and that recognition has created growth. What business doesn't want to grow? I highly recommend the Tom Barnard Morning Show for your advertising.
Grow results for your business by partnering with the Tom Barnard Morning Show. Visit TomBarnardShow.com, keyword partner.
I told you not to bring her on the show anymore. Why did you do it?
Sent her the link.
Oh, I just saw her. Hey, Kristyn.
Kristyn Burke joins us, ladies and gentlemen. We're just wringing our hands and beating our chest over the fact that everybody hates everybody else in the world right now, and we're sick to death of it.
That's easy to do after another mass shooting.
Unbelievable. So what's the latest? Because we've been sitting here. I've been looking. Doesn't look like there's any new information.
Yeah, it looks like they're saying 18 have been killed, 13 injured. They're still looking for the guy.
They don't know anything about this guy yet, do they?
Well, it looks like his name's Robert Card. He enlisted in the Army. He was
and he was like
a petroleum refill
and he was
guy
an
or
instructor teaching people how to use guns.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, he was skilled at shooting, unfortunately.
What was he pissed off at?
Yeah, see, that's what I mean. We haven't found out yet what he was.
No.
There's no manifesto yet.
I mean, to kill 18 people, you got to be pretty pissed off, I would imagine.
Well, we know.
Yeah, as someone who grew up in Maine, I lived in Maine during the summers. Maine is very small. And this will have, just besides Lewiston itself, this will have ripple effects throughout the entire southern part of Maine because everybody knows everyone there. And it's a real small town feel. And
yeah, so everybody in Lewiston must have known somebody at least who knew someone who got killed.
100%. And I will say Maine is probably one of the last few states where people still leave their doors unlocked. And that's probably going to change.
The weirdest thing I saw there was some grainy video of people running from the bowling alley. And the weirdest thing I saw, I'm not saying it's funny. I'm just saying it's sort of ironic. I saw this guy running out of the bowling alley carrying his bowling ball.
Oh yeah. Yep. I did see that.
Yeah.
I think
priority.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say shock and adrenaline makes you do very weird things.
Sure.
Yeah. I've had a situation where I was like, I can't believe that's how I reacted, but you never know until you're in the moment.
Right. It's like running out of a burning house and you just like grab the first thing that you can find. You're like, well, we left something that's important, but we've got our toaster because I happen to be making toast. And
I've seen that.
So.
And
I can tell you mine's pretty wild. I was in Dallas doing a job, and on our last night there, after being there working for a month doing a show, the hotel had thrown our group a party, our production crew, and the waitress walked by with one of those like hot steaming like catering trays of hot water.
Yeah.
And she tripped and accidentally spilled it on me.
Oh.
Yeah. So I had 2nd-degree burns on my legs, my crotch, my feet. But in a moment of shock, I was in the middle of the bar with all my coworkers. I started trying to like pull my pants off, which I would never do,
Yeah, but like,
but my co-host like scooped me up and like threw me in the woman's room. And just because he was like, I didn't want you like pulling your pants off in front of all of your coworkers.
So both of you had a weird response.
Yeah.
Well, I think he just wanted to get me somewhere private where then they could tend to me medically, which was the right decision in the long run anyway. So but yeah, you just don't know what happens when that adrenaline starts going. Your body and mind are completely in a different place.
Yeah, I'm sure you're like today he's thinking, why was I carrying the bowling ball?
Right.
Yeah, probably.
I feel like my whole life I've been carrying a bowling ball.
My name is Tom, not a bowling ball.
I have a name.
I have a name, Mike. I'm deeply hurt.
I probably have. We talked about phobias. I think I have a phobia of being at bowling alleys and just seeing people, like they're eating the cheeseburger and the fries, and then they're sticking their hand into the ball.
Yeah.
And it's always, of course, for me, it's always going to be a house ball. You know?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because I certainly never owned a bowling ball.
Me either. A lot of people do, though. Fred, Barney.
Oh, yeah.
They both bowled up a storm.
Could be the same ball.
Could be the same ball. You're absolutely right. So I got Catherine last night, and I shouldn't say I got her to do it because she was all in. Catherine does not like scary movies. And neither one of us like those slasher movies.
Oh, I can't stand that stuff.
The slasher stuff.
And why do we have to be subjected to it for it starts in September now.
It does, yeah. But we watched the movie. It wasn't slasher. It was a horror movie called The Nun 2.
What?
Yeah, we watched it last night, and I was showing people earlier. You can tell, and Andy will tell you this is absolutely true. Whenever Catherine is frightened, she does this. Like if somebody jumps out, she'll go
all limbs in the air,
sticking her feet straight up in the air.
Does that save her? Is that her mechanism mode?
Yes. But it was fun to watch, because just sit there and watch her watch a horror film. And again, it wasn't slasher at all. It was just scary, you know. It's a lot of fun just to watch her because she literally acts like about an 8-year-old.
It's very animated. We went to you, Alex, and Catherine went to A Quiet Place.
Oh, yeah.
And you didn't like it.
I hated it.
Me, Catherine, and Alex were terrified. And we were doing that, like, let's scoot as close as we all can together kind of vibe, as if, like, we're going to have to fight something off together. And it was so fun.
You don't have to. And the thing is, you don't have to watch horror movies anymore. You can just watch C-SPAN.
Yeah, right,
absolutely.
Our whole lives are horror shows now.
Nobody can answer this question for me. And one of the reasons I hated the movie so much.
I'm gonna say The Waterfall.
It is The Waterfall. A Quiet Place. If they can hear you and respond to your voice, why would you want to live in a quiet place?
Yeah.
Go live under the waterfall, which is where they would go to talk. Why don't you just build a house there?
Yeah.
Why don't you dig a cave out and just live there?
I don't think you're supposed to be viewing this that analytically.
No, it's just too
that's
analytical.
why these things will never work for you.
Right.
No, they don't.
It was all about the jump scares in that movie.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
And at the beginning with the kid. And so I had a hard time with that movie. I wanted to cry the whole
He
time.
deserved to be dragged off. It was his fault.
Monster.
He made a kid cry earlier in the day, Kristyn.
Yeah, that's right. Don't forget that.
You did? He said blizzards are for babies, like talking about Dairy Queen blizzards. And then we had a listener, Darren, write in and goes, way to go. My niece is like crying right now because she was like, Blizzard, I'm not a baby and I love blizzards.
He made that up and you know it.
So.
Then I'm a baby because I love blizzards. Like Heath Bar Crunch Blizzard is like my favorite.
Have you ever had a McFlurry?
I haven't.
I haven't
Oh,
either.
damn it. I was really hoping this was going to be an opportunity to make fun of Tom.
There's no way Mike has.
Yeah, that's why I asked Kristyn.
What is it?
Yeah. it's like
Yeah,
McDonald's
there you go.
version
What
of a
is
Blizzard.
Oh,
but anyway,
Their ice cream machines are always broken. That's the
That is
joke.
Dairy Queen, the ice cream machines are broken. That's not a good idea.
And
McDonald's.
The only
McDonald's, that's
the
right.
only Dairy Queen I now have access to. You know, I go pretty basic at Dairy Queen. Well, you probably imagine that.
Sure.
I just like the twist stuff, you know, the twist, and I just get it in a I don't get it in a cone, I get it in a cup.
Right.
And but the Dairy Queen, you know, because Warren Buffett's trying to squeeze the last penny out of them.
Oh, yes, he is.
And so like these Dairy Queens that have been around a while, everything's broken there. So like I say, yeah, I'll go up there, I'll have a twist cup, and they'll say, well, we only got vanilla. I'm saying, what the hell? It's like going into a delicatessen and not being able to buy a bagel.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I'll go with the chocolate cone at Dairy Queen, and that he only bought those Dairy Queens for the real estate.
Well, of course.
He has no interest in Dairy Queens.
He waited a
at
few
all.
years, then he started selling off the real estate.
Yes, he
and
did.
and that's why the only ones that exist are the ones squeezed into parking lots, and not good parking lots either.
Yeah.
Dilapidated parking lots.
We don't have any remaining in the Los Angeles area. They're all
No
gone.
Dairy Queens at all.
Yeah.
Do you have any Dairy Kings?
Well, because
Thank you
all
very
the
much. Great
land
to be
was
here.
probably so profitable. Yeah.
Oh, yes. There was one in North Hollywood. So I'm sure that got snapped up really fast.
I would imagine. I got to run one more thing by you guys, and it just popped into my head. We went to the Wild game on Saturday night, and the owner of the team came over to say hello. It was very nice. Came over to our suite to say hello and all the rest of it. Just a really great guy. And somebody said, you know, that must be kind of cool to own a hockey team, but a professional hockey team's got to be pretty expensive. So man, so they're looking up how expensive. They found out, and then they looked up his net worth. He's worth $4.6 billion, and his wife is worth more.
Oh, yep.
Because she's SC Johnson.
Oh yeah, yes.
Company,
Fine corporation.
Fine corporation. $9 billion in that house.
And
That's
the best
pretty
they
good.
could do was a damned hockey team.
Oh no, they own the buildings and everything. Did you know that?
Well, I was just thinking,
they own everything.
NFL teams. So that's the real exclusivity.
Yeah, that's very.
All the sports teams owners, it's just a hobby to them. They're not
I
necessarily.
agree.
It's a country club too.
It is.
They're not necessarily. Yes, you would want to win, and yes, you want to be profitable, but they're not running the team because they got bills to pay.
No, they're running the team because they throw $3 billion in, and the next day it's worth $6 billion.
That's true.
But that's why you got to be a member of a very exclusive club.
Indeed, you do.
That's why, like I think in the NFL for years, they wouldn't allow any consortium to buy a team.
Right, I remember that.
Like they just sort of held their nose at that one.
Yeah, they didn't like that at all.
No.
Minnesota Vikings, Andy and Brittany, you have to guess.
Okay.
Minnesota Vikings first year was in 1961. How much did the team cost?
What do you mean cost?
To put the team into play, to buy the right to put your team, the Minnesota Vikings, in the NFL.
I'm gonna say 500,000.
Good guess. Anybody else?
Well, if that's a good guess, I'm going to say 500,001.
You're a monster.
You went the wrong way.
499.
Because I could have said 499,000.
You could have.
But I wanted to be charitable.
100 grand.
What?
Yeah. And they're probably worth
100 grand.
they're probably worth like $1.6 billion.
And that probably paid for all the salaries too.
Yeah, exactly.
I even thought my guess was like embarrassingly low. Like if I were gonna be like, Brittany, come on.
That seems like nothing now.
Today, what, $6 billion maybe?
3.6.
3.6 billion. The Vikings.
Or 4.6, depending on who you ask, or 5.1.
Yeah, I mean, well, and that's
okay.
today. Next week might be
It'll
different.
be different.
You could
Yeah,
buy
true.
the Jacksonville Jaguars for $4 billion. That's
I almost tried to buy the city of Jacksonville myself, but they wouldn't take my offer.
well, you got lucky there.
I did.
It
You're
was also
absolutely
your
right.
plan to like make everybody else move out of the city of Jacksonville so you could
Just
have
the
more
island.
space. Yeah.
Just the island. I'm
Right.
taking over the island, which is all of downtown Jacksonville, by the way. Kristyn Burt is with us. We got to talk about. I'm telling you, Kristyn, we cannot find the end to great shows on streaming. There are thousands of them. What the hell?
Have you tried Gen V yet?
No, we have not. No, Gen V is on where?
Amazon Prime.
What's Amazon Prime? Okay. And
Yeah.
what's it about?
That's the one that's sort of the anti-superhero type of, and I know you're going to say superhero and your brain's going to shut down, but this one
You're
is
right.
really kind of a dark comedy about how superheroes go to college and try and get their superhero status, and it's really funny and it's really irreverent. I think
Well,
it's
I
good.
like
I think
funny
you should
movies.
try it.
I will give it a try. And I mean, obviously, the problem is with the superhero thing. It's just always the same superhero deal. And if you've gone through your life being a superhero, it gets really boring. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
this
Is it tough
isn't.
for you, Tom? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and this isn't like Batman and Superman saving people from a burning building.
No.
This is it's very dark. It makes you go, what the F about
wish I could
30
shoot.
times an episode.
I could go shoot like things out of my hand when they go, "Choo." And then-
Spider-Man.
yeah, Spider-Man kind of deal. That'd be good.
You know what made me really excited? UCLA did this study with some Gen Zers. So they were all like between 10 and 24, but some of the questions were reserved for 13 to 24. And they were saying kind of what we've all been saying. So I'm like, maybe they will save us all in the entertainment industry. A lot of them were saying like, we are so tired of franchises and superheroes. And I'm like, that is a core demographic that Marvel has been going after. Let me find the number because it was so big. I was like, I can't believe this. 56% of adolescents 10 to 24 prefer original content over franchises and remakes.
Really?
That's what they say, but does that show up at the
Yeah,
box
that's
office?
the thing. They're going to go buy it anyway.
Well, we have to blame men for all
Whoa,
young
what a
males go to the honestly, if you look at the core demographic of young males, probably about like 18 to 24, those are the ones who are driving the Marvel content right now. And if they start to fall off, that's really going to change the game. I mean, the average consumer has started to already fall off of Marvel.
Yeah, absolutely. No one talks about it anymore. It used to be all you heard anywhere. But
Oh yeah. I mean, everybody would go that first weekend and then they would go multiple times. That's not happening at all. And twice as many adolescents prefer binge releases over weekly drops, which I think is kind of interesting because a lot of the streamers are starting to already move away from the binge releases. And this one I thought was fascinating. This was only asked of kids 13 to 24. 51.5% want to see the content focusing on friendships and platonic friendships. They want less sex scenes.
I completely agree.
What the hell?
Gelfand's not happy.
Well, you know what I really like in a hero? I like it when Tom Cruise plays Jack Reacher.
Yeah.
Because for a guy who's like about an inch taller than Tom Cruise, that takes me into a new fantasy land.
Yeah.
Yeah, his name is Reacher, but his reach is actually quite small.
And also remember, Tom Cruise has lifts in his shoes. So
he does.
Is he really 5'7" or is he really 5'4"?
Yeah. Jack Reacher, there was a TV version of it, and that guy was like 6'4", wasn't he?
Well, that's the real Jack
Yeah,
Reacher.
right.
Not that there's a real one.
Right, but I mean,
the
the
original
character.
one was like 6'5", yes.
Yeah, he's like 6'4", 6'5".
Weight 260 pounds.
This guy's huge. He's a blonde guy.
Very different physique than Tom Cruise.
Yeah, I would say so.
Very different, exactly.
It's bigger than 2 Tom Cruises.
So
Yeah,
what
Tom
else?
Cruise is so tiny. A lot of these like major stars, when you do see him in person, it's just like you're like, oh my God, you're like 110 soaking wet. And they all say that they're 5'10", but they're all 5'7".
Well, now why is that?
You know, I think that men always want to be taller. There's actually a social media meme that's been going around, and this one person on TikTok will go around and asking guys like, how tall are you? And all the guys are always like, I'm 6 feet. And he goes, well, can I measure you? And he'll measure them and they're like 5'10".
Yep.
So there's something about men and height. And I don't know why that like a lot of the celebrities are 5'7", but it really makes me laugh when I do see that like they brag. They're like, oh yeah, I'm like 5'10". I'm like, you're 5'7".
Yeah, well, because it's always the joke that goes around social media where girls will be like, I don't date anybody under 6 feet. And so then
height
guys are
shaming
like,
is a very real thing.
Yeah, so now guys are like,
Oh yeah, I used to look, back in the day when I'd look at the dating apps, you'd see women, they're like 5'2", they weigh 95 pounds. And then what kind of guy they're looking for? Well, he has to be at least 6'2".
Yeah.
What the hell again?
I know us shorties, we want like a strong man to throw us around.
You see somebody throwing you around. Yeah, you'd put up that a real long time. Oh, she's throwing punches.
We mean throw around in the bedroom is really, you don't want to be thrown around anywhere else.
It is kind of interesting. Kevin, maybe you could respond to this.
Uh-oh.
That bigger guys are not loved by short men.
No.
Do you ever have to deal with that?
It's back to the height shaming thing. It's envy.
I don't know. I used to hang out with Jim Beatty.
And he's
6'7" boxer.
Yeah, 6'7". That's right. There you go.
But I will say this: I get very tired of people saying, "Hey, man, I guess you brought your bodyguard today." Huh?
Oh God.
Oh yeah, that's hilarious.
What's your peak? You were like 5'9", weren't you?
Well, in my fantasies, yeah.
Oh, I thought you were.
No, 5'6.5" was about as far as I ever got.
Oh, I didn't know. How tall are you now?
About 5'5".
Why don't you have a horrible attitude about it?
Well, because I was still as tall as anyone in my family.
Well,
there you go.
There you go.
I looked around. I didn't see anyone towering over me.
No doubt about it. I don't know. Why do you care what some other guy how tall they are, how short they are?
Yeah, it's
Who
bizarre.
cares?
And
It's
especially
all about the personality. Like my cousin is a short king and he is the best person. And
right.
I mean, his wife is so lucky to have him. That's why I'm always like, but then there's the bitter short people that you're like, oh my gosh, stop trying to have that Napoleon complex.
Oh yeah, and they'll be like, "Oh, you think you're a tough guy because you're tall?"
Oh, I know
and
you
big.
always
like,
get that
no,
one,
I do not think I'm a tough guy. Go over there and enjoy your vodka soda.
I think my Uncle Daryl's story is my favorite about that. So Daryl is like 6 foot a million.
6'5", yeah.
Yeah, and he's at a bar. I think he's like playing Pac-Man or pinball or something. And some guy walks up to him and says, You think you're taller than me? It's like, what? Well, it's a pretty objective fact, I suppose.
Well,
but
yeah, and
you would think
you're taller than
I actually
me.
know that I'm taller.
Yes, it's,
and
I don't know,
an angry
but-
tall guy, he's a bully. But an angry short guy's got a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah, that's right. That's
So
exactly right.
basically, we want to just basically say the worst thing we can say about anybody, whether they're tall or short.
What's amazing about that, very quickly?
Yeah.
My best friend who just died, unfortunately, in last March, Andy Fisher, was 5'7", weighed about 150, 160 pounds, maybe the toughest guy I ever met in my life. His size didn't mean a damn thing to him. He did not care. He's a great athlete. He's one of, who the hell's that white boy? It B. Fisher.
Yeah, that's right.
His nickname was It B. No, it's got nothing to do with your size, your strength, or whatever. It's what's in your head and your heart.
It's how you carry yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, I agree. I would have to say this though. You men talk about height more than anybody I've ever
False.
Oh my God. You
Which
guys will
men?
literally ask, hey, how tall are you? Or whatever. When I hang out with women, nobody's asking that. Nobody's like, hey, how tall are you before you come in?
Well, women don't care how tall women are. They care
No.
how tall men are.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Men have an obsession about
women
also,
have an
though.
obsession about men's heights, and so then
100%.
that's why it gets brought
No,
up.
but, like, I get that-
never asked how my
Wait,
friends how tall they are.
before, let me finish the sentence. So like before,
boy.
because
Oh,
I was
boy.
Oh, go ahead.
mid-thought in it.
Sorry,
is like,
go ahead.
Is that like, okay, so maybe for there's finding your significant other, but otherwise women don't care about height. But there is a weird obsession. This show, especially, we talk about men's height all the time.
I will say Dad
do.
is weirdly into men's heights.
I am.
Absolutely.
Oh, Tom.
I don't ever talk
you.
about how tall I
You
am,
no, you don't talk about how tall you are. You talk about how tall other men are.
Yeah.
but only when they're a problem with it.
Well, but to you, that's all men. All men. So.
Well, that's true.
Although that
That's
is
a fact.
People
true.
bring it up. Every man you meet, you look to be about what, 5'10"? I don't like you.
But you know where that comes from?
Yes, I do. Your
Your
father.
dad? Yep.
My father. That's exactly right. Because my father was a little fella.
Oh, so you had to deal with that.
And he and I
Absolutely.
never got along. I mean, not for one day. We never got
Well, I
along.
would have hated my dad if he was like 6'4".
No, there you
No
go.
question.
Well, the tallest brother I had was 5'8". So I was at one time, I'm not 6'1"
Really?
anymore. It used to be Terry.
Terry?
I was 5 inches taller than everybody else in my family.
Terry's only 5'8".
Mm-hmm.
I always thought he was tall.
No.
Well, that's because never mind.
Well, it's-
Held himself. See,
Yes.
now we go back to the attitudinal thing.
That's actually
Yes.
probably because the last time I saw him, I was like 10 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah. that was
Not
a long
literally,
time
but I
ago.
mean, like
You were
I
younger.
do not even know the last time I saw Terry.
I will say this: it was a great relief to me when I was about 16 and I looked around the classroom and said, "Hey, I'm as tall as the girls are now."
That's a good thing.
Because 7th grade, we all get weighed, and they all check our height. Word spread instantly through University High School. So there's a 7th grader who's 4'6" and weighs 60 pounds.
There you go.
And I'm thinking, for 10 minutes, I'm humiliated. Then all the 17-year-old girls would stop and see me in the hallway and hug me.
Oh, he's so cute.
Yeah, he was so cute, except when I embraced them a little too.
Oh,
aggressively.
well.
Hey, they started it.
You get too grabby.
Well, it's not my fault.
It's not my
What
fault,
was I
Kristyn. Did
supposed
you
to
hear
do?
that?
You're like, where am I grabbing?
What am I grabbing?
I mean, they're saying, "Oh, he's so cute," and I'd say, "Hey, how about a little more fraught, baby?"
Oh, I like that.
A little more frock.
Fraught.
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 Fraught, yes.
Fraught. That is a
You know what
short for
fraught
the
is.
French word frottage,
Yes, it is.
which
Learn
means
something new every day.
inappropriate closeness with people who might be to whom you are attracted.
Always used in one sentence.
Yes,
Fraught with danger.
fraught with danger.
That's always
I know.
That's the one line you hear with that word.
That's
in
a slightly different fraught.
it is a
different
slightly
fraud,
different
yes.
fraud.
But-
Yes, exactly.
But sort of they do kind of merge though at some point.
I suppose. So, Kristyn, anything new coming up? And again, we are so back that Catherine and I got 8 billion things going now, so we don't really need anything. But I'm very happy that we stumbled upon Bosch Legacy Season 2 because we didn't even know it was starting. They can't promote it because of the strike. And by the way,
Right.
congratulations to Ford and UAW because apparently the strike is over at Ford. I'm
Oh,
glad
that's
to hear
good.
that. That's what was reported. So maybe Andy, would you check and make sure that's true? Because it was reported to me that was true.
What sport is doing what now?
Ford Auto is not on
UAW.
sale anymore. UAW.
Really? When did that break?
Like late last night.
Oh, okay. So that would be on page 48D today.
There is a tentative deal.
Oh, it's a tentative
Okay.
deal.
But
That's good though. That's in the right direction.
It is. It is.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't think it's been signed yet, but they have made an agreement.
So what about
Glad
the
to hear it.
actors now? What's going on there?
Yeah.
The actors, yesterday they were supposed to be back at the table, and SAG just said, you know what, we need more time to take a look at the latest offer from the AMPTP. So they are officially meeting today. It really seems that the residuals is what they're hung up on. It seems like the language for AI is okay, and they've moved forward with that. But the actors want a bigger cut of the residuals, and you know, you listen to Ted Sarandos and he's like, we can't afford it. I'm like, I think you probably can afford it because it's still such a small percentage from what they're earning. And, you know, Netflix had a great quarter. They realized that cutting down on that password sharing, guess what? It's profitable.
Yeah.
You're making people sign up for subscriptions and not allowing people to share accounts.
Yeah.
And I'm living without all those movies now.
You're done.
Because I used to share it with one of my kids.
Oh, really?
We did the same thing. We shared Netflix with her brother, and now we just don't have Netflix.
Yeah, that's the same here. I mean, I sometimes I even read, but I don't want to let that word get around. I know.
Can you still share?
No.
Netflix, no, you're not allowed
No, you
to.
can't. And Disney Plus is moving to that same model later this year.
Oh, really?
And I expect everybody else to follow suit.
We're
Because
sharing
it's like the airlines. Once one person does it, everyone else rolls that same sort of plan out. Apple Plus just raised their prices, following in the wake of Netflix as well as Disney Plus and Hulu.
Well, they get everyone addicted. This was probably the plan all along.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is that I think people are going to be starting to cancel because it's like you just can't. It's good.
Yeah.
You're going to have your old cable bill back. At this point, we are all at
right.
And I
if
think
you're
if,
subscribing to everything.
If a bunch of people like started to cancel Netflix, then they would be like, get a like, oh, here's a family plan type of thing. So it's kind of password sharing, but you're paying more than your normal premium for people that are in a certain area. Maybe.
Hey,
I don't know.
Is that Fubu or Fubo? How do you pronounce
Fubo?
Fubo.
It is
Fubo is the clothing company.
Fubo. I'm talking about the
Yeah, Fubu
channel.
is the clothing
TV,
company.
yes.
Fubo is the channel.
Is the channel.
Yes.
Their top rating, their ultimate, is like $150 a month.
Whoa!
But you don't need Ultimate. Like that's the
No,
thing.
it comes with like
Are you
live
paying
TV.
that, Tom?
Was that?
Are you paying that Ultimate package?
I have no idea.
I'm sure you are.
And to quote the old joke, for that price, they ought to sweep your chimney too.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Great to be here.
What was that joke? Was it Rodney?
I think it was Rodney.
Yeah.
I
Sounds
think you're right.
approximately Rodney era.
Wasn't there one that was also like, you better paint my house?
Mhm.
Like that's like
Oh yeah,
another
Paint
in the
My
same.
House. That is
Yeah.
another one. All right, Kristyn, another big week. I thought
Yes, but we have one more day.
one more. I keep thinking it's Friday today. and
Yeah,
don't
I was
know
like, I've got one more day with you.
It has been a long week.
why.
It sure has. Well,
Oh.
I can tell you why for me, but it doesn't
Well, you've
apply
been
to
sick.
you. Yeah.
You've been sick, and I just
He's got his Demi Moore husky voice going
I
on.
know.
It's his birthday. Kristyn,
Demi Moore.
it's
Yeah,
Andy's birthday today.
It
It
sure
is.
is.
Andy, happy birthday.
37.
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing.
Now, Brittany, we're going to be 40 in 3 years.
Shut
What
your
do you-
dirty mouth. Look at that smile. How dare
Hey,
you?
a big old smile on Andy's face.
I am a teen mom. Thank you very
I
much.
know.
You're a teen
A
mom.
teen mom.
Because I was just 22 last year.
Totally.
Teen time too, but you know.
Yeah,
Just
I'm
be
a,
like 31 every year. It's good.
I'm
It's
a
a good age.
couple teen moms. That's all.
So,
That's all it is. Kristyn, we will talk to you on Monday.
Nope. Friday, tomorrow.
God, why do I keep
All
thinking
right.
it's
Don't
Friday?
even worry about it. We'll call her. When
That's
we call
weird.
her.
It just
I don't
happened.
know.
to my
I'm
brain.
coming. I'm showing up tomorrow. Just let me know if you guys aren't.
No, we'll be here.
We'll
We'll
be
be
here.
here, I
Tomorrow's
promise.
Monday.
Okay. See you tomorrow.
It feels like Friday to me. I don't know why. Thanks, Kristyn, Chris, and Bert, ladies and gentlemen. She will be back with us tomorrow, Friday. Do I have something big going this weekend? Is that why I keep thinking
Yes,
it's
you
Friday?
do.
I do.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. We're going to the spooky deal.
Mhm, sure are.
scary.
For
Yeah.
Andy's
Spooky deal.
birthday dinner. We got that cooking.
Yep.
We got a lot of stuff going on. That's why I keep thinking it's Friday. All right, we'll take a break. Be right back. Wrap things up right after this.
She looked like.
This is the Tom Barnard Morning Show. Listen live on the Tom Barnard Show app or at tombernardshow.com.
Tom here, and I just read a success story from MN Fat Loss client Elizabeth, who just completed the program. Elizabeth writes, I'm a 54-year-old woman who has struggled with losing weight. I had almost constant heartburn, trouble sleeping, brain fog. I tried counting calories, eating bars and shakes, and several other programs in which I would lose 5 to 10 pounds after months of struggling. After 60 days of the MN Fat Loss program, I was down 25 pounds. MN Fat Loss had really empowered me to believe that I can control my eating and my weight without having to sacrifice foods that I like. If you're thinking about finally committing to improving your health, this is the time to start. You won't regret your investment in yourself. It's so easy to see if MN Fat Loss is a good fit for you. They offer a free phone consultation to learn about the program. They also have virtual options to help you if you live far away, which I think is a brilliant idea. To schedule that free phone consultation, go to mnfatloss.com. The only thing you have to lose is that unwanted weight. That's www.mnfatloss.com. I cannot wait to hear about your success story. And please let them know that Tom sent you.
This is Bob Sansevier, and I want to tell you about Dave Bialke from Bialke Law. Dave represented my wife, Mary, when she had a significant workplace injury. She was very happy with the job Dave did. If you have a work-related injury and have Dave represent you, I'm betting you'll be happy too. Dave is a down-to-earth guy. He grew up in northern Minnesota, rides a Harley, and worked various jobs doing concrete, electrical, plumbing, roofing, and carpentry work. Dave works for people with work-related injuries. If you work construction, or anywhere for that matter, and you're hurt or even just hurting, you should talk to Dave. Let's face it, our bodies wear out. If your body is worn out from work, if your knees or back or shoulders hurt from things you do at work, do what Mary did. Call Dave and talk to him about it at Bialke Law to set up a free initial consultation. The number to call is 763-571-2410. That's 763-571-2410. Or visit bialkelaw.com. That's BIALKE law.com.
Hello, I'm Brad Huckle, President and Chief Lending Officer at North American Banking Company.
And I'm Michael Bilski, CEO at North American Banking Company.
As a locally owned and operated community bank, we work with many multi-generational businesses.
Take Personal Care Dentistry of Roseville, for example. Dr. Walter Hunt, also known as Painless to me, has been a longtime customer of the bank since we opened the bank in 1998.
When his son Kyle was ready to join the practice, they wanted to expand quickly.
With their additional space and equipment, they now are able to see more patients each day while providing the same level of care and service.
Okay, guys, I'll take it from here. If you run a family business or any kind of business for that matter, you should be banking with Brad and Mike over at North American Banking Company. Every time I deal with them or their team, I know I'm working with experienced professional bankers. So why not bank with my banker? North American Banking Company, a better banking experience, member FDIC, equal housing lender. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. This was just sent over to me, and I think it's ridiculous. Should Halloween always be on the last Saturday in October?
Yes.
Yes.
Why?
Oh, I'd love that.
Why? You got to have it on the 31st.
I agree with you that like it's the end of the October vibe, but like it when your kids want to go stay up late at night and you have to go to school in
and
the
they're eating all
morning.
that sugar.
Yeah, it's just a lot
Yeah,
to
Halloween
do
on a school night is
a lot.
And you have to play the game of if it's like on a Wednesday, well, are we going out in our community the Saturday before, the Saturday after? Yeah, it's all.
It's why kids start trick or treating at like 5 p.m. because you go, yeah, of course, because they want to be done by 6 or 7 so they can go to bed.
Yep.
All right, Andy, here's who should. Do you know who celebrities are that share your birthday?
No, do I know who celebrities are? No.
Who share your birthday?
It's still all celebrities. I don't know.
Let's play a game. You say the celebrity, and Andy has to say if he knows them.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, I don't know the first two, so.
Okay, who's it?
Morgan Saylor and Dana Brody.
No.
Never heard either one of them. They're Showtime's Homeland.
Oh, Homeland.
Oh,
okay.
I've seen Homeland.
Yeah.
I bet I know who
Melissa's
they are.
mom is super into Homeland.
It's a weird show.
It's about horses, right?
No, I think it's about terrorism.
It's about terrorism.
Oh,
it's about terrorism.
It's like
What am I
Melissa's
thinking of?
mom.
Hearts, home. What the hell am I thinking?
Homeland. It's like good at first, but then the more you watch it, you're like, this is actually
insane.
really, really bad.
And dark.
Isn't it great, Andy?
You're
That,
right.
as it turns out, you're the most famous person born on your birthday.
Right? I was going to say.
Apparently.
The only one I know is Andy Bernard.
You know,
What the
number
hell
one,
am I thinking of? It's going to bother me now.
CM Punk.
Yes, of course.
CM Punk is 45, Andy.
He means nothing to us.
John Heater.
Heartland is what I was thinking.
Oh, Heartland, yeah.
Oh,
there you
okay.
go.
Yeah.
There you go.
John Heater, we know, right?
Who
John
did you say
Heater.
from Homeland?
Don't even worry about it.
No,
Morgan
yeah.
Saylor and Dana Brody. Never heard of either one
Morgan
of them.
It sounds like a country singer. But
Oh, they went for Morgan Saylor, who plays Dana Brody. It's
okay.
Yeah, there we go.
So it's one person.
Oh, it's just one person. Well, why would they highlight the name in blue then?
I don't know. They're just trying to let you know who she is. Or
Listen,
whatever. But anyway,
not
sorry.
everyone has
let's get to
editors.
someone famous here.
Yeah.
Florence Kasumba.
That's not going to qualify.
Florence plays Ayo in Black Panther.
right.
Oh, here we got one. Seth MacFarlane.
Oh, there you
That's a good
go.
one.
There you go. You know who that is. How about Tony Rapp?
Nothing.
That sounds familiar.
Is that
Star
two
Trek
P's?
Yes.
Yeah,
I just assumed. Yeah.
Anthony Rapp. He was in. He's been in stuff.
Star Trek Discovery. Yeah.
Oh, I've never watched Star Trek
Oh,
Discovery.
he was in Psych.
But
he was in Psych.
Yeah.
So
Sorry, that's my
Psych. I like Psych. Yeah.
Everyone likes Psych.
Yeah.
It's
You
so
got
good.
Keith Urban, who's 56.
I've heard of him.
Oh, Anthony Rapp is the guy who accused Kevin Spacey of sexual harassment.
Oh,
That's why I know.
I think
him.
there were more than one though.
Oh,
Well,
there are a
I
lot of them.
think so.
Yeah, you're right about that. Carrie Elwes, the man in black from Princess Bride. He's 61.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Tom Cavanaugh, Natalie Merchant. We know who that is.
Sure, yeah.
You got Rita Wilson.
Oh.
Mrs. Tom Hanks' wife.
Mhm.
James Pickens Jr. 69. Keith Strickland. Bootsy Collins from Parliament Funkadelic, baby.
Oh, look at that.
Now we're talking.
There you go, Bootsy.
It really says a lot about me that he's probably the most recognizable name to me on that list.
It's got to be you.
I'm willing to say that, Andy, for you, I've decided not to acknowledge any of these people's existence, so I only will celebrate your birthday.
You're going to have a problem coming up
Oh,
up at the end here, then, sister.
Unless it's Taylor Swift, which is
Not
December
Taylor
13th.
Swift, you're
so
lucky.
fine.
it's not
get a
Taylor.
life,
She even knows the birthday.
1989.
Okay, you ready? The final two. Pat Sajak.
No, I like Pat Sajak.
And I
Okay.
once had a very nice conversation with him about baseball.
Yes, you did.
We stayed away from politics.
You didn't say anything about from top to bottom?
Trigger.
Safe
Trigger.
space needed.
You don't even know what we're talking about, do you?
Nope.
It was my appearance on Wheel of Fortune, and
You were on Wheel of Fortune?
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
a whole blog about
Should have
it.
won,
You
too.
got to lead with that next
Should have
time.
won.
Yeah.
somewhere there's a DVS of that, but I don't know where.
Yeah, it's gotta be out
VHS,
there.
the
somewhere.
VHS, yeah. Because
Well, if you go to
You can read the blog.
AndyNWF.wordpress.com, you can read a recap of
Yeah.
May
Yeah.
13th, 1985.
I spent the whole day reading or
So
looking
what's
that
the
up.
top to bottom? Does he wipe top to bottom?
What?
No, that was the.
Have you ever
key
watched
phrase.
Wheel of Fortune before?
Yeah, you ever seen Wheel of Fortune?
Like, Wheel of
the
Fortune has the
final board?
phrase, and
Yeah.
you have to guess the letters, and he didn't get from top to bottom. That was
Oh.
the saying he didn't get. I get how it's confusing.
Okay.
Indeed. Now,
I didn't. The letters just that I picked, that you always pick, didn't help that much.
Yeah.
Was that the one, or was it going off the deep end? I
No,
can't
it was
remember.
from top to
from
bottom.
top to
from
bottom.
Okay, see, I don't even
From top to
remember it.
bottom,
Trust
yes.
me, Tom.
All I remember is the legendary carpeting because Tom will never let me forget it.
Going off the deep end is the one you did solve at the end of round 3.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
See, I know more than I do.
Why did I hate the winning all those prizes? Because
we
I
had
had to pick up a roll of carpet and carry it up the goddamn stairs by myself.
The
That's why.
$753 benchmark stain resistant carpet, you mean?
That's it. That's
They
exactly
have
right.
every episode on that blog.
They sure
Yeah.
do.
That's a
Okay.
lot too.
We will close with this, Andy. You have to guess who this person is. Very, very famous person. It's a woman.
Mhm.
She is 76 today, sharing your birthday. Her initials are HC.
Hillary Clinton.
Very good.
Oh, nice.
there you
Yeah, I'm
go.
fine with sacrificing all those people for only my mind. Andy, you're the only one whose birthday's today.
Yeah,
Happy
Hillary
birthday.
Clinton and Pat Sajak are out of the mix. You're absolutely right.
I don't care.
All right, that is going to do it for the show. I'm telling you, man, all week long, all 4 days, because I just did realize it's Thursday, finally. But at the end of every show this week, I'm like, God, the show's over already.
Super fun.
Yeah, you sound
I
very
mean it.
enthusiastic. Oh, super fun.
I'm with you. I've had a blast today. I was laughing so much today.
You're out of the mix.
Fine.
Forget it.
I'll still be back tomorrow.
You know what?
I'm still coming back.
You can't be in my life anymore.
Yep, you're out of it.
No.
Out of it. There's no
Top
question.
to bottom.
All right, we shall be right back in just about 5 minutes with the family show right after this.
In a world that's racing a mile a minute, a split-second distraction can change everything. I'm Mike Bryant from Bradshaw and Bryant. Every day we see too many people, heads buried in their phones, unaware of the dangers they're in. Texting and driving isn't just reckless, it's playing Russian roulette with your life and the lives of others. In just 4 seconds of distraction, you've driven the length of a football field. Is there any text message that's worth your life, that's worth the lives of others? I've been fighting for the rights of the injured for over 30 years, but I'd rather you never meet me in a courtroom. So hear me now. Stop texting and driving. Pay attention. Value your lives and the lives around you. And if you won't, know this. At Bradshaw and Bryant, we're relentless. We won't back down. We bring justice to those that need it.
Find Bradshaw and Bryant, personal injury attorneys at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
With Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw and Bryant.
You need to know a guy for your auto repairs, legal issues, banking, and more. The same goes for investment advice. You need a guy to help you be successful, someone you can trust who gets results. Well, I got a guy for you. Josh Arnold. Josh gives you straight talk, not sugar-coated advice about your financial situation. Josh has seen it all when it comes to economic and market conditions, and Josh can make sure that your retirement objectives match your investments. Do yourself a favor and call Josh now for a no-obligation, 48-minute evaluation. You've got nothing to lose, and you'll get a different point of view for your investments. Call Josh at 952-925-5608. That is 952-925-5608. You'll be glad that you did. And tell him his guy, Tom, sent you.
Investment services offered by Josh Arnold Investment Consultant, LLC, a security investment advisor. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. All investments involve risk. All comments and opinions are Josh Arnold's and do not constitute investment advice. Tom Barnard is a paid endorser.
Recently, Jim Paul of Valley Buick GMC was contacted by a company that does on-site sales. Jim was confused.
Wait, they don't know anything about us, our staff, our reputation, most importantly, our customers.
Hey, pal, no problem. We do them all over the country. You know, get the manager off the roof sale, inflatable gorilla sale, and our favorite, the 13-hour sale with a giant clock that goes to 13. Urgency, baby. We bring our crew because, well, your people are, let's just say, a little laid back.
And the pricing?
Nothing special, sport.
But Jim thought we price competitively every day. Our prices are special. We definitely don't need these guys. But sale does convey some urgency, so we made a bold decision for his fine dealerships.
Announcing the Valley Buick GMC 365-day sale. And we can even extend it a couple years or so.
I got the air dancer guy, scratch-offs, plastic keys, bubble machine box.
Valley Buick GMC in Apple Valley or Hastings or valleycardealers.com. Hurry.
Hello, I'm Brad Huckle, President and Chief Lending Officer at North American Banking Company.
And I'm Michael Bilski, CEO at North American Banking Company.
As a locally owned and operated community bank, we work with many multi-generational businesses.
Take Personal Care Dentistry of Roseville, for example. Dr. Walter Hunt, also known as Painless to me, has been a longtime customer of the bank since we opened the bank in 1998.
When his son Kyle was ready to join the practice, they wanted to expand quickly.
With their additional space and equipment, they now are able to see more patients each day while providing the same level of care and service.
Okay, guys, I'll take it from here. If you run a family business or any kind of business for that matter, you should be banking with Brad and Mike over at North American Banking Company. Every time I deal with them or their team, I know I'm working with experienced professional bankers. So why not bank with my banker? North American Banking Company, a better banking experience, member FDIC, equal housing lender. There we go.
The music was not in the hopper.
See ya.
They didn't give us the music.
Let me see if I can find it. Here we go.
You're taking a cupcake? You have to. You're right.
Save one for me.
There we go. Just had to do it manually, that's all.
I suppose. Welcome to the family with
Type it, baby.
Mike Gelfand.
And Andy Brent Bernard.
See? What do you think of that action? So what's happening?
Everything.
Oh, she's shutting the door. Everything like what?
Well, nothing that great, but I mean, talk about a news day. It's as a
Yeah.
journalist, I always retreat to my womb, you know, and that's when I pick up a newspaper while I see it online.
So what was this guy in Maine doing? What was this all about? What this time called upon him to kill 18 people?
Well, I know he has been in a psych hospital for hearing voices telling him to kill people.
Schizophrenic.
And they let him out?
Yes, they did.
Why?
Because he was. They said he was cleared. He was good to go.
Uh-huh.
He was. I think threatening to shoot up his military base, and then he went in the mental hospital, and they were like, "Oh, you're cured." So,
well, it's probably one of those situations where he was doing okay, and then he was doing so well.
He stopped taking his meds. Yep, that's what happens.
I suppose. Oh, so that's what it is. He just stopped taking the meds.
Well, that's
and you
typically
what.
what.
That is true.
Yeah, I don't think there's any
Compliance
confirms that, but
compliance for psych meds is extremely low because of the side effects.
Okay, now where did he go to shoot people? Was it a school or where
It was
did
a
he go?
bowling alley.
Oh, that's right. It was a bowling
And
alley.
I think it was a bar across the street.
Oh, he was at the bowling alley, and then he went to a bar a couple miles away, I guess.
Oh, he did. And he killed people in both places.
Yeah.
And did he give a reason why those two places?
I don't, like I said, I mean, typically we find some sort of online manifesto or something.
Yeah, right.
But maybe they just don't travel very fast from Lewiston, Maine. I don't know. But I don't think anyone's found anything like that. So maybe he just, heard a voice and said, okay.
Yep, pretty much.
Is that what it is, that you just hear voices and you act on that?
Yeah, I've talked to like a psych doctor before, and they've said that it sounds essentially like if you turn multiple TVs on in a room and turn them up to full blast, like that's what they're hearing in their head.
Oh, God.
I've been hearing voices for about 40 years.
Until you take your headphones off?
Yeah.
See, Andy just.
And sometimes they made me do horrible things.
Like stay in radio, things
exactly.
like that. No, I understand that completely. I just, I don't know much about this guy. Just the open fire manhunt underway after deadly shootings in Maine. Governor says 18 people were killed, 13 more injured. Hopefully they won't lose any of the injured people. I make it 19 dead. Is there any way to figure this stuff out? Why? What the whole schizophrenia thing and all that, what actually goes wrong with the brain that causes schizophrenia?
If we knew, we would be closer to a cure.
I guess.
And there was a time when basically everybody was diagnosed with schizophrenia.
Oh, is that right?
That was like the catch-all for a mental illness.
That's how my brother.
I didn't know.
That's how my brother wound up getting electroshock.
Mm-hmm.
He was depressed.
My father too.
Yeah, but they found some old fossil who thought that it's depression will just like zap his brain half to death.
Yep.
And my brother was an incredibly smart guy, and it didn't affect his intelligence, but it affected his memory.
Okay, let me ask you a question about that, because my father was a brilliant man. He was a very, very smart guy, not very well educated. He was just, because he couldn't afford it, came from very poor upbringing and all the rest of it, but he was a very, very smart man. Why do smart people tend to lean towards schizophrenia more than anybody else?
That's actually a myth.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, good. I'm glad I asked that.
They're probably the ones we hear about, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that is.
Smart people with schizophrenia are interesting because they tend to have, despite the schizophrenia, or maybe because of the schizophrenia, they have insights that are very unique.
I suppose that is true. This is Lisbon, Maine, because I thought it's near Lewiston. Throngs of police officers were searching Thursday near Lewiston, Maine, for a man thought to be armed. I would hope
Thought
so.
to be armed. No, he's just very good at martial arts.
After two deadly shootings the night before sent shockwaves through the rural state, Maine Governor Janet Mills said at a press conference that 18 people were killed, 13 people were injured in the attacks. Earlier, a federal law enforcement official said a shooter killed at least 22 people.
The numbers are bouncing around.
Aren't they?
Yeah, by the hour.
Are they really? It's 22.
This
now.
always happens because there's such chaos, and one person sees something.
Yeah,
so
and everyone wants to be the first to report too.
Yeah, I think that they may find the guy, but I very much doubt he'll be alive.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. They'll find him dead, won't they?
You do have to wonder. It's like if you're a cop and you're hunting this guy down and you find him, how do you resist killing him? Because I don't know that I could, to be honest. Like knowing that because I heard that it was like a kids' party at this bowling alley.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, this guy just murdered a bunch of kids. How do you not just kill him on the spot?
It's true.
He probably took care of it himself, though, is what I'm thinking.
That would be my guess, yes.
This is a dark day for Maine, Mills said, Governor Mills. Maine State Police worked through the night alongside local officers and the Federal Bureau of Investigation to find Robert Card, 40 years old, who was their sole person of interest in the shootings. Card is considered armed and dangerous, said Mike Sawchuk, Maine's public safety commissioner. We're going to not stop until we locate him, Lisbon Police Chief Ryan McGee told the local TV station as the manhunt continued early this morning. So they still haven't discovered where he is. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. They still don't know where the hell
Could be in the ocean.
Yeah, it could be in the ocean. That's absolutely true. Boy, that's got to be a tough. Can you imagine going into a bowling alley and like 22 people are now dead?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I guess there were about half of them there and half of them in another location.
Yeah, and it's one thing like because you'll go out and you see people that are arguing and then it turns into a fight and then it turns into a shooting.
Yeah.
But just for it to be peaceful, everybody's minding their business, bowling, having a good time, and then all of a sudden you just hear gunshots and people start dying is.
You know, you expect this at a high school football game. But,
Oh, of course.
but
Yeah.
not, yeah.
Yeah, what's that, Mike?
But it is
now?
so random, you know, that.
Yeah.
It's, well, I'm sorry, what were you saying?
I'm just saying it didn't really matter what I was just talking about the fact that it just.
Yeah.
I just don't understand what could go on in your brain that would go, I'm going to go kill a bunch of kids.
Well, it's, you know, it's like we were saying, whatever was going on in his brain was, it was, you know, it was just completely internalized. So normally with mass shootings, people are pushed to the edge by something. And that's why normally you see the manifestos.
Right.
But this is, you know, this is just probably not that kind of thing. But this guy had all the opportunities. He had the skills and he had the mental illness. And, you know, it's like I think 2022 was the first time in the U.S. when the number one cause of deaths for kids, you know, besides illness, of course, was gun bullets. Basically, it was bullets. You know, they surpassed auto accidents.
God, it's so amazing. You open up the top story, of course, is this guy killing 22 people. Second story, Israel carries out biggest raid inside Gaza since the attack. Third story, U.S. economy summer surge may not last. In other words, they're saying we're going into a depression.
Or it's just a nice way of saying, hey, great news, but it won't last.
But it won't last.
That's,
yeah, exactly.
you know, as a
true.
journalist by heart, by trade many years ago, that's what we do. We always look past the good news, get to the bad news. But not so much the other way around.
Yeah, you're probably right. Do you think we will go into the depression, the three of you?
No,
I
we're
have
going to
all
go
my
into
life.
World War III.
You think it might be World War III?
I think it very well may be.
Sure looks
and
like
war is great for the economy.
Yeah,
So
I would say war is more likely than depression at this point.
Yep.
And war is great for the economy for us.
Yes.
Yeah, not so much for the
When
people.
I say the economy, I mean our economy.
But really, if we did have World War III, it wouldn't be good for anyone's economy.
I wouldn't think so.
Because, you know, there's not a lot of manufacturing involved.
No, that's the thing is, we don't have any manufacturing anymore.
Yeah, that's all China and Russia now. Is Russia still doing some of that or not as much as they used to?
Well, anything they can, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's very, very true. But China does most of it, do they not?
Yes. Yeah.
How did we ever let that happen? Why didn't we stay competitive?
Well, China had a lot more employees.
And they also have no unions. They don't have to pay anybody.
Well, people, yeah, I mean, the people who went from the rural areas to the factories, these are people who are, you know, barely getting by. And so the old people stayed on the farms and the younger people went to the big cities. Like there's, you know, like 500 of them that we've never heard of.
Yeah.
And lived in like warehouses with 75,000 other workers making no money at all, but more money than they could have made at home. And so they were just totally set up. And of course, there's, you know, they didn't have to worry about things like the buildings collapsing or like paying living wages or somehow maybe being able to prevent horrible communicable diseases like we've experienced in the last few years. And so they're all set up for it. No regulations, perfect. And they polluted a little bit.
Yes, they did. I just saw a headline, and I brought this up earlier in the morning, and I did not know that this was in the Wall Street Journal. There are certain levels of cannabis that if I take it to sleep, it makes it worse. I was talking about that this morning.
Yeah.
Remember, I kind of brought that up that I can get very, very anxious and depressed if I take too much.
Well, how do they
THC.
determine which strains this is?
Yeah, it's interesting. Well,
These
here's
are, I guess.
the headline: the cannabis that people are using for anxiety is probably making it worse. That's a headline in a Wall Street Journal.
Well,
so.
anything you can take for anxiety will probably make it worse.
No, that's why I'm really glad I brought that up, because I tend to agree with you that you can make anxiety worse many, many ways.
Oh, of course. But you take, like, let's say you've never taken Valium before, which is probably I think it's probably still the best known of all the benzos. You'll take that thing the first time, it's magic. It's just magic.
Yeah.
All your worries go away.
Isn't that amazing?
But by the second week or so, you're taking more and more for less and less. And finally, everything's just making you worse. So, it's just like there's no free lunch.
That's a benzodiazepine for you.
That's the benzos. Yeah.
Yep.
And it's just, I mean, I've seen it many times, especially from my mother, she.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Let's see all the housewives, because the housewives would go to the doctor. The men were too proud. But the housewives would go to the doctor, but they didn't know what depression was back, in the 50s, especially, which is when benzos got big.
Yep.
And so they'd go to the doctor and they'd say, I can't sleep. They didn't know about depression. I can't sleep. The doctor would say, well, here, all the drug companies say this is totally safe and non-addictive. And that's when it all would start.
That's very, very true. Lots of people with anxiety are counting on cannabis's ability to treat their symptoms. There's a problem. The science shows that it probably doesn't help, and it may make those symptoms worse. Cannabis companies have promoted their product as helpful for anxiety, making for a potentially lucrative market. Are you telling me they might have lied just because they could make money from it?
Oh, didn't you know? Cannabis will cure everything.
That's what
If
they're
you
trying
got
to claim now.
It'll cure
Yeah,
it.
the people you talk to online, they will tell you that it will
Oh man,
cure
I used to have
absolutely
cluster
everything.
headaches. I just smoked some weed. Everything's fine now. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Cannabis companies have promoted their products as helpful for anxiety, making for a potentially lucrative market. Anxious consumers have turned to weed and edibles for relief as treatments for their ailments have become harder to find. The number of available and affordable therapists badly lags demand, and traditional medications don't work for everyone, driving both users. Don't you think, though, and you brought it up earlier, you take a medication, and I used to take it as well. It's damn good medication. Why can't people just turn to that?
Well, it's maybe they don't get the instant gratification.
Does it help you sleep?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, and
trazodone we're talking about.
Yeah, and I've taken antidepressant for 40 years now.
Only 40?
Yeah.
I was thinking 75, something like that.
Well, it should have been 73 is what it should have been.
73 years.
But it's not a magic thing.
No, it's not.
It's you have to figure out first something you can tolerate, and then you have to find out the dosage, and then you have to fight through the side effects. So you really have to be pretty persistent about it. But people don't want that. They just want to take something and everything's fine.
Yeah.
And we've talked about it before.
Yeah.
The reason that antidepressants don't work for most people is that most people who take them aren't depressed.
That is very true.
No, depression is like that buzzword when people are just like, oh, I'm a little sad.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I'm so depressed. And then you see somebody that actually has depression. You're like, oh, there's nothing. I'm not even close to that.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Depression is not what you feel when your hamster dies.
No, that's very
grief.
sadness. Grief is a different thing.
Right.
That's very, very
Right.
true. So what are we going to do about? Because I will tell you, I by coincidence, I did not know the story was out there. If I take too much THC, it makes it much worse.
Well, then
My
take less
anxiety.
THC.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I do, but I'm just saying.
Pleasure prolonged is always pain.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go. So I don't know what the hell we're going to do about that. What are they going to do about this? If people cannot keep taking cannabis, if it makes their anxiety worse?
We don't know what lies ahead, do we?
No, we do not. That is exactly right.
And I say that as someone who's, I smoked. I would say I smoked my quotient of weed you know, back in
the day,
in the
yeah.
teens mostly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
pretty much stopped when I was 20 or so, but I enjoyed it. It was fine.
Yeah. And I mean, if with weed, like if you take too much, then yeah, you're going to start getting the paranoia. So if if you're taking like a gummy or something like drinking a THC drink,
Mhm.
probably not going to get as like, it's not going to make your anxiety worse necessarily, but everybody
No,
does
that's true.
respond differently to it as well. But I feel like a lot of people that will either smoke a ton or they take a ton of edibles, then that's where you get more of the paranoia and stuff that sets in.
Yeah. Yeah. And the people who take the edibles these days, a lot of them are people who like smoked weed in an earlier life.
Mhm.
They don't know what's going to hit them.
No, they don't.
No, because you get the edible I don't feel anything. So let me take another one. And then the next thing you know, you're staring at your refrigerator for 3 hours.
Well, I'm telling you, literally for me, and I'm being very, very honest with everybody here, if I don't take enough, it will not make me sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And if I take too much, I will have horrible nightmares. So where is that tiny middle ground for me? How do you discover
You
that?
never know, and it keeps moving too.
And it does keep moving. You're right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah,
about that.
because depending on how the edible was made is going to react to the different concentrations of THC that are in there.
And the thing is, you know, basically people these days, I would say people who are prescribing medications,
Mhm.
and it would include people who are selling medications.
Mhm.
Most of them are not competent.
So, you know, last night I took 25 milligrams,
Mhm.
right? I could not sleep. I fell asleep for about 3.5 hours and I woke up. It will not keep me asleep.
Mm.
So then you move on to different things, and all of a sudden it's like you get these horrible nightmares and all that stuff.
You're basically just you're describing your life, though.
Yeah, that's pretty much true. Yeah, it just is. I mean, it's not like my dreams are so horrible,
Mm.
but you know what? My nightmares are almost always about,
Mm.
and this I don't understand. This must be like a personality flaw. You ready?
Let's just call it an eccentricity.
It's an eccentricity. Whenever I have nightmares, it's about me failing at something.
That's pretty common, I think.
Do you think it really is really common? People fail. They
Yeah.
face their failures in their dreams.
Well, that's, I mean, on a basically a level that's not entirely significant, though. That's my most common nightmare, is not being able to, it's and as I say, it's just, you know, it's trivial, but is not being able to find my car.
Oh, really?
And I've had the same thing for
Really?
like 40 years. It's always, and it's always takes place, sometimes it takes place at, say, the Metrodome, not Metropolitan Stadium.
Yeah. Yep.
When I'm leaving after a game, but that's work too.
Mhm.
Yeah. So sometimes it's there. A lot of times it's just I'm done working at the Minneapolis Tribune for the day,
Mhm.
and I get out and I can't find my car. And the whole dream is about trying to find my car. I've been trying to find the goddamn car for 40 years and I haven't found it yet. And I always believe just once, if I could find it just once, I'd never have that dream again.
That's true.
But it might be something worse.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you do find it one day, are you going to wake up and you're going to be like, oh, crap.
See, Andy and I think alike.
Is this the last day of my life or something?
Yeah, I should just be content with what I have.
Be interesting. We should get a psychologist in here. Are people having more nightmares than ever before?
Probably not.
You don't think so? Even with all that horrible news that's popping on every minute of every day?
Well, I think for several thousand years, people were living among death and destruction firsthand.
That's true.
One thing I've discovered talking to people who've been through really traumatic events is that, you know, you can't measure that kind of thing.
No, that is true. Isn't
everybody's hell is their own personal hell.
That
they don't
is-
share it with anyone else.
Very true. Isn't that sad that that's the case?
Well, we're human beings.
But they have never discovered a way to kind of totally deal with it all, have they?
You know what? The reason why benzos work so well for you, if you've never taken them, or if you just take them like once a month or something, it's all in the description. You can find this in the PDR, the description of what benzos do, and it's the most. It's just incredible. I mean, they've just nailed it with like 3 words. It's reduces brain activity.
There you go.
all we have
sometimes
to
that's
do.
what you need.
Yeah, exactly. We think too much.
Absolutely.
Well, that's what I think a lot of alcoholism is based on. It just numbs your brain so much you
100%,
can
yeah.
actually sleep.
Yeah, but,
No, I
you
can't
can only
sleep.
sleep for a few hours.
Yeah, no.
Yes,
when I
right.
drink, I can't sleep with crap.
Yeah, well, then you get that 2 hours of semi-consciousness. Then you're just thrashing the rest of the night.
Yeah,
That's what I do every
horrible.
night.
I hate
Or
every
trying
night.
to sleep after alcohol is awful.
Or if you're drunk, you're not really sleeping. You're passed out.
Yeah, it's like waking up after surgery. You don't feel like rested and relaxed because you weren't really asleep.
No, you're not getting any REM. If you don't get REM, you're not really sleeping.
That is true. So what the hell do we do about all this stuff? Now we find out that THC is probably not the answer. Looking at it, either going to take too much or too little. Either way, it's not going to work.
Well, I think it's just you have to accept the limitations.
Yeah.
And go from there.
Do you combine it with melatonin then? Because melatonin will help you sleep.
I'd say you combine it with therapy.
That'd be not a bad idea. Therapy'd probably be good.
Melatonin is a fraud, in my opinion. I don't want to.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it.
Like if someone thinks it helps them, then I don't.
Good for you. Yeah.
Yeah, good for you. But melatonin, the whole concept of it is not that it gets you to sleep. The concept, which is highly flawed, is that it will help keep you asleep.
Oh, yeah, that's not true. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. It does not keep you asleep.
No, but that was the way it was sold, and the scientists who promote it, that was always because I guess it's supposed to help secrete a hormone, the hormone that helps you to stay asleep.
I wouldn't know because I never ever stay asleep. Never. I cannot tell you the last time I slept 8 straight hours.
No, I don't either. I wake up multiple times a night and I remember it every time.
Why is that? Why do we?
And why do we have that urge after 5 hours of sleep of getting up when it's still dawn and going and meeting all our elderly friends at McDonald's for an Egg McMuffin?
You back into that, are you?
I can't relate to that particular
no, I can't
yet,
either.
but
no.
I don't know. The whole thing is, have our drug companies let us down in a huge, I mean, you look at the Sacklers and those sons of bitches, and none of them really ever paid the price other than monetarily.
Well, which isn't much of a price when you're worth billions.
When you're worth billions anyway. It's not even a price, is it?
No.
But our drug companies have look at what Pfizer just did with all this, injections and all the rest of it. How much money did they make from COVID?
Oh, well, it's
can't even imagine.
So much money.
Can you even imagine how much money they made?
No, that's it. And that is, they're in a perfect world, there wouldn't be companies that are capable of making those kind of profits on,
I agree.
on medications, which in many cases do save lives.
Mhm.
But once you start monetizing it, then everything gets corrupt.
Well, it does, and it's always that money part of it. If there's corruption, it was caused by money.
And that's why
there's no doubt.
And that's why a
about
lot of people in this country who are desperate for it can't even score a little Adderall anymore.
No, why not?
There's a shortage. Well, because when there's a shortage, what it usually means is the drug companies aren't making enough money.
They still make enough money, so they don't make it.
Right.
No, it doesn't surprise me a bit. It does not surprise me at all that the whole situation. Is there any drug company you can look and go, hey, they're trying their absolute best?
No,
I don't.
None look like it.
See, a friend of mine worked as a drug salesman. I mean a legal drug.
Legal,
salesman.
yeah.
And they're what the drug companies always like to do is they hire women out of college, usually the types who look like cheerleaders.
Mm-hmm.
And then they go around to the doctor's offices, or in many cases, it would be like someone who purchases drugs for huge healthcare organizations.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And they go in and they're almost always dealing with men in their 60s, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So they go in there and this was the experience my friend had. So she's selling drugs. She's a drug salesman for a generic drug company, right? So the generic company is basically manufacturing products which sell for like about 5% of the patent stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So she'd go into the doctor's office. This would be like smaller doctor's offices, and she'd say, I was out in your lobby, and I saw these two people in their 70s, and they talked about how they were sharing their blood pressure medication because they can't afford it, and and your patients will be paying 5 cents on the dollar compared to what they're paying now. If you'll just purchase our product. And the doctors, some doctors would actually say, yeah, but you're not going to get me a free trip to Hawaii every year.
Well, there is that.
Mhm.
Because a lot of that, duking the doctors, there's no doubt about that.
Health, money, corruption, death.
That's it. So the TV shows, there was Dope Sick was one, and there was one other one.
Yeah.
What the hell was it?
Like something with pain in it, like Painkiller?
Is it Painkiller? Yeah, I know there was. Andy, do you remember? There was Dope Sick was one of them. It was a streaming series, and there was another one that was running at the same time. One was about the Sackler family,
Yeah,
and the other
Painkiller.
It was Painkiller.
Is that about the Sacklers?
Is that about the woman out in California?
Painkiller was about OxyContin.
Was that it? No, that hers had something to do with some. She claimed to have invented a drug, and it never actually was invented.
Oh, you're talking about Theranos or whatever.
Theranos.
Oh,
That's exactly
yeah.
what I'm talking about.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
exactly
The
right.
Dropout.
The woman-
Dropout.
the
There
woman,
you go.
Now she's in prison now, isn't she?
I believe so. Yeah.
She was sure fun to watch, though.
No, she's a very attractive young woman.
Yeah,
Is
she
that
was.
why?
Yeah, well, it's just it helps in that business. But I do have to say one thing. I love Western medicine.
Mm-hmm.
You know, back in the 60s, people say, "Oh man, Western medicine, I know I don't go in for that." You know, I have this tincture of something, tincture of raspberries that I buy at the at the generic shop or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And or I like acupuncture. Screw that. Are
I've
you
never
kidding
had
me?
that.
I tried it once.
Acupuncture.
Yeah.
What
I
is it supposed to? You have, Andy? What did you think?
I don't know if it did anything.
Yeah, there you
Well,
go.
if it does do something, it's probably just suggestive, which is not to demean that
No,
at
if
all.
it makes you feel better,
if
good.
People take placebos.
Yep.
I talk to people all the time. They take Tylenol for their headaches. I'm not going to tell them it's worthless. If you believe it, then I guess it helps.
What is Tylenol for? Because I've never known.
No one knows.
Oh, so nobody knows.
The only
what
thing
it's
it's
for.
ever been proven to be for, in my opinion, is lowering fever.
Yes, it
That's
does
it.
do that. Absolutely.
Mm. But
So-
pain, there's no indication, as far as I know, that it helps pain in any way.
Does any of this stuff help pain in any
Hell, I
way?
don't even think OxyContin's that good.
I don't either.
I've taken it for pain. Nah, not really.
Is there anything?
For pain?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but it can kill you.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of morphine, for example.
Well,
Oh,
and
yeah,
morphine's
that's true.
nothing anymore.
Yeah.
Morphine is basically for killing people. No, I mean, it's like people who are in hospice care.
Yeah.
They just
Yeah.
get more and more, and they
Yeah.
fade away. And
Yep.
it's you
That
know
was my grandpa. They gave him Dilaudid. They just every time he had a complaint, have some more Dilaudid.
after morphine came Dilaudid, and
Yep.
then after Dilaudid came fentanyl.
Fentanyl. Yep.
Yeah,
God, fentanyl.
not good.
How are we doing
but
with
it's
that
great.
at the border?
I've had it in the hospital. It is fantastic.
Oh, it is.
But
really?
you certainly wouldn't want it outside the hospital.
Oh,
No.
because you just couldn't get off it.
No, because it just kill you so easily.
Oh, yeah, it's very easy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just nothing. It's like, half a grain of salt.
Fentanyl. Yeah.
Yeah.
God. And that was China once again, right? It was
Well,
all
it
developed in China.
has its purposes.
It does.
Post-surgical pain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I mean, all the fentanyl that's coming across our
Oh,
southern
no, I mean,
border,
it's-
that's all China
Well, yeah, I can think it probably is. Yeah.
through Mexico.
It also, though, it can be made pretty easily in laboratories
Oh, is that right?
anywhere in the world.
What is it?
I don't know.
I have no idea what the hell it even is.
I think
It's a
we did-
synthetic opiate.
Yeah.
It's
And
just like the worst thing out there. Yeah.
how did they discover it would work, Andy?
Usually they come up with a new molecule, they inject it into a rat and see what happens.
Wow, poor rats.
Yep.
They pay the big price.
They
that's all
sure
I'm
do.
saying. I don't know. It's really unfortunate that all the people we count on the most have gotten to a position now. They're the most disgusting people on earth. Well, they are. Our politicians, our drug companies, you get on, there's a long list.
Mhm. Well, one of the problems is that people who want to be billionaires are driven a lot more than the rest of us.
Oh, they are. Absolutely. And I want to know, is there a number high enough? I mean, is 220 billion for Elon Musk, is that enough money?
It's never enough.
No,
Too much is
it's
never
always
enough.
given.
Never enough, is it?
Mm-mm.
What are you going to buy with 220 billion that you couldn't with 219 billion?
Free speech.
Yeah, I suppose.
Well, I mean, that's the
yeah.
ultimate at
Yeah,
this
that is.
point.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
that's what Elon Musk thinks he's purchasing. He thinks he's purchased freedom of speech, that he alone has it.
that he can say whatever he wants.
And that's why
it's the
he's willing
truth.
to spend, Tesla, come on. That's just, kid stuff.
It's a side
I'm going to
sidebar.
own freedom of speech. You got to go through me now.
Have they always thought that though? These big shots like him.
Well, it's just that the goals keep getting bigger.
Oh, I
because
suppose,
the
yeah.
power keeps getting bigger.
Why do we allow this to happen? Because we don't have a vote.
Because we're not lusting for power and money and greed the way they are.
I suppose that's true. How's that Sam doing? What's his name? Backler? What's his name? Sam
Bankman-Fried.
Sam Bankman-Fried. Yeah. How's he doing?
Leave him out of it.
Oh, because he's a nice Jewish boy.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. I mean, was anything he ever did or said real? Was it any of it true? Not one iota of it.
No,
was
no,
true.
well, because it's based on a myth.
It's based on a myth. That's
It's
exactly
like,
right.
hey, I've got some new money for you. And if you really believe it, it'll be worth a lot of money. But the only problem is everybody else has to believe it.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't find that concept to be something that you can promote in the future.
Never understood Bitcoin. Why the hell you'd want to get involved in Bitcoin?
Well, and the thing is, it does sort of make sense when you think about it in, if you can think about it in the big picture, because, gold, what's gold do for you?
Well, but you can make nice rings and stuff at least.
It's all about assets. It's not
It's
about
all
gold.
about assets. You're right. Yeah. No, you're right about that.
That's
It
why we
just-
can keep pumping out those treasury bills, because as a country, we're worth a lot.
Are we?
Well,
Not
less
right
maybe,
now.
but
Yeah, a lot less right now because our economy right now is teetering. I will tell you that.
it depends on which headline you read.
Yeah, but I'm talking about my personal opinion.
Oh,
I checked a couple of things like this ain't looking good. I'll tell
Yeah.
you that.
No, and really one of the big reasons that the economy is moving forward right now is because people think they have money.
Yeah, I think that you're right about that. They think they, even though there's nothing backing it up.
No, but they're going out
think
and they're spending the money they don't have.
Yeah.
If people don't spend the money that they don't have, everything collapses. Everything is based on a myth.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. And that's worldwide too, isn't it?
Mhm. But as long as we keep believing, we'll be fine.
Will we keep believing?
No, of course not.
I didn't think so. And there is the problem.
The Great Depression was not a one-off.
No. I mean, are we headed toward another Great Depression?
I think we always are.
Kind of seems like it, doesn't it? But right now, it's what they have done, honest to God. And I'm just one of those guys. You can talk about your parties all you want. It's all of them. They're all disgusting pigs now.
Mm.
And I mean, we're in a situation where, I suppose if they push and push and push and push, the last two United States presidents could end up in prison. Is that a good idea?
Well,
I mean, with how well the last two have done, it's not a terrible
You want to
idea.
send them off to prison?
Yeah, get some new
Nixon
people
could
in
have gone
there.
to prison.
Yeah.
Bill
Nixon could have
Clinton
gone to
could have
yeah.
technically gone
Nixon
to
and
prison.
Clinton, you're right. They
yeah,
could have.
but we're talking about things getting way bigger now.
Way bigger.
I mean,
Yeah.
Richard Nixon did not, as far as I know, was never charged with 91 felonies.
No, that's
That's
very
like a-
true.
91 felonies. That could be a rock song.
No, it definitely feels like it could open the floodgate, because now let's say if Donald Trump goes to jail, now
Mhm.
the next time the other side messes up, well, we're going to send your guy to
Yeah,
prison
Oh,
now. And then
there's a
now it's-
possibility that Biden might go to prison someday if they stay after him.
Yeah, and then
But yeah.
it's always going to just continue to snowball and get more and more out.
Oh,
It
but
is,
one
isn't
thing to keep in mind here, you do need to measure this a little bit. We have never been here before.
No, we have not.
No,
That's a fact.
This is something that no one, I can't say no one envisioned, because there were probably all in the past, it wouldn't have been a story about history. It would have been science fiction.
Mhm.
Yeah,
This is bizarre.
it just is. But part of that is the pushing from both sides to get the other guy. That's a big part of this too.
Yeah, it almost feels
Yep.
like we're at like a tipping point where how we react to what is going on today is going to greatly influence whether we
Mhm.
keep going down this bad path or if we start to kind of pull our heads out of our asses and figure things out together.
Well, again, though, we're talking now about actually trying to end democracy.
Yeah.
So, I mean, how does it get bigger than that?
I know. I don't really.
Because that's the great experiment. Without that, we don't have anything.
So what are we going to do?
Probably nothing.
So we're going to just fade away
I don't
into
know.
nothingness.
Well, it's like we've talked about. Maybe the only solution in the long run is, is some horrible thing, horrible war,
It
horrible
usually is.
disease, and they usually come together anyway.
They do, yes.
We wipe out. We get down to say, maybe a few million people, and we build it up from there again.
Unbelievable. 8.5 billion right now, right?
Is that what it is?
Yep, something like that.
We're at 8.5
And definitely
billion.
getting bigger every day.
And I did see a guy who actually he's talking about running the numbers, and he basically says that about 7 billion out of the 8.5 billion have no knowledge of anything. They don't know how to read. They don't know how to write. They can't do math. They can't do it.
But are they happy?
They're kept stupid.
Yeah.
So they might be happy.
They are happy.
Well, that's the whole thing. I mean, that's what, books like, 1984 were based on. Just keep everybody happy. How do you keep everyone happy? Hey, all you have to do is make a certain drug available, whether that drug is actually some medication or whether it's television, whether it's sports. But the fact is everybody has their own medication.
Their own choice?
Yeah, you get to choose.
Yeah, you do get to choose. I don't know.
I'm on the American plan.
Are you?
Yeah.
What it consists of?
I would say gambling.
No, that's good. Yeah,
and
good start.
gambling and medication.
Mm-hmm.
And not in this order, but my children.
Oh, so they came in like third or fourth?
No, yeah, right, exactly.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. But that's probably about it. Yeah. The cat can go.
Well, yeah, what happened to the cat? Where's the cat?
The cat's, I'm supposed to get the cat's teeth cleaned. Cats, like when they're 7-8 years old, at that point, they need about half their teeth extracted.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So this cat can't communicate. It doesn't communicate, cannot vocalize. Looks like the dumbest thing you've ever seen. But she's not.
Yeah.
She detects. I'm supposed to take the cat in. Actually, they're supposed to come to my house to get the cat. And so I'd say starting a day before, she starts noticing that I'm doing things a little differently.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Goes into
Runs
hiding.
Runs away. Yep.
Goes into hiding. Hides down in the basement where half of my youngest son's old furniture is being stored. And nobody can get into that catacomb. Nobody would want to, except the cat.
What's hilarious about that? This keeps happening too. Judd is our little dog.
Mm-hmm.
He's 10, almost 11 years old. If Catherine is upstairs getting ready to go somewhere, and I'm in the bathroom downstairs getting ready to go somewhere, or not, if I'm just down there watching TV and she just happens to be taking a shower, if I come up to check on her, Judd goes right in his crate because he thinks we're leaving.
Oh, my dog's the same way.
Isn't that hilarious?
To the point where he can tell, because if I'm leaving to go to work and I'm kind of rushing to get out the door, he can sense he's not coming with, and so he'll just kind of lay down and watch me. But if he thinks that he's coming with, he's right by the door.
Oh yeah.
Well, I had this cat before this one. Peanut was her name, but I didn't name her. I did not name her.
Liar.
The greatest animal I've ever known. And but she'd been an outdoor cat. So if I had to go somewhere, I'd open up the garage door, get in the car, and all of a sudden she'd be somehow in the back seat. She was going with me.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah. But this cat, no, this cat she doesn't really like people. And I know that because the only one she likes even a little bit is me. And that's a bad choice.
Well, Mike, we just last weekend had Alex and her family went up north. The kids and Dan and Alex went up north. So we took in their 2 dogs. So now we have 3 dogs in the house. And the whole time their dogs were there, Judd would lie down with his back to Catherine, staring at me. Because it was my fault.
Right.
Those other dogs were there. And he was not going to even look at Catherine because he was too upset.
Yeah.
It's hilarious. These dogs are just unbelievable. And you get Daisy doing that kind of thing?
Not yet, but I think they do that later in life.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, well, that's probably true because he is 10 or 11, something like that.
Dogs are far more endearing for the most part.
For the most part,
like you go
they make an effort.
I go over to a friend's house. He had these two spaniels, right? very, very engaging with human beings.
Mhm.
And and as soon as I sat down, at least one of the dogs would rush over and lie down on my shoes. 'Cause they didn't want me to leave.
Yeah, they don't want you to leave.
This cat wants me to leave.
It's get out.
Yeah.
I'll take
This
over.
is my house.
Isn't that just amazing that this is my house? This is my chair that I sleep in. Do not sit in this chair. It's my chair. That's so weird. I mean, I suppose it's good news in the end. Well, I guess not in your case because they don't want you around.
I don't know with this cat, but I do know she doesn't want anyone else around.
Oh, she wouldn't want anybody around.
Like Max comes over, gives her treats, does everything to try to endear. No, forget about it.
No,
If he doesn't get out the treats, she will not go near she won't go near any of my friends, any of my kids.
That's hilarious.
No, she immediately, usually I find her in the linen closet if someone comes over.
Oh, I suppose nice and comfortable.
You
Laying
can
on the
imagine how
towels.
I feel about a cat or any animal lying on my towel.
Yeah, that would not be good for you.
Well, what I've done is I've just I've given the lower shelf to the softest towels.
That's a
so
good
the cat
move.
can just sleep there.
Yeah, because that softness is a huge deal.
Yeah, they tend to like that.
They do indeed. But all right, what other problems we got in the world we could solve today?
We solved pretty much everything, and unfortunately, we solved it with the brutal war that will kill most of our citizens.
Yeah, but you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you think we will actually go into World War III?
It's
what do you guys
probably closer than it's been in quite some time.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, well, because I saw who's the Ukrainian, is it Zelensky?
Yep.
Like he released some statement, like telling people, like, "Hey, don't forget about the war we still got going."
I know.
I was like, "Oh my gosh, you guys are still doing that?" I
Well,
forgot.
that's because people want to forget about
Yeah.
it.
Well, see, I have a question for you. How is the United States the biggest shithole on earth to some people, which I certainly don't think it is?
No.
But Russia and China cannot stop stepping up and causing problems in other people's countries, whether it's Russia trying to take over the Ukraine or it's China.
That's what happens with power, though.
It does.
As soon as you get power, you want to just mess everything up.
Why?
Well, I mean, like our news outlets aren't covering China every day or Russia every day, and things like that's what people. When all you see is what's going on directly in front of you, you're like, well, this place is the worst. I'd rather move other places. And then when you turn on the news at other places, oh, absolutely not. I will stay right here.
Is there any place left to go? If you wanted to say, I've had enough of America, where would you go?
Dubuque.
Yeah, I was just going to
Dubuque is still part of it, though. Iceland, Andy says,
Yeah.
but they won't let you in, Andy, so you can't go there. They'll let you stay there for a while, but you cannot
that's
live there.
basically all your really smart countries.
All of them are
I
like
mean,
that.
You think I could stay in legally in Canada for more than 2 weeks? Probably not.
Canada used to be a place I'd like to live, but they've gone off the deep end.
They're not
too.
doing well.
They're not doing well at all. What caused that, Andy?
Their leadership is not great at the moment.
Well, just because it's the third Trudeau, or is it only the second? It might only be the second Trudeau. I'm not sure.
The second, I don't know.
Yeah, he's a moron.
Yes, he is.
No, I don't think it really matters where you go as far as what country. It's just how many people are you around.
That's really
Like, because if you moved out
Yeah,
to like
true,
middle of Minnesota where you're the only house for 2 miles, you probably have a pretty peaceful life.
Yeah, there's
not
nothing
very,
going on.
Yeah, not very eventful, but
no one's going to be bombing. Yeah, like the central Minnesota where no one lives.
like my mom lives out in Broughton, which is like right next to Hutchinson, Minnesota. And anytime I go out there, I'm like, oh, it's so quiet. It's peaceful.
I love Hutchinson.
Like,
Yep, nothing going on.
You ever go to the movie theater there?
No, I have not.
Oh, you got it. It's a great movie theater.
Really?
Hutchinson. You go to the, what the hell's the name of the cafe too? It's got a really good cafe in Hutchinson. What the hell's in it? Okay. 952-600-2575. What's the name of the great cafe in Hutchinson?
And don't
Minnesota?
tell me about how great the pie is.
No,
please.
I agree.
I don't want to hear
it's
that
not
anymore.
about pie.
No.
We're talking about the real solid.
Oh, it's
chow.
the pie lady of Brondale. No, forget it. Not interested.
Every
Moving
city
on.
has the pie place.
I suppose they do, but
There's
yeah,
the Hutch Cafe. There's the River House.
River House.
McCormick's.
McCormick's.
I know
that's not it
Melissa's family loves McCormick's.
Oh, see, there you go.
No, I think that's the, if I remember correctly, my mom tells me like that's the place in Hutchinson to go for like a special date night is the McCormick's.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I think it's a
McCormick's.
steakhouse, I believe.
It's an Irish dealie.
Oh, maybe not. I don't know what I'm talking about. But there's like two places. There's like two specific spots she always tells me, like, that's like the date night spot, and this is where all the young people go. And then because it's such a small town.
That's what people think. Where they go is to a railroad siding in a forested area in their dad's car. That's where they go.
Drinking in a field.
Yeah,
yes.
that never changes.
Honest to God. But my Uncle Ted used to live in Hutchinson. That's why I spent a little time there when I was a kid. I don't think I was about 11 years old by the time that he moved to he was a sales guy. So he moved to different towns. But I remember going visiting Hutchinson. I loved Hutchinson. I thought it was a great town.
Nice. They got everything.
They do have everything there. It's a really nice.
And it's
town.
far enough away where you don't have to deal with the big city, but still close enough where if you needed to come back, it's not that.
Absolutely.
It's like a 45-minute drive.
Also, when you were growing up, Tom, the idea of the perfect, most sedate country or city you could go to was probably Belfast.
That's probably true.
Yeah. That would have been like a peaceful vacation for you.
Didn't last very long, though.
No.
It didn't last very long. Yeah, I mean, is that what's happening? Because I am being told that a lot of city people are moving to the country now.
Well, Duluth is supposedly like when they talk about cities that nobody's immune from it, but cities that wouldn't really be affected horribly, say by global warming, for example, or they'd be affected favorably in some ways.
Yeah, that's true.
And they talk about Duluth, but I think that's just maybe they got a really good chamber of commerce there or something. Supposedly people are moving to Duluth. I haven't seen it myself.
I heard it's in pretty rough shape, actually. I haven't been to Duluth in a while.
Well, I guess. I mean, their form of life has pretty much just been peeled away.
It has, hasn't it?
It's, you closed all the mines and the whole Iron Range. And I mean, they've got the same problems everybody has. That's the problem.
I'll be honest with you. I've always loved going to Duluth too. I mean, the view, you drive up that North Shore, my God, is that beautiful. And I like the town of Duluth.
I guess I could drive down Lindale and see tree leaves that are dying.
Oh my God.
I know. I'm a bummer.
No, that's a very Jewish thing to say. That's all I'm saying.
But you can see the bright side of it. Hey, I don't have to go to Duluth. I can drive down Lindale Avenue.
It's not a long drive at all.
Destroy my car because it's all potholes.
Oh God, it's just
things are tough.
Okay, we only got about 5 minutes left, so I'm trying to think of something. Is there anything positive we can talk about for a couple of minutes?
Well, let's see. The Timberwolves lost their first game.
That was a shock.
And Anthony Edwards was 8 for 27 or something.
Oh my God!
The team shot 34%. It was the lowest, shooting, or the worst shooting performance they've had since. I don't even think they shot under 40% at all last year. So it's been like 2 years.
And they never lost a game before, in the last month when they had all the exhibition games and everything. They were fantastic.
That's right. They were fantastic.
Everything had come together. You don't have to worry about Anthony Edwards anymore. He's going to be a team player. I mean, the only reason he took 27 shots is because he couldn't take 37 shots.
Didn't get the ball enough.
And especially coming off of, because he went to the FIBA World Basketball or whatever and led the team in every stat. And he's supposed to be the next Michael Jordan and the next big thing. And so for us to kind of come out with a dud the first game is disappointing.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, look, when they're playing Iceland, what do you expect?
Right.
They're going to look pretty darn good.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
No, it's a long season. They'll turn it around. Anthony Edwards is going to be great this year.
Oh, of course.
We just got to give it time.
He's listed as, in Minnesota, he's the greatest athlete in the history of the NBA. He's making like $260 million on his new contract. Jesus. In real life, if you look at the basketball, the basketball folks who know what they're talking about, you go to like The Athletic or any of these sites, they basically list him as like being the 25th best player in the NBA.
Really?
The 25th best player is not going to turn this team around, especially when all he wants to do is shoot the ball. He after the game, he's very modest when they lose. It's all my fault, which he means that the team is totally bent on him.
It's me, more me now.
That's all it is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's definitely the face of the franchise.
Well, yeah, because that's marketing, though.
Yeah, but he is the best player on our team.
The most talented.
Yeah. So if he's not performing well, we're doomed.
Right, and that's why he this year they will win half their games, and he'll win the games for them. He'll lose half the games, and he'll be the reason they lose.
Yeah. Has it always been like that, though?
Well, with this franchise, that's when they're at their best, though.
That's true too. Yeah, they've never been any good.
It
Never.
turns out, and people are shocked to hear this, it turns out that professional basketball is a team sport.
Really?
Yeah.
I've not noticed that in the last 30 years.
You better let the basketball players know that, because there's a lot of individuals out there.
Well, yeah, that's right. But unless they cohere as a team, it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
And last night, I watched like the first 10 minutes of the game. Every single sentence that was uttered by the broadcasters had the word Edwards in it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So how is this guy not going to think
No, you're
that
right.
he's the son?
Yeah.
I know LeBron James. I mean,
Well, he's still at it, and he's still
at it.
actually pretty good. But
Yep.
but but he also knows how to pass the ball.
He does. Yeah.
And if there's two guys guarding LeBron James, he'll pass the ball. To Anthony Edwards, he'll try to jump over them. And that's what he did last night. He kept trying to jump over two guys who were standing in the 7 feet tall guys, and they're standing in front of the basket. That's okay. He's just going to jump over them. And they talked about the one I remember what I was reading. I think it was probably The Athletic, and they said, but he had a career high 14 rebounds. Well, you know what? You're going to get a lot of rebounds when every shot is missed.
Yeah, well, that's the one thing I love to bring up. Well, he got a lot of rebounds, missed the shot. Huh?
Yeah.
Well, that's when Kevin Love was here. They're always, he's double this and gets all these rebounds. Well, our team misses every shot we take, and he's our center. Of course, he's going to get a lot of rebounds.
Yeah. But the best rebounders, they do have a way. Like Charles Barkley was a great example.
Mhm.
He basically rebounded with his ass.
Yeah, that's true.
And a lot of guys think they can do it with their legs.
Yeah.
And their hands? No. Mm-mm.
No.
Yeah, the Timberwolves have always been a team where there was one guy doing all the shooting. I mean,
Well-
Chris Humphries, when he was with he was Timberwolves for 1 or 2 seasons, something like that.
I can't remember.
I can't remember either. Chris Humphries, of course, he was famous for his career at Hopkins.
Right.
And then, of course, at the U of M, he basically destroyed the team for like 5 years. and he was the guy, and we've talked about this, but he had the 32-to-1 ratio, which was 32 points per assist. So I'm at a Timberwolves game with my kids one night, and they're playing Utah. Sloan was the coach then.
Yep.
Sloan was a hard ass. He was old school. He hated Humphries.
Yeah.
And so there's like 1 second left in the first half, right? And Sloan hated Humphries so much that he put him in the game for the first time. So my kids and I were behind the bench, and I see Humphries taking his warm-up jacket off. I start booing. Everyone in the arena starts booing with me.
That's nice, Mike.
To greet him being humiliated for the 1.5 seconds he was in the game.
Ah, Jesus. Okay, let's segue a little bit to your Minnesota Vikings, because they all of a sudden look much better.
People are crazy about it, and they have a losing record.
Yeah, they do.
But
3-4.
They played all the bad the bad matchups.
Yeah, they did.
They could, now they're coasting now.
Green Bay is going to get slaughtered by them, I would assume. Although
It's always close, though.
I never ever thought that the Vikings could beat the 49ers. I never thought that was going to happen.
Well, yeah, the quarterback had a concussion.
Right.
Deebo Samuels, who was everything to that team, last year, he was out too. McCaffrey has been injured, and I don't care what anyone says, he wasn't nearly himself. So again, it's me being a whole bummer about the team.
Not you.
But that's football. It's basically mostly about who's injured on any given Sunday.
I suppose that is true.
Well, I mean, it's now the most dangerous position is running back. It used to be quarterback.
Right.
Now they protect the quarterbacks, but they don't protect the running backs. That's why running backs don't make any money anymore.
Isn't that weird? I'm glad you brought that up, because I did notice that the running backs are the only ones in the team who don't make any money, and they used to make all the money along with the quarterbacks.
They're like the poorest players on the offense.
Yeah.
Because they're going to be there for like 3 years. They're going to be injured half the time. And that's probably it.
Yeah. Well, there was even an executive that said that their strategy was, we're going to draft a running back. We don't really care when we draft him, because you can interchange them wherever.
Right.
And if he's good, you have him for 4 years on his rookie deal. There's a 5th-year option where you can essentially franchise tag him or keep him on a discount anyway. And they're like, and then at the end of that, You just let them go and find somebody else.
It's the Dalvin Cook syndrome.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing?
That's what they did.
Because Dalvin Cook was probably one of the better running backs in the league last year, and he pretty much had to beg to be on the Jets.
Yeah,
that's right. He's with the Jets now,
and he doesn't do anything for the Jets.
Really?
Yeah, this is it.
What happened?
It's this. I think as much as anything, and it has always been this way with running backs to some extent. I think it's just a lot worse now. Yeah. But they get hit way too many times. Running backs, there was a time when they'd run the ball like 350 times a year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now it's like 125 or something. It's the because they're going to get hurt because they're a moving target. But sometimes the worst times is when they're not even a moving target, when they're just standing there, and more players are crashing into them.
Yeah, well, there was a series of like running backs that got drafted in like the 5th round that turned out to be really great. So people are like, oh, you can find value late in the draft, which will bring the value down. And then there was, who was it? I believe it was Todd Gurley. Signed this big, massive contract, and then the next year blew out his knee, and we have never heard from him again. Yeah. Melvin Gordon was another one that got a big deal, and so they're like, "Oh, we give you a bunch of this money, and then you get hurt. It's a waste. So we're just not going to give you the money. You'll still probably get hurt anyway. So we'll just."
And the guys who managed to play for a long time, a lot of them, like Earl Campbell, probably retired at 35, and he was probably on crutches when he was 38, and probably a wheelchair after that. No, it's everything has changed, and it's if you've got a fantasy football team, I think the best thing to do is not even bother taking a running back until like the middle rounds, because anyone you take is going to get hurt.
Yep.
You know, on my deathbed, I'm still going to be saying to myself as I close my eyes for the final time, really? Brent McClanahan, Refrigerator Perry get the ball at the goal line, not Chuck Foreman and Walter Payton.
Yeah.
What the hell were they thinking?
Well, they're football coaches. They too have been hit many times.
when Jim McMahon was on the show, and he said, well, it bothered Walter, and I never understood it. What do you mean you never understood?
Never understood it.
One of the greatest running backs in the history of the NFL, and he didnn't get an opportunity. Well, I mean, he got opportunities, but he didn't get that last one to get in the end zone. Of course, that bothered him.
Why wouldn't it?
It bothers people that didn't even play in the game and aren't Bears fans.
Chuck Foreman is one of the nicest people I've ever met. Don't even mention giving the ball to Brent McClanahan. Oh my God. And nothing against Brent McClanahan.
No.
It's just I'm Chuck Foreman, for Christ's sake. Give me the ball.
Right. It's a lot like when Russell Wilson, they didn't hand the ball to beast mode and they threw it instead.
I remember.
And the definition of a NFL coach is a guy that when they're like 1 yard away from the end zone, they'll run the ball right up the middle where there's 11 guys waiting to hit the guy. Yep. What do they do on second down when that doesn't work? Same thing. Third down, same thing. Fourth down, then they'll pass, right? Because then they get creative on fourth down. It doesn't work. These are football coaches. They're idiots. Until the last 5 or 6 years, these guys didn't even figure out when the game was late and they were trailing. They didn't even figure out that when they're on offense, they can stop the clock.
Yeah, I don't know if you knew that or not.
But they can't do it on defense unless they call a timeout. No, we're saving our timeouts for those 12 seconds when we get the ball back.
Yeah, true.
Jesus, they're stupid.
That's a great way to end a show with Jesus, they're stupid. We'll talk to you tomorrow.